Why does the tired have to be so strong? Why the tired sleepies? Are there two different demons? The sleeping demons and the tired demons? That wouldn't surprise me. Or the not. Or the tired sleepings. Oh, I forgot. I gotta test out my new YouTube chat thingy. If I do stare bear. It shows up. The stare bear is there. I forget what my other ones are. What did I do? Did they accept my IRS one? They didn't accept my Gummer one. Oh wait, yeah they did. What the heck happened there? What did I do? RB sus. It takes a second for it to load, but it does show up there, so that's pretty good. There's the RBs, the RB sus. I gotta get a picture of Patches now. She's kind of a sleeping right now. This could be a pretty good picture. RB's also laying down. The RB sus. What if I do... Kuromi sprays also. Kuromi spray. Oh shit, there it is. This one showed up faster than the other one. Why the heck did it do that? I think it might be bigger on Twitch, the Twitch chat. Oh, the Twitch chat emote is actually smaller, surprisingly. What the heck? Okay, well. The thingy works, so that's good. Let me pin... Let's see, current donation. Goes toward funding the Golem game. Easy peasy. And then go ahead and pin that. I'm still so confused and have no idea why it doesn't show the links on my screen, on my chat. It's so weird. Literally don't think I've ever seen that before. And I have no idea what the issue could be or how to fix it. Unlucky. Okay, Wardle. Wardle. Oh, I can pin on Twitch as well. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and do that. I was not aware that that was an option, that was a feature you could do now. It's pretty cool. Yes, pin that. Unpin after manually. Okay, that's pretty cool. I didn't know. I don't know why the heck they even added that. It's so weird. Never seen that before in my life. Not once. Okay. Wardle. Wardle the Twirtle. Let's see, what is a good... What's something to do with Gollum? What about rings? Rings is probably a good guess. Okay, rings was not a good guess. How about Sting? Champ. How about Champ? What the heck? Nothing from Champ either. Unluck. Okay, let's get one more guess. To look for letters, because all I have so far is S. That's no good. Will it accept bloke? It is an English word, so I don't see why it wouldn't accept it. Okay, we got a couple more letters. Okay, so... The S cannot go last, the L cannot go second. It could be something like sulk. Is sulky a word? Silky? No, silky. There's no silky. There's no I. Sulky. Oh my, what? I am just way too good at video games. They need to nerf me. I'm too good. I guess my options were pretty limited anyway because of how many other letters I had already crossed out. Okay, Wardle. Let's start again with rings. I think that was a good word. I'm trying to think of something else related to Lord of the Rings. I have not yet had any issues with the internet, so I'm going to increase bitrate on YouTube to 4500. Let's see if that introduces any errors. Cape, no. Cloak. C-L-O-A-K. Okay, I like cloak. The first word could be crows. Is coors a word? Okay, it is not a word, thankfully. Okay, it is most likely crows. I think I would go with crows. It is not crows! It's crops! Fuck! Okay, well we know this is a P. Let's try to get this one here. We have 4 letters, none of which are in their proper spots. Saint. A saint could be a good word. Unlucky. Oh no. Oh no. This is looking pretty bad so far. I'm 4 guesses in and I don't even have a single word yet. Stain? Oh, it's fucking stain. Unfortunate. Okay, top right we have 1, 2, 3 letters, and bottom right we have also 3 letters. A goes here, T goes here. It's not crops either. Oh no, I only have 4 guesses, 3 guesses. I have 3 guesses left. 3 guesses for 3 words. How is it not? It's neither crows nor crops. It's fucking cross. Oh no. If it's not cross, I'm going to be entirely, completely flummoxed and flabbergasted that it is not cross at the end of all this. Okay, it is cross, however, I only have 2 guesses left for 2 words. Oh no. I got wrecked so hard by stain and cross. That's like three guesses. One on crows, one on crops, and one on saint. Oh no, that's so awful. I'll never recover from this. I'm gonna increase the bitrate on Twitch to 3000. See what happens there. I think I just have PTSD from this one now. I don't know if I'll be able to continue. The pain is too strong, and I lack the strength to go on. How does one recover from such a devastating loss? Okay. I'm gonna have to put in all of my effort to successfully get both of these words. What do I have available? Which letters are in both words? T. T is in both words. Okay, which 5-letter words have the letter T in it? Think of only 5-letter words that have T in it, that have L-O in one word and A in the other. The top one cannot be bloat because there is no A. It cannot be elope. It cannot be float either. It is possible that it ends in oat or ot, but I don't think that's very likely, all things considered. Which words end in alt that are 5 letters? It could be something like bolt with a B. I don't know. Okay, let's try the next one. T could go first, and then it could be A. Oh, fuck. I gotta go do the PP. I'll be right back. Okay. A PP break is an ogre. Fuck. What? I spooked at her. What is it, Patches? What's the mattress? I kind of just want to like put taint for the last word, but it is not going to be taint. What happened? What is it? Okay. I don't think I'm going to be... I think my chances to get both of them are very low. My chances of getting one of them is decent. My chances of getting neither of them would be the worst outcome possible. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Maybe, because I started... Let's see. Been live for 32 minutes, so maybe if I start at like 8:30 or something, then it should be okay. YouTube is currently 4,500. kilobits per second, and Twitch is 3000. I have not dropped any frames at all since I started. So I suspect starting at like 8:30 or so would eliminate a good portion of, would liberate a good portion of the bandwidth issue. Or maybe it's just a good day today. I don't know. I'd have to test it out. A couple other days. Let me try to change Twitch up to 35. Let's add 500. Okay, Twitch is 3500. Let's see if I drop any frames. I think like ideally 5000 or 4500 is what I would want both of them to be at. But I don't know if that's gonna be possible. Consistently at somewhat normie hours. So we will see. Okay, there's no R, so it cannot be something like tarp. Timber has a E. It can't be something like data. What if it's datum? This could be a potential guess, I think. Unfortunately. If I have to kill the stream, I'm gonna kill the Twitch one. No, I don't think so. I assume like probably just gotta make good clips would probably be the thingy. I'd have to do like all of the intricate little SEO thingies, probably, for there to be any reasonable traction, is my suspicion.
It's alright. Hey, RPs. What's up, RPs?
Also, I had it. There's a new chat thingy on the YouTubes. So now it shows your thingy. So if you do Tempest, it should show up on the stream too. Tempest. Before I was just using the regular Twitch chat overlay thingy, but now, or YouTube chat overlay, but now it's someone made it on Reddit, so I found it, luckily. So I can have my emotes on YouTube too. Stream NFT stuff? No! They're gonna accuse me of being a tech bro. Okay, I'm just gonna concede this one. I really don't care. There's a fucking U in this word. Oh no. no. Okay, if I can at least get one of them, I think I would be okay. Okay, so T doesn't go second, third, or it goes last here. O doesn't go middle. There's an M. Where could N go? Is it like mount or something? No, there is no N. There's an L. I have all the letters, right? M-U-T-O-L. Okay, I can get this one. What is mullet? Mullet. Lomat. Lamat. What is umlaut? What is omtil? Oh, wait, no, it'll be omalt is what it would be. Lomt. It's M-O-U-L-T. It's molt. I was thinking just regular malt. M-O-L-T. Molt is a word like this. M-O-U-L-T. Oh no. Fuck. Okay, what does malt mean? Malt. Chiefly British spelling of malt. Fuck the British. You know what? Fuck the British. Fuck England. And fuck London. And you know what? Fuck the Scottish too. And the Irish. All of them. Every single one of them. Especially Best Girl. Tatty. I don't think I... There's 3 T's in this? What the... This word is so troll. T-A-T-T-Y. 3 fucking T's? You're fucking shitting me, dude. There's no fucking way. Literally no fucking way. I think if I hadn't wasted crows and crops on this one here, and I had 2 extra guesses, maybe I could have had Tatty. Maybe I would have been able to get it. If I hadn't wasted 2 here and 1 here. Oh my goodness. Fuck this kid. And fuck all of England. That's the that's the way it's gotta be. Bonk. What the kitties doing? I'm kinda just watching the kitties here real quick. They look like they're having fun. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on them. Sometimes RB likes to get a little rough, a little too rough. Okay. what to do now. I think by the time being, I kind of want to just chill a little bit. Maybe later I will get into more.
She's so small. She's so small and so tiny.
I'm gonna chill with some Binding of Isaac and listen to a couple thingy wingies, I think. Oh, wait a second. There's this villain test. Maybe I could save that for later when I'm feeling a bit more villainy. Oh, there's some spooky stories. Got some spooky articles. These were from, I think all of these were from like over 2 weeks ago. Maybe even a month ago. That's how long I've been holding on to these. Let's go ahead and kill the music, even though I really like this one. I'll go back and start that one from the beginning later. Okay, let's see. Let's start with... Oh, this is a YouTube one. Okay, so I got 2 articles, one from Yahoo and one from Politico. Let's start with the Politico one. I don't know, this one's necessarily a super duper a spookies one, but it'll probably be fun. Let's see. From Politico, under Defense, alien motherships. Pentagon official floats a theory for unexplained sightings. One astronomy professor called the notions highly questionable and odd. By Lara Seligman on April 14th, 2023. The official in charge of a secretive Pentagon effort to investigate unexplained aerial incursion has co-authored an academic paper that presents an out-of-this-world theory. Recent objects could actually be alien probes from a mothership sent to study Earth. Probing, huh? I kind of want to be probed by some aliens. The blue ones from Mass Effect. In a draft paper dated March 7th, Sean Kirkpatrick, head of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, and Harvard professor Avi Loeb teamed up to write that the objects, which appear to defy all physics, could be probes from an extraterrestrial parent craft. It's unusual for government officials, especially those involved in the nascent effort to collect intelligence on recent sightings, to discuss the possibility of extraterrestrial life, although top agency officials don't rule it out when asked. After Loeb posted it online, the paper gained notoriety from a post on Military Times, and has also circulated amongst science-focused news outlets. More than half of the 5-page paper is devoted to discussing the possibility that the unexplained objects the Department of Defense is studying could be the probes in the mothership scenario. Oh no, the fucking heater! Meow! Meow! I'm a fucking cat! Meow! Meow! Yeah, I turned off the which one was it? The noise suppression, I think is what it was. I assume that would make the audio better overall. Except now you can probably also hear the heater. Probably hear it in the background. Although honestly, it's probably not even too loud. Because with the noise suppression, it's basically silent. But probably without the noise suppression, it's just like a super quiet hum. And probably not even noticeable while I'm talking or reading. But if it's not too annoying or too loud or too bothersome, I think I'll just keep it like this. More than half of the 5-page paper is devoted to discussing the possibility that the unexplained objects the Department of Defense is studying could be the probes in the mothership scenario, including most of the page-long introduction. One section is titled The Extraterrestrial Possibility, and another, Propulsion Methods. Kirkpatrick's involvement in the academic paper demonstrates that the Pentagon is open to scientific debate of the origins of UFOs, an important signal to send to the academic world, experts said. But they add that this decision to attach his name to a theory considered in most academic circles to be highly unsubstantiated also raises questions about the AARO's credibility. The paper explains that interstellar objects such as the cigar-shaped Oumuamua? What the heck? How are you supposed to pronounce that? That's the Oumuamua. What the? Why wouldn't you just call it like cigar plane or alien blimp? That'd be like way easier to say than whatever this is, if it's a cigar shaped. The paper explains that interstellar objects such as the cigar-shaped alien blimp that scientists spotted flying through the galaxy in 2017, quote, could potentially be a parent craft that releases many small probes during its close passage to Earth, end quote. The paper goes on to compare the probes to dandelion seeds that could be separated from the parent craft by the sun's gravitational force. It examines the physics of how the smaller craft could move through the Earth's atmosphere to reach the surface where they could be spotted by humans. That's a Hawaiian word. Well, you know what? Fuck the English, and fuck England, and fuck Hawaii too. The paper notes that the probes could use starlight to charge their batteries and the Earth's water as fuel. It also speculates on the motive for aliens to send exploratory probes to Earth. I guess if people in the chair force are witnessing strange aerial crafts over the sea, pulling off these maneuvers for which our technology seems to be incapable of, it might be reasonable to suspect that they might use Earth's water as fuel. I could see how that's a possibility. I'm not sure how in depth that is discussed or considered in the paper, but that might be pretty cool to look into. Quote, what would be the overarching purpose of the journey? It's the great journey, bro. What the heck? It's the great journey. A Hawaiian astronomer spotted it. Oh, if you saw it, you would have named it the Big Kitty Baby Sword. Maybe. Except for the fact that I live in reality, so I keep my eyes here on Earth where it matters instead of looking up at the sky. Daydreaming. But nah, I would have probably called it the Alien Blimp. Or the cock-shaped alien spacecraft. One of those two. What would be the overarching purpose of this journey? It's the great journey. In analogy with actual dandelion seeds, the probes could propagate the blueprint of their senders, the authors write. As with biological seeds, the raw materials on the planet's surface could also be used by them as nutrients for self-replication or simply scientific exploration. The authors acknowledge that they do not know for sure that there are any functioning extraterrestrial crafts near Earth. But the Galileo Project, Loeb's privately funded academic effort to look for UFOs, intends to investigate this possibility, they write. The AARO team at the Pentagon was created last year to replace a task force within the Office of Naval Intelligence previously looking into UFOs. AARO was established by Congress to serve as the focal point for the government-wide investigation into hundreds of reports of unidentified aerial phenomena, including many that appeared to perform highly advanced maneuvers. Kirkpatrick is a I thought it said restricted. Kirkpatrick is a respected science and intelligence professional with more than 2 decades of experience studying physics and working in the defense intelligence space. He has held top positions in the DoD, U.S. Space Command, the National Security Council, and across the intelligence agencies, winning several awards for his work. Before his current position, his most recent assignment was as chief scientist in DIA's Missile and Space Intelligence Center. But experts said his attachment to the paper has the potential to undermine the credibility of the office. Quote, it's a fine line because there's being open and speculative ideas like this, but that can be translated into an actual supporting of this possibility, and I think that's where there needs to be more clarity, said Alejandro Rojas, a board member of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Studies, a think tank exploring unidentified, there it is, and head of content and research for Enigma Labs, Enigma Balls, a startup using machine learning to investigate UFO data. It does look like DoD is supporting some really wild ideas, which thus far are felt to be unsubstantiated. DoD did not respond to repeated requests for comment on the draft paper. I like how they had to mention repeated requests for comment. It's pretty funny. The paper came about after Kirkpatrick contacted Loeb last fall, saying he was going to be in the Boston area and wanted to meet. Loeb said in an interview. During their meeting, Kirkpatrick urged the professor to write a paper about the phenomena, but the two did not end up collaborating until earlier this year. Loeb, a Harvard professor who served as the chair of the university's astronomy department for almost a decade, has drawn headlines in recent years for suggesting the alien blimp was actually an alien spaceship. Loeb was chair of the department until 2020 and currently directs a number of initiatives including the Galileo Project and serves on a variety of boards and councils including the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology at the White House. Loeb acknowledged that there is no evidence to back up the notion that the unknown aircraft are alien probes. The Galileo Project does not receive funding from DoD, and he has no access to classified information, he said. But he said that the fact that Kirkpatrick came to him, quote, out of the blue, hey, just like the spaceships, they also come out of the blue, suggests that, quote, there is something out there they don't understand, and scientists could potentially help. It's perfectly legitimate when you face the unknown to consider what your imagination allows you to consider, and then get the data that rules it out or rules it in, Loeb said. The paper is focused on the object DoD is studying. It is titled Physical Constraints on Unidentified Aerial Phenomena, and it notes Kirkpatrick's affiliation with the Pentagon under the heading. The paper's abstract posits that the object appears to defy the laws of physics. At the speeds they are moving, scientists would expect to see a fireball. The fact there is no fireball or other typical signatures implies inaccurate distance measurements and hence derived velocity. The purpose of the paper is to urge investigators to examine the objects exhaustively before concluding the laws of physics are being broken, Rojas said. It shows Kirkpatrick is open to looking at the ET possibility, but needs stronger arguments if they are to claim laws of physics are being broken. David Jewett, Jewitt, Jewett, a professor of astronomy at the University of California, Los Angeles, said some of the claims in the paper, which has not been peer-reviewed, are, quote, highly questionable. He called the fact that Kirkpatrick is a co-author on the paper odd. The Air Force is very good at bombing things, but as far as their research on UFOs, I think I'd trust them about as far as I can throw them, Jewett said, noting that in 1948, an Air Force pilot crashed while pursuing a UFO that turned out to be Venus. It's not clear that the Air Force and military capabilities are best suited to the study of aliens. Why not? They're the ones who are going to fight them. That's why we have Space Force, so we can initiate first contact and we can see them from further out. One of these days, one day in the future, you're going to thank Trump for creating the Space Force. You'll see. You'll all see. In a statement, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat, New York, noted that the co-authors are both highly respected in their fields. Kirkpatrick is an expert in scientific and technical intelligence, while Loeb has authored hundreds of scientific papers on astrophysics and cosmology. She said she has, quote, confidence in the scientific rigor of their work. Gillibrand, who has urged DoD to study the UFO issue more seriously, also warned that stigmatizing the issue could limit the U.S. government's understanding of the issue. Stigma against the discussion of this topic can prevent the military from better understanding potential threats to our airspace or collection risks from our adversaries, Gillibrand said. Destigmatizing and standardizing reporting is essential to characterizing what is in our airspace. See, look, even Gillibrand knows. And they even have a picture here of Trump. But it's for a different article. Law and Order, Biden isn't the only official who could pardon Trump. Pretty cool. I noticed that I have not yet had any issues on Twitch. So I'm going to increase the YouTube bitrate to 5,000. Gonna go ahead and add a 500 more there. And we'll see how that holds up. It is currently 58 minutes live, so let's see if we get any dropped frames from there. I don't recall if Gillibrand was I think wasn't she Coast Guard for a little bit? I think I recall when I was reading into my New York senators that she may have had, or maybe her husband is Kirsten Gillibrand. I was not at all expecting to read any quotes from her in this article, so that's quite interesting. Let's see. Kirsten Gillibrand, junior U.S. Senator since 2009. She's an American lawyer and politician. Okay. Born and raised in New York, graduated from Dartmouth and from UCLA School of Law. She was a Blue Dog Democrat noted for voting against the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act of 2008. Fucking based. Too big to fail. Okay, go ahead. Let's see. Let's see if that's true. I don't see anything here about military. Oh, wait, hold on here. Hold on. During her Senate tenure, Gillibrand has shifted to the left. She has been outspoken on sexual assault in the military and sexual harassment, having criticized President Bill Clinton, Senator Al Franken, and Governor Andrew Cuomo. Did she have a statement on Pittsburgh? Because I'm pretty sure Pittsburgh was governor or something of New York for like a year or two, and then he got caught with a lady of the night, and then he got ousted from office. Good times. Let's see. Early life. Nothing here about military as far as I can tell. Legal career, public interest, and government service. Okay, then maybe it was her husband. Elections, Senate tenure, committee assignments, 2020 run. Me too. I'm not sure why is she in that article? Why did she make these statements specifically regarding the Department of Defense's um, their papers on the alien blimp? Where is spouse? Fuck, he doesn't have a page. Rip. Well, that's a little. I'm really not sure why she's here. Let's see if we can find anything else that she has said. What is her interest? Kirsten Gillibrand. Let's put UFOs. UFO? What the heck? Not UFO. UFOs. Let's see. Senator Gillibrand. Let's pull that up. Jamie, pull that shit up. Recently submitted legislation establishing a government office. Okay, that's pretty cool. To study UFOs in order to reduce the impact of encounters on military personnel. Her amendment requires the intelligence community and the Department of Defense to formalize their handling of the UFO phenomenon, establishing an anomaly office that would have access to resources and capabilities across the government and military for information sharing. Well, if she wants to study, if she wants to establish an anomaly office, I got an anomaly she can investigate. I prefer she does it than the TSA when I try to get on the plane. They're gonna put the female option on their computer, and then they're gonna see an anomaly. Then they're gonna want to investigate, and then they might hit my thingies like that one woman. Then I'm gonna go ahead and cry about it on TikTok. This was November 6, 2021. Interesting. Why Kirsten Gillibrand's UFO amendment deserves bipartisan support. On Thursday, Gillibrand submitted an important amendment for inclusion in the 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, requiring the government to strengthen its investigations of unidentified aerial phenomena, otherwise known as UFOs. As reported by the researcher Douglas Dean Johnson, the amendment would center on the establishment of an Anomaly Surveillance and Resolution Office, or ASRO for short. The office would assume the responsibilities of the Navy-led UAP task force. Okay, that's pretty cool. Put simply, Gillibrand's amendment would take the necessary next step in getting to the bottom of the complex phenomenon that demands prudent research rather than casual stigma. Okay. It's a little bizarre. Like, what's the link? Why is she so interested in this? Is like I just have to assume her husband is like an Air Force guy or something. Maybe he's like an Air Force guy, and then on his free time, the way that I listen to Big Feet's story, he listens to alien spaceship stories, and then she comes home from Congress, and she sees him listening to these, and then he gets all spooked whenever there's something in the sky, and he's kind of like Fox Mulder, and he's like, look, listen. Apparently, there's all these sightings and stuff, and it's real and it's factual and there's evidence, but the government isn't allowing people to speak their minds or to present evidence, and so maybe that's why she's interested in trying to establish an office that can bring credibility to this. So that's what I have to do then. I have to get into office, and then I have to draft some legislation that will encourage people to investigate into big feats and reduce the stigma, because it is very important that we are aware of what is going on in our forest preserves and our national parks, and we have to understand how to peacefully coexist with these beings, with these creatures, and reduce the amount of people who get killed. Um, and it's all very true. It's true story, bro. Because I saw a documentary about it, about big feats and people disappearing without a trace. Very true. 100%. You can trust me. You can trust me. I'm a politician. But yeah, I guess that's a thingy. There's this paper in the Department of Defense that there's big spooky alien ships, and they're sending out their seeds onto planet Earth to try to get it on with Mother Nature. Okay, next article. Ghost-like figure. Let's try that one. What? It's been deleted. What the heck? No fucking way. The truth is out there and they're trying to hide it. They're trying to bury the story. They're trying to bury the facts. What the heck? Let's check the Wayback Machine. Somebody must have saved this, right? 100%. It's gone! Oh no! Oh no! It's actually gone. I should have saved it when I had the chance. Oh no! The truth is out there, bros. The truth is out there and they don't want us to know. First, they came for the big feats, and I did not speak up because I was not into big feats. Then they came for the mermaids, and I did not speak up because I was not a mermaid or into mermaids. I should probably be into mermaids, but they don't have feet, so maybe not. Internet Archive. Then they came for the spooky ghosts, and now there's no one left to speak up for me, for the spooky ghosts. Oh, okay. There is a page. Is it March 15th? Okay. Is it true? Is it here? Is it here? Do you have a backup? Oh, okay. Oh, it's here. But fuck! I think the video isn't gonna play. Oh, wait a second. They copied this from Fox News. What's the actual Fox News link to this one? Story continues. Where is... Okay, let's try to look for it on Fox News. Okay, here it is. I got it. Fucking, you gotta look at this. Look at this. You have to find the true stories on Fox News. This is why they wanted to get rid of Tucker Carlson, because he knows the truth, and they tried to silence him. Just like how they deleted this story from Yahoo News. They deleted this story from Yahoo News, and there was no one to speak up for me. Then they banned Tucker Carlson from Fox News, and there was no one to speak up for him. Okay, this one's from like a month ago. It's it is categorized under odd news. Okay, let's see. From Fox News, published March 13th, 2023. Trucker records creepy ghost-like figure on Arizona highway while driving alone. Dash cam view. Truck driver William Church, his name is Church. That means he's a religious man. Truck driver William Church reportedly saw a figure on the side of an Arizona highway and he thinks it could be a ghost. Okay, be right back. I gotta go drive to Arizona real quick. Try to go find this spooky ghost. Maybe if I'm lucky, she'll be like that spooky ghost from that one Japanese movie who comes out of the TV, and she has thighs, and she has a butt, and she has feet, and she has lips and a mouth. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like to meet up with a ghost girl like that. That'd be pretty hot. What is it? You hear that? That's the ghost. You hear those spooky ghost sounds? Whoa! It's the spooky ghost sounds. What happened? What is it? What happened? Did you see a ghost? Is there a ghost outside? A truck driver's dash cam video showing a mysterious figure appearing on the side of an empty road in Arizona has viewers discussing the possibility of a supernatural occurrence. William Church, a truck driver who reportedly drove down Arizona State Route 87 on Saturday, March 11th, noticed a bright glare in his dash cam, and he thinks the flashing figure could be a ghost, according to Fox television stations. The suspected specter was spotted at around 2:30 a.m. local time while Church passed the highway's 200-mile marker, which is located between Phoenix and Payson, Arizona. Church told Fox television stations there were no other cars on the road. He thinks the translucent figure looks like a person, quote, just standing in the roadway. You can see the lines to the legs marking the figure, Church continued. The 6-second clip was captured on a Nexar dash cam, which is designed to record the drives for security reasons. Where's the interesting? Here we go. Many fatal car accidents have happened on the 96-year-old highway, which has reportedly led some locals to believe the road could be haunted. Valley Chevy dealers in Phoenix named State Route 87 as one of Arizona's, quote, most dangerous roads for its beeline-like route that has a lot of looping turns. Oh my god. Every time they have a picture like every, let's see, 4 or 5 paragraphs. Every time they have a picture of it, they zoom in even closer. So this one's like at 100%. This one's at like 50%. This one's at 75% zoomed in. Where's the 1000% zoomed in one? That's just so stupid seeing the same picture over and over again at different zoom levels. It gets even more distorted and pixelated each time. Who wrote this? That's funny. Who made this article? Courtney Moore. Okay, thank you, Courtney. That's pretty funny. That's a nice little touch there. Cool story, bro. A recent fatal car crash happened near milepost 201 in early February. The two-vehicle collision resulted in the death of one person near Bush Highway, which is east of Fountain Hills, a town in Maricopa County. Cause of the crash was not known at the time. Viewers who have seen Church's video on YouTube claim they've seen a lot of supernatural activity on Arizona highways and in other public spaces. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. Let's start a fund for the Arizona highway road trip, in which I will attempt to document all of the spooky ghost sightings throughout the state of Arizona. You'll help me pay for the gas, for water, for snacks, for camera batteries, for battery chargers, for battery packs, and as well as for data so that we can stream the entire thing. The spooky Spooky Ghost Highway Ghost Stream. They're out there, one YouTuber commenter wrote on Monday, March 13th, with 4 shocked face emojis. So shocking. I don't think it's glare, another commenter shared. It's too centralized on one spot. Spooky, spooky. Yep, saw it. Yeah, it does have a most definite ghastly appearance, another user wrote. That's for real, I think. Other YouTube commenters have theorized that the unknown roadside figure could be a hitchhiker, an animal, a tumbleweed, a reflected road sign, or a trick of some source of light. Okay, let's go ahead. I mean, what's the consensus on the veracity of the YouTube comments? Are these... We're gonna have to make a tier list of the likelihood that you believe someone on social media. Twitter and TikTok are definitely going to be near the bottom. I don't know where YouTube is going to be, but I definitely suspect it'll be higher than TikTok. It could be higher than Twitter, but probably not by much. It'll probably be in the same tier, but further left of Twitter because it's got a bit more. I slightly believe YouTube commenters a bit more. Oh shit, let's read the comments on the Fox News article before we even get to the video itself. I saw ghosts at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, I think, makes sense because it's a massive Civil War battlefield where a lot of people died who didn't need to die because for some reason we refused to do bayonet charges and surrender. We kept fighting to the death like Americans do. We like to fight. We like to kill each other, that's for sure. What the heck? There's 2 people viewing this article? There's one other person besides me reading this article right now? What the heck? My ghostly brother. I would give him a fist bump if I could. But unfortunately, we exist on the internet. We do not yet have VR and AI so that we can fist each other. I saw ghosts at Gettysburg. The park had already closed. There were no other visitors. It was chilly, and I don't think anyone else was there. So I decided to walk alone across the field of Pickett's charge. I had gotten around a quarter of the way when I got a feeling there were other people walking in the same direction on my left. But when I looked in their direction, I didn't see other people, but rather saw 3 whitish figures moving, drifting across the grass. I stopped and stared, stare bear. But within a few seconds of walking towards them, they had vanished. No doubt to me they were ghosts. I was really taken by the experience. My friend was once physically new comment. My friend was once physically attacked by an entity or a force while he was right next to me. Lifted him 5 inches. That inches is 1 inches and 2 is feet. I always confuse the two. Feet versus inches symbol. For feet, a single apostrophe is used. So this guy's saying his friend was lifted 5 feet off the ground by an entity or a force. Is he mistaken by the symbol? Did he mean 5 inches, or does he actually mean 5 feet? A friend was physically attacked by an entity or a force while he was right next to me, lifted him 5 feet off the ground. We both felt the presence beforehand. Whether it really was a ghost, we will never know, but it happened. The point is, phenomena has been around forever. Even Shakespeare wrote, "There are more things in heaven and on earth than man could ever possibly explain." Let's have a look at the replies to that. I had gas once. Did the same thing. That was some presence. Been there also. No, I saw ghosts as I expected, since the dead sleep a dreamless sleep until the day. but I did get an intense feeling of sadness I could not shake off, thinking of the tragic loss of life that occurred so many years before on this same ground. Okay, we're gonna have to add another item to our tier list. It will be Fox News articles, commenters. That will be another item. Another comment by Carson Conservative. I I drove truck in the early 80s for an explosives company. I delivered to mines and quarries and construction sites all up and down I-5 on Highway 99 from Marysville area to Bakersfield. I saw all kinds of weird things, strange things, things I cannot explain. But of course, I never caught any of it on video. I'm sure there's not a trucker worth his salt who hasn't seen some strange things on the road. Absolutely, railroad workers have some great stories too. Oh, another Gettysburg comment. Years ago, this is 14th of March, 2023. By earned living. Years ago, my wife and I visited Gettysburg. Without a thought for the afterlife, I was there solely to see the site of a terrible history. But there we were, in broad daylight, and I could feel the presence of those tortured spirits. It was a complete surprise, but to this day I know the experience was real, and now believe that the spirit world can intersect with ours. Gatsby Girl says, Gettysburg is definitely, not definitely, definitely hallowed ground. We took our children when they were 10 and 12 after studying the battle for weeks. We went to see it, as we often do as homeschoolers. We pulled up and started walking over to some boulders, and both children stopped, looked at us, and just started crying. Inconsolable crying, and said the place was very sad and wanted to leave. I also felt it, but didn't say anything. Tried to get them to go back the next day, and they were terrified to do so. As young adults now, they still talk about it. Yeah, I went to Gettysburg on while we were reading The Killer Angels. I love The Killer Angels. That's such a fun read. The Killer Angels by Michael Shara, I believe. When we were studying Civil War and Reconstruction. Killer Angels. Yeah, Michael Shara. Yeah, we went to Gettysburg as a class. I think it was AP History. And it was pretty cool. Although it was daytime, I would love to go at nighttime. Go have a look at some of the spooky ghosts, the spooky soldier ghosts. Okay, let's go to the YouTube version of this video. Let's do William Church. William Church, Arizona Highway Ghost. Spooky ghost. Spooky. Let's see. This one is 43 seconds. This one is 3 seconds. So this one probably has... It's got a newscaster. Let's go see that one.
An Arizona truck driver's dashcam video is going viral and blowing up our Fox 10 website.
Yes, the video shows what he believes looks like a ghost, some other people do too, on the side of the freeway. Fox 10's Lindsay Regas has more. She spoke with the driver, and she reports tonight. Lindsay.
Hey guys, that's right. I spoke with both drivers. The person who was driving at the time thought it was a human, and then the other driver who was in the passenger seat thought it was a ghost. A team of two.
Hold on a second. There's no mention of a passenger. What the heck? What the heck? That is a pretty strong omission to not have in the article, unless I missed it. I may have skipped it because there was boring stuff about the highway. William Church. Is there anybody else mentioned in this article? William Church only so far. Anybody else mentioned? Nope, there's no mention of anybody else. Why does the video say that there's a passenger?
Two truck drivers working in the same 18-wheeler came across an unusual sighting Saturday morning.
I mean, she's seen it too, so
Oh, okay, so it's her.
Unusual sighting Saturday morning.
Okay. If I had to say that it looks like an animal,
Sighting Saturday morning.
what it would look like is like maybe a chicken, based off the blurriness, based off the resolution, based off of the
Saturday morning.
just based off its shape.
Saturday.
But obviously, I don't think there would be a chicken out here in the middle of the highway in uncivilized territory. But it does resemble an animal of some kind.
Saturday morning. Across an unusual sighting Saturday morning. In the same 18-wheeler came across an unusual sighting Saturday morning. Usual sighting Saturday morning.
It could also just be like a piece of garbage. It could be like a white plastic bag. If it's not a plastic bag, it could be... What else could that be? I think I'm gonna have to pull up the paint for this one. Okay, let's see. Let's grab this. Okay, so here is the supposedly spooky ghost. So it's got kind of like a... Fuck, give me this. So it's got like a leg or something over here, and then it's got a body, and then it's got like another leg, but then there's like this opening between the two legs, and it's like Omogos. That's what it is. It's Omogos. We found him. He's in Arizona. It's a fucking Omogos, dude. What the heck?
Morning.
I mean, she's seen it too, so we both did see it. It's not like we're both losing it.
It took William Church, who was behind the wheel, by surprise.
I actually twitched the wheel to miss whoever it was.
Erica Lake just finished her shift and Church took over, and an hour later he saw what looks like a person at first on the side of State Route 87, about 40 miles northeast of Phoenix.
At first, I thought it was a human, and then when you can't really see the face and the top of the body up, I was kind of, I wonder what, and then we were thinking about maybe it's a ghost.
It wasn't until Church was at the
You
next
spooked
rest
it,
stop
eh?
when he took a closer look.
I don't know if it was a person or if it was something spiritual or something, but it was in the form of a human. That's all I know.
This video has them questioning
I don't know if I'd call that the form of a human. Maybe in person it would be different.
I know.
this video.
Alright. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can see what he's getting at. Hold on a second. Let's go frame by frame. Jamie, pull that shit up and zoom in. Okay, so it does look like maybe there's something else up here above the Amoka's feet. Okay, I see. It's also quite, it's quite opaque, that's for sure. You can definitely see through it, but it's not as... Okay, I can see how you might mistake this for a person. Now that I'm looking at it again a little closer. It definitely does look kind of human-shaped. But again, he needs to have what do they call, like red dragons or something? Those red cameras that are used for movies. He's got to have those mounted on his truck so that we can next time he's passing by Arizona, so that we can get a much better look.
Video has them questioning what
Much better
they
view.
saw, along with thousands of other people who have watched the video too.
There could be another explanation. But there's also the possibility that, like with flying objects, they could be from alien places. They could be supernatural, or this could be a ghostly figure.
Gerald Hoggle, professor emeritus of English at the University of Arizona and International Authority on Gothic Literature, says he's studied sightings from the 19th century, similar to what this video shows.
You know, it's appealing to think that it might be supernatural, but there's also a possibly other explanation. And it's sort of fun to be on the on the cutting edge of one or the other without having to decide.
All right, so far this video has gotten 569,000 views on our YouTube page or something else. Let's take a look right.
Okay, so here's the poll as of the time of this recording that they did it. 50% say it's a ghost, 4.3% say it's human, and 45.7% say something else. So it's either a ghost or something else. He needs to drive sober. Guy's so high on stimulants, he's seen ghosts. I mean, I don't know. I could buy that it's a ghost. Ah, it's zooming in! It's spooky! Oh no.
Sighting Saturday.
I could buy that it's a ghost. If you're going super fast, I could see how that looks human. And then as you're watching the footage back, you have that anchored in your head
Alert came across an unusual sighting Saturday morning.
that it's human. But I really don't know what object or animal or what kind of piece of garbage or debris would be like this, where the bottom half that looks like human legs is bright and it looks like it's got surface to it, but then the top half, where the torso and up would be, it looks like halfway invisible. It's like opaque somehow. I don't know, maybe the bottom part is like a piece of a white plastic bag, and then the top is like some plastic stuff on it. I don't know. I don't know, but it looks like a ghost to me. Where's the comments? What the heck? Where's the comments? They're silencing. They're censoring the commenters. What the
An
heck?
Arizona truck driver.
No! Okay, here's the comments. I once took a photo by accident, so the camera was moving when the shutter clicked. The photo was blurred except for the license plate of an otherwise blurred automobile. The number on the plate had a meaning to me only. It was 1114CE. 111 is a verse in Revelation 11:1, and 4CE meant 4C. Whoa, this guy's a, what do they call it? This guy's a soothsayer. He sees numbers, he sees license plates, and he sees Bible verses in them. Very, very believable story. This is such a great, I have to take a screenshot of this. This is such a great... Oh my god, that's wonderful. That's so funny. Okay, gotta post this one on Discord. It's way too good. Oh, fuck. No, they had me going until they brought up the religious crap. I'm gonna have to use this one time. I'm gonna say, I took a photo by accident and the camera was moving slightly when the shutter clicked, so the photo was blurred except for the license plate of an otherwise blurred automobile. The number on the plate had the meaning, had meaning to me only. It was 117343. 117 being John 117, otherwise known as Master Chief, and 343 being the company that ruined him. That'll be my version of it. I believe it is a spirit that for some unknown reason can be seen by everyone, which I believe is very unusual when it comes to spirit sightings. About 5 years ago, my daughter and I were on that highway. We saw a man on the side of the freeway walking along the side of the road. We slowed down and he didn't acknowledge us, just kept walking. Something just felt strange. About 54 minutes later, we were about 15 minutes from Payson. Hey, the same place as the article mentioned. From Payson, and there he was again, walking along the side of the road. Late at night, No cars were on the road. Maybe someone who passed us in a traffic accident? I don't know. Hitchhiker? Could be. But, and then he says nothing. But, ellipsis. But it could be a ghost. He saw the same ghost. There's this one ghost just haunting this highway. People love to believe in ghosts when in reality it's really demons playing tricks on people. It's the trickster demon. What the heck? Oh, okay, that's perfect then, because they call Master Chief demon. The Covenant calls him a demon. It all makes sense. It loops back into itself. The 117 in the picture, and then it's a demons. 3 weeks ago, I went through at the same spot, and a guy scared the crap out of me. He wasn't just standing next to the road, starting in the middle of nowhere. No bike, no car, nothing. Not a light, nowhere. There are many ghosts and creatures along Interstate 17. The desert talks and gives up dimensional beings. The atmosphere, temperature, fabric of terrain, certain moons, and star charts are all related and interconnected to this. And what does this magical stone do? He says in his desperate for sex voice. But yeah, okay. There's that one. It was deleted off of Yahoo News, so I had to do an intense amount of journalistic research and investigation by typing the URL into Internet Web Archive to find this forgotten story. Yahoo News wants to hide the truth and hide history. They wanted to keep this from the people of the future. Let it be known that Yahoo News is not as trustworthy as Fox News. You heard it here first. Okay, let me go look for... I have a couple spooky videos, but first I think I want to read maybe one more spooky story. One more spooky article before I get into Binding of Isaac. Uh-oh. There was a mass event in Texas. I'm not going to pull this up. I'm just going to read it real quickly. Texas manhunt ends with arrest of man accused of offing 5 neighbors. Yikes. Unlucky. I don't really know what's going on here in Montana with this, with this lawmaker who was kicked out of the local, what is it? The local Congress, the state Senate. Representative Zoe Zephyr, the transgender Montana lawmaker who was silenced after telling Republicans they would have blood on their hands for opposing gender-affirming healthcare for kids, cannot return to the state house floor and participate in debate, a judge ruled Thursday. I haven't looked into this. I'll probably do it like offline though, in my free times. It doesn't seem like it's... It sucks because I feel like it's gonna turn into... This is her Rosa Parks moment. It's what it's gonna turn into. And I don't know. People just can't be reasonable anymore these days. Unfortunately. Where is... Give me one more spooky story. Spooky story. There's nothing here on the news. Those comments are on another level. What do you expect? It's Fox News. It's Fox News comments. So you have to expect that either they will say anytime something with ghosts pops up, they're going to turn it into something about religion, or something about Satan, and that one said like the thingy about comments about comments about demons, and so that's basically kind of the same ballpark. Oh no! 7 people confirmed to have been oofed in a dust storm pileup on Interstate 55 in Illinois. Yikes. Yeah, demons and Master Chiefs. 3rd stabbing in a week near UC Davis. Leaves campus on edge. On edge, huh? LGBTQ applicants booted from Texas Capitol as gender care is debated. There's no more spooky stories. What the heck? Those stories were from like a month ago too, so I guess the simulation put into the RNG was way too high on spooky stories in March, so now that it's April and May, there's no more new spooky stories. So it's like, let's tone down. Let's just entirely eliminate that RNG because it's the what's the term I'm looking for with the V? The veracity, the velocity, the viscosity, the value, the amount it was way too high. Okay, I guess that's it for spooky stories. For spooky articles, rather. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe I found a good story, but I don't know if I'll be able to play the video. Oh, okay. Even the article says, warning, graphic content. No, book! Stop! Ah! Okay, here we go. From the New York Post. Today, shocking video shows NYC subway passenger putting unhinged man in deadly chokehold. It's not a spooky story, but it's New York, and it's the subway system, which is pretty spooky in and of itself already, by default. Because you're not allowed to protect yourself with weapons. Dramatic new video shows a strap hanger taking matters into his own hands, pinning down an unhinged man in a deadly incident at a Manhattan subway station this week. The 24-year-old passenger stepped in after the vagrant, identified by sources as Jordan Neely, 30, began going on an aggressive rant on a northbound F train. F's in the chat. Northbound F train Monday afternoon, according to police and a witness who took the video. He starts to make a speech, freelance journalist Juan Alberto Vasquez said in Spanish during an interview Tuesday, referring to the disturbed man. He started screaming in an aggressive manner, Vasquez told the Post. He said he had no food, he had no drink, that he was tired, and he doesn't care if he goes to jail. Well, I mean, mission accomplished then, I guess. He started screaming all these things, took off his jacket, a black jacket that he had, and threw it on the ground. That's when he said the strap hanger came up behind Neely and took him to the ground in a chokehold, keeping him there for some 15 minutes. The approximately 3.5-minute long video shot by Vasquez shows the blonde subway rider lying on the floor of the train with his arms wrapped around the man's neck. Poor guy's just starving. You better fucking choke him out. Yep, that's New York. You better starve gracefully, quietly. You better suffer without letting any of us know. We don't give a fuck. We're all suffering too. So shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. That's literally what you do in New York. Trust me, I know. That's what I did. The train was stopped with the doors open at the Broadway, Lafayette Street, Bleecker Street station where Vasquez said the conductor had called 911. Neely, who was living on the streets and had a history of mental health issues, lost consciousness after being put into chokehold. The EMS workers at the station were unable to revive him. Police and law enforcement sources said, so this guy killed him? What the heck? He's a murderer. What the heck? I can't show this on stream. Oh my goodness. Fucking New York Post over here. Okay, let's go ahead and take this off the screen then, because clearly New York Post is trying to get me banned over here. Britney Spears posts close-up photo of ample cleavage and sexy lace bra. Okay, buddy, Jesus. Trying to take away all my income. What the heck? Twitter hates me, Twitch hates me, YouTube hates me, New York Post hates me. Why does everybody want to silence me? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and watch this video. Muted. On the second monitor. And I will link it in chat if you want to go check it out. Why does he look kind of like Kanye? Maybe this guy is a David Jewett. And he wants to take revenge. He wants to take vengeance for the things Kanye said about his people. Rip. Well, they blurred it now, so I guess he's no longer Amogos. I mean, yeah, I guess it's graphic in terms of the fact that something happens which is against the terms of service technically, I suppose. But if you've seen UFC, or if you have seen TV shows or movies, then you'll be okay. If you have eyes, you'll probably be okay having watched this video. If you live in 2023, you'll probably be okay. But you can't show it on YouTube or Twitch for reasons. Okay, well, I think that's enough for articles for the time being. Let me do a Jamie pull that shit up on these spooky videos. Okay, we already have...
What is it? What happened?
We already have the mental illness topic, so let's go ahead and continue with that one.
Are demons behind mental illness? If my child has a mental illness, does it mean that my child has a demon and my child needs deliverance? It's a common question that is asked almost every single time we do deliverance, or we have our deliverance services or deliverance conferences. With the huge rise of mental illnesses, all kinds of learning disorders, and all kinds of mental deficiencies that are happening in our generation, many people are seeking for hope, for help, and for healing. And because we see in certain occasions where deliverance takes place and mental illnesses are gone, people run to deliverance, hoping that that could solve the problem. I want to look at it from the scriptural perspective and also share some practical differences between demons and disorders, and also leave you with some encouragement at the end, and we will pray. Number one, mental illness can be demonic. It's obvious, it's in the Bible. For example, Mark chapter 5, verse 15, it says that when they came to Jesus, the people of the Gentile country, they saw the man who had been demon possessed and had a legion sitting.
Hold on, that's pretty specific. It says demon possessed. So demon possessed means mental illness now? That's one of the things that always bothered me with using with the vagueness and the broad scope with which you can use scripture. Demon possessed now means mental illness. Next, you're gonna say that that not being a follower of Jesus and not being a disciple means you are also demon possessed, means you are mentally ill. That line of logic is pretty... it's quite a slippery slope because you can just use it for anything. But okay, keep going, buddy.
And clothed and in his right mind. So the fact that he had a right mind after his deliverance indicates he didn't have a right mind before his deliverance. And it was obvious. If you look at what he was doing, this wasn't just the signs of demonic possession. These were also signs of a mental disorder. And these two were so connected that when Jesus delivered this man, his mind was restored. His mind came back to him. There are instances when demons are cast out and the person's mind is restored. There are instances where demons are cast out and then the person's mind can be healed with the help of medicine. And
Okay. That's good, because then we can use it to fix the internet of all of these people who are not in their right mind. People who do not agree with me are not in their right mind. So we have to fix them by exorcising them, getting rid of their demons. Because it's pretty clear to tell that he's not in his right mind because he disagrees with me. That's what I'm gonna go with.
healing prayer, but it doesn't happen automatically, meaning the demons being removed doesn't automatically cause the mind, the chemicals and deformities and disorders to be cured. And so that's the first indication we see in the Bible, is the demons can be behind mental disorders. Number two is mental illness can be a direct result of sin. We see that also in the Bible. For example, Daniel chapter 4 verse 33. That very hour the word was fulfilled concerning Nebuchadnezzar. He had been driven from men and ate grass like oxen. His body was wet with the dew of heaven until his hair had grown like eagle's feathers.
Okay, hold on a second. He was driven from men and ate grass like oxen? So being a grass toucher is a mental illness now? What the heck? I was so into that little rant that I forgot to press play again. At least there aren't any flies like this.
Feathers and
Real
his
life.
nails like birds' claws. So it was obvious that Nebuchadnezzar lost his mind. We would put a person like that today in the asylum, in mental institution, because he was pretty much living like an enemy. God allowed, through the sin of pride, for Nebuchadnezzar to lose his mind, and he became what we would call mental. Now, we don't see signs of demonic possession, and we don't see actually deliverance taking place when his mind was restored to him, even though it could be, but we don't see that. We see a direct result of pride and sin. Now, again, this doesn't mean that every case is like that every case of mental disorder is directly connected to a specific sin. Now, we know that every sin, illness, death, curse is the direct result of the sin of Adam, but the specific sins that we or our ancestors committed could be a result in a particular illness, including mental disorder. But it's not a rule, and it's not specifically a formula by which you can discern the source of that particular problem in your life. Number three, mental illness can be a physical illness without a specific connection to some kind of a sin or a demon. We see Luke chapter 10 verse 34, it says, and he went to him and bandaged his wounds, pouring on oil and wine, and he set him on his own animal and brought him to an inn and took care of him. We see that this man that Samaritan picked up who was wounded, he healed him and then he brought him to an inn. The world we live in today is so broken. We can come under different attacks of missing chemicals. We can be born with certain deformities and certain disorders that will require the healing touch of God or the compassionate care of our family members. We see that God uses different elements on the earth, such as leaves and figs, to assist in the healing process from physical problems. Ezekiel chapter 47 verse 12, 1 Timothy 5:23, and Isaiah 38 verse 21. Paul was telling Timothy to begin to take wine, not just water, for his constant infirmities in his stomach. taking medicine is not a weakness of faith. Actually, it was the churches that invented the idea of hospitals. There are people who go on medication because of their disorders, and these medications help them to function as responsible and good citizens in their society and in their community. And that's not a weakness of faith. That's normal. We see that even in the Bible. Now, can God supernaturally?
Okay, well, that's a good thing, because I need to get some medicines. And it's very important for me to live. So, it's good to know. Ah! Fuck! It's good to know that, the church and priests had a hand in making sure that medicine is good. Therefore, doctors, give me the medicine, I need it.
Heal, yes, but we also see instances where people, through medicine, they got better. We also know that there are cases where healing doesn't happen, especially in the area of autism, learning disorder, or maybe somebody who went through trauma, or somebody who had an accident that caused them to have seizures, or caused them to have epilepsy, or caused them to have schizophrenia, or some other thing. Certain trauma happened that threw their chemicals in their brain off, and now they're not able to function as a normal human being. And in cases like these, the compassionate care of the family members, medical professionals, come in play to continue to care for these image bearers of God who are facing, honestly, a very, very difficult part in their life concerning their health. It's easy to begin to take one testimony, and I've seen some, not a lot though, and say, hey, this is what I want it to happen to me. And we all believe for that. Like, I remember one young man who had 4 mental disorders. He came for deliverance. His mom was convinced it was spiritual. We prayed for him. He vomited, puked, and he got better. In fact, one of these disorders kind of stopped. And then 6 months later, he came completely delivered, clean bill of health. He finished school. He was dismissed from mental institution, and they moved to a different state, and he became a youth leader. And last I heard is he became a youth pastor. And so I wish every case was like that. And I'm going to be very honest. We haven't seen as much breakthrough as we know the Lord wants to do in the area of mental illnesses. What I would encourage, though, is to be very careful to treat every mental illness as purely demonic. It's also could be physical. I know people who have done drugs, and because of abuse of drugs.
Okay, so not all of them are demonic. But if I say they're demonic, then they are demonic. Pretty convenient how you can make it be one thing or another thing in a way where you are the solution. You and your faith and your belief are the solution. It's pretty weird. Pretty wacky, huh? It's almost like if they're trying to envelop almost every aspect of health. If they wanted to, obviously.
They have destroyed certain chemicals in their brains. And though God set them free from drugs, they're still not healed. Like the man who was at the Gentile territory, he was delivered and healed. But I've seen cases where people were delivered, powerfully delivered from demons, but their mind wasn't fully restored. And in some cases, their mind was restored, but it's still very vulnerable. If they go back and smoke or drink, it throws their whole chemicals into misbalance. We've seen cases where people have certain phobias or certain things where they can't drive or they can't perform this task or that task, and we prayed and we fasted and we delivered.
Yeah, that's me. I can't drive because I'm a New Yorker. It's my curse.
Took him to everything, and some people manifested, some people didn't manifest. And then we took him to the doctor, a Christian doctor who works with people's brain.
Oh, a Christian
put him on
doctor,
a proper
okay.
medicine, and then wean them off from that medicine, and they were fully restored, and they're continuing to live fully functioning without the help of the medication, and they're serving God. If you're a deliverance minister and you pray for deliverance for somebody and they get set free, but they have prior mental disorders, I would really want to encourage you, never ever to tell them to get off of that medicine without the consultation and the help of their doctor, because being delivered doesn't necessarily always mean you are healed. We've seen a lot of times where deliverance brings healing, but sometimes deliverance simply brings deliverance. And then also, I would be very careful, unless you have discernment of spirits, not to judge every case as every mental case is demonic. And not every epilepsy or seizures is demonic. Some people have physical, if they have problems in their brain, they will have a seizure, and that's not demonic. That's just physical reaction to certain things that are taking place in their brain. I've read this book, and I want to share with you the 6 differences between disorders and demons. It's according to Dr. Stephen Waterhouse. In his book, Strength for His People, he shares 6 differences between demons and disorders. Number 1 is demons speak in rational dialogue. People with mental illnesses speak.
Whoa, demons speak in rational dialogue? He's calling me a demon. So, okay. It's all starting to make sense. If you have rational dialogue, then you're a demon. So that means all those people on Twitter who are irrational because they don't agree with me, because they have an incorrect worldview, they have incorrect, what was that first thing he said near the beginning? Because they don't agree with me, that means that they're a demon. But also, they're trying to be rational, and therefore it's demons. But they're not actually demons. I always forget. Oh wait, I think I hate this one. Is it? No, maybe not. Rip.
In irrational dialogue. Untreated people with schizophrenia will often speak in nonsense and jump rapidly from unrelated topics. Demons are sharp and they speak clearly. People who have mental disorders, many times they don't speak clearly. They jump from one thing to another, especially people who have schizophrenia. The second difference between demons and disorders is demons want to do nothing with Christ. People with mental illnesses are often devotedly, religiously committed to God. They actually obsessively read the scriptures. They love to pray, and it's important to differentiate between that. Number 3, demons give supernatural knowledge to their host, but a person with mental illness only knows facts acquired through normal learning. The fourth difference, demons want to be secretive. They want to hide. They do not want to manifest. People with mental illness, they claim to be demon possessed. A lot of people with mental illness will claim to be demonized. But you must understand that demons love to hide. They carry the nature of a thief, and the thief is only successful if he is anonymous, if he is hidden, if he is secretive. And so not every person who claims that they are demonized, even though I see that in the claims of the Gospels where fathers, mothers will come to Jesus and claim that their child was demonized, and Jesus did not doubt those claims. Yet when people themselves come, especially based on the fact that they have a disorder or they have some kind of a thing on their mind, and they claim that means I have a demon, it's not always the case. Now sometimes there could be an underlying generational curse that's operating behind the scenes, but it's important not to treat every disorder as demon possession case, because it's not fair and it's not right.
Okay, so a lot of things can be demons, but not everything is demons. But also, you shouldn't treat everything as if you would treat the demons. Sometimes it's okay to have medicine, but not always. Only sometimes. You always have... It's kind of like, what's it called? In 1984, where you have your double think. You can hold 2 conflicting views at the same time. And then, I guess in this case, depending on which one is more convenient for your cause, you'll go ahead and say that one or use that one in your speech, and you'll choose that to live your life in this instance. But in another instance, in which the other option would be a better solution, then that's when you would use the other one. Very big brain, very Samart. It's totally not what a demon would do, to make 2 different choices.
5, demonic phenomena at times is scary and spooky, but a person does not exhibit supernatural behavior who has a mental disorder. Like if you've done or you've seen deliverances, they could be spooky, they could be crazy, they could a person can exhibit supernatural strength, can have supernatural knowledge, can do things that are really, really scary. When it comes to a person who has a
Spooky.
disorder, they don't exhibit those supernatural strengths. They don't have that supernatural phenomena. It's just the person who has something broken or something wrong in a particular part of their brain. Number 6 is demons cannot be cured with medicine. They need to be cast out. Mental illness can't be cured with exorcism. If prayer solved the problem, then it's probably not physical, it was spiritual. But if medicine helps to relieve the person of that problem, it's probably not demonic possession. Sometimes it could be both, and that's why it takes careful study. I'm not an expert in these areas. I'm still learning and studying other people who are very knowledgeable
What?
in the area of the brain.
He's not even an expert, but he makes all these demon videos. Unbelievable. Oh my god, I'm gonna get wrecked. It's been like over 20 years since I last fought against mom, so unlucky. It was the demons that killed me.
And we also have certain doctors that we a lot of times would consult or send our people to receive proper treatment in the area of their brain. And I believe in praying for healing. I believe in praying for deliverance. And I also believe that if you prayed for deliverance, you prayed for healing, and there is no cure, and you were entrusted to take care of this precious child of God, that you care with compassion, that you care with gentleness of Christ for that human being. I know a few pastors who are dear friends of mine who have children with disabilities, especially mental disabilities. And yes, it's hard. It's extremely, honestly, tiresome. But these people that they take care of are children of God. They are God's precious kids. And to care for them with compassion, the long suffering that the Holy Spirit provides, is the mark of a Spirit-filled believer. Now you may accuse me, say, Vlad, you just simply don't have enough faith, you don't have enough. Maybe, I don't know. But I do know one thing is that God loves everyone. And God wants to help us to take care of the poor, to take care of the people who are on disabilities. And God also wants us at the same time to believe for the impossible to happen, for mental illnesses to bow their knee to Jesus Christ. I will always pray for those who have mental illness. But I also believe that God has given us the grace to care for people as well, in churches, in families, and just in our society. We've seen people be delivered from the spirit behind the mental illness. Curses broken. But we also have seen where people were delivered, but the mental illness was not changed. And medicine was required, and through medicine, people were able to be fully functioning. And there are some cases where compassion, care, and love is what we would do to that person. I want to finish with this. It is God who heals and delivers.
It's always convenient when they say something like, whoa, burning blast. Does that mean I have, the bombs haven't they leave behind a trail of fire? It's always so super convenient when they can just say, you don't have enough faith. And that's why you're not knowledgeable enough or able to just yet. They always have these little convenient answers and solutions or possibilities because God works in mysterious ways.
Delivers, but it is us who love and care. If you have a child that is special needs or a family member, I want to pray with you. I want to pray for God's
Okay, if you have a kid with special needs, demons, you gotta exercise him.
strength. I also want to agree with you for the miracle. But as you are waiting for that miracle, whether it will come through deliverance, healing, or medicine, that I pray that God will give you strength to continue to persevere, to care, and to love. Father, I thank you for your grace. Father, I thank you for the Holy Spirit. He's the comforter in the most afflicted, tiresome, difficult journeys of life. I pray for that mother. I pray for that father. I pray for that brother or that sister or that child that believes for their parent who's dealing with that right now in their family and who's maybe trying to find the source, the solution. Lord, I pray that you will come with your peace right now. Lord, I agree for healing. I agree for healing for that child. I agree for recovery. Lord, I stand in agreement if there are demonic forces behind that. We stand against that. We speak your word. We speak the authority of the name of Jesus over that precious child of yours. Bring deliverance, bring healing and restoration in Jesus' name. Bring strength and courage to that person facing that, Lord, who's going through that right now. Help them to care and love and to also conquer anything that's not of you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Whoa, that guy's space. He's against demons. Very cool. Very brave. Nobody else I know is against demons. what does this one do again? I forget. I think it's either like each coin you get is worth double, maybe? I don't remember. Okay, so I have watched about, let's see, maybe like 5 or so videos from this guy, and my conclusion is that everything is a demons. I have gone to the school of what's his YouTube channel's name? I have gone to the school of Vlad Savchuk, and I have learned that everything is a demon.
I want to share.
Unless it unless it helps you, unless it makes your life better, then it's a demons. It's a demons is. Whether it's mental illness, whether you're tired from working out, whether you're tired from gardening, whether you're hungry, whether you have the sleepings, they're all actually demons. You have the post-workout soreness demon, and you also have the tired sleepings demon. That's the one who haunts me every single day. I have to sleep every single day. It's so exhausting having to sleep every single day, having to face this demon on my own. I also have a demon that keeps me from being properly hydrated and not drinking enough water, so I'm gonna go ahead and combat this demon right now, actually. That seems like it might be a pretty good idea. And maybe you guys should do that too, in case you're also suffering from the dehydration demon. I also get cold super quickly. Even if it's like summer, if there's ever so slightly a little bit of wind, and if the temperature isn't properly in equilibrium, so that it's constantly warm enough, then I get super cold. So I have the cold demon as well. Oh, there's this other one demon who I can't even get rid of no matter how long I keep trying. It's the demon of typos, where like sometimes you type really fast and you have an idea that you want to get down onto the computer, or you want to type in a YouTube video, but you get that typo and it's just the demon won't leave me alone. I get that demon a lot. I also have kind of like it's like a stinky demon, like every couple days. There's like this smell that comes off my body and I gotta go shower. I gotta use soap and shampoo. What the heck? It's the demon of barbarism that's making me return to monkey, return to caveman, and I have to be a civilized, modern person and rub some water and soaps on me. And then it gets onto my clothes too, so I have to get the demon of clothing who makes my clothes stinky and dirty. There's demons all over the place, guys. You gotta watch out. You gotta be careful. It's a scary world out there. I'm gonna have to print out a diploma to prove that I have gone to the Vlad Savchuk School of demons. That I can see demons. See, I have this connection with the occult and the spiritual world, and I can see things that other people can't. Like, you know what? Sometimes I'm driving down Arizona highway, even though I'm a New Yorker and I don't have a driver's license or a car. Sometimes I'm driving down the Arizona highway and I see a spooky ghost. Nobody else can see it though, but I can, because I have this connection with the occult. So I can see ghosts and demons and big feet. I can see all sorts of things. You guys don't even know. You guys are just unaware of how truly spooky and what other kinds of beings and entities live in the world. Where is People going missing. Wait a second, didn't we watch this one? Was it a different one? Is this the Alaska? I think this is the Alaska one. Portlock, Alaska. Yeah. Okay, we saw this one. There was another video from this guy, I think, though. That is in my watch later. Let me go pull that one up. What happened? What is it? What happened? What? What happened? Huh? What's the mattress? What happened? I don't know if the camera's set up properly. Let's see. Look, it's the patches. What's up? What's up, little patches? What happened? Ah! Pressing keys on the keyboard. What is it, buddy? What's the mattress? What is it, buddy? Okay, well, she's gone. Let me go take a quick little break. And then we will continue with, let's see if I can find the video first. Ooh, okay, we'll do that. We'll do the spooky stuff. And then I've got a couple of videos on modern education.
Well, this one is sure.
Okay. This video is called The Rake and Sleep Paralysis Demons. So we'll go ahead and continue with demons. That's pretty cool how we jumped from spooky stories into the spooky New York story in the subway with the guy who had mental illness, and then we ran into the mental illness and demons video, and now we're just going to the straight up demons video. So that's a nice little thing. I actually did not intend it to go that way, to line them up like that, but I guess here we are. It must be a demons or an angel who's watching over ogre me, making it so that my topics line up pretty nicely. Okay, so I will be right back. Try not to be eaten by demons, or try not to succumb to the sleeping's demons while I go take a quick break.
Life's a coat of many colors. It is never black and white. Can't have one without the other. The dark without the light. In the summer we were lovers. With a flame our hearts would burn. A flame the autumn would smother and leave this heart to yearn forever blue, forever blue. I'm putting on a show for the world to see. No one will ever know that without you I'm forever blue. No more waking up early just to watch you sleep. We turned a blind eye to worry, but such times we'll never keep. I found a new smile this morning that doesn't come out as a frown. A smile to wear while performing and to hide the tears of this clown. Forever blue, forever blue. I'm putting on a show for the world to see. No one will ever know that without you I'm forever blue. Yeah, I'm putting on a show for the world to see. No one will ever know that without you I'm forever blue.
I kind of wish there were a good spot to put the video while I am almost at full screen, but I don't really think there is. Because I kind of want to be able to use the entire screen. But then, the YouTube video will be super duper tiny. Okay, so I can't put it here because it's where I got my stuff. My stream stuff. About the bottom left. I think I could maybe top right, I guess. But it'll have to be pretty small. Unfortunately. Let's try it there for the timing. Also, I technically shouldn't have sugar if I'm gonna be doing... I'm gonna be doing my voice, but I don't want a snack. Okay, gummy worms don't have a lot of sugar, right? They should be okay. Let's see. Total sugar is 18 grams. I don't know how much that is, but I can't count very high, so I don't think it's very high. Should be okay. No biggie. No biggie.
Sure to rake in the views. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Launch. The story of the rake begins in the year 2003. Kind of. You see, during the summer of that year, events in the northeastern United States involving a strange, human-like creature briefly caught local news attention before a massive cover-up appears to have been launched. Now, this cover-up attempt seems to have resulted in the mass destruction of any of the original documents and files related to these sightings of a strange creature. Now, later that year, people began to look for answers, those who were directly affected by this phenomenon, which, for many, was little more than...
Gotta be kind of careful with how you say that word. Rake with a K. Rake. Like, you know, when you go rake the yard when it's fall, so you can collect all the leaves for your compost and for your mulch. Rake.
Than just seeing something strange. But for a select group of people, there were considerably more dire consequences. 2003 was not the only year that anyone had seen this thing. It was actually something that dated back a lot further, sometimes decades and sometimes even centuries apart. The sightings of this creature didn't just occur in 2003. There are accounts from decades, even centuries apart, going back as far as the 12th century AD, of this thing that people seem to refer to as
Why did he repeat himself?
Most stories involving the rake take place when the victim is asleep. So the best thing you can do...
I always like that when you're listening to a video, and then he just repeats himself because he forgot to cut out the second take or the first take, whichever it was. So he just kept them both in because you weren't really paying attention during editing. He probably has an editor though, so definitely blame the editor for that one.
To avoid the rake is wake up. And if you want to wake up, you can do it with Mount Pocono Perk from Tableau Roasting Company and the Lore Lodge. Mount Pocono Perk is a blend that we designed
Motherfucker.
both for drinkability and for somebody who genuinely appreciates coffee. Now, I was a barista for a very long time. This wasn't something that was just kind of thrown at me. With Mount Pocono Perk, you feel like you just woke up on the side of a mountain and you're just drinking coffee while looking out at the Smoky Mountain sunset. Mount Pocono Perk is a medium dark roast, perfectly balanced with notes of chocolate, caramel, berry, and spice. I caught them. If you want to try it out for yourself, you can get Mount Pocono Perk from Tableau Roasting Company, either in the link in our description or the...
They gotta do a blend, a roast, where you add in sugar, spice, and everything nice. And then I'm gonna be the one to make it and everything nice and all the other stuff, all the other ingredients. Especially the super, super secret ingredient. Will be a top secret information. Not a single person will know what it is. And you'll never even get to see where it's coming from. There's totally no videos of that. Nope. The
link in the pinned comment. Mount Pocono Perk. It'll keep the sleep paralysis demon away, because you won't be asleep.
That's pretty cool. I need to get a coffees for that sleep paralysis demons because I gotta test out all the coffees in the world. I gotta get all these different kinds of mugs and then all these different beans from all over the world. And then I'll set up a P.O. box so you guys can get me that coffee's right there. It looks pretty yummy. Be down to try it 100%. 100 million billion % would be down to try it.
The Lore Lodge does not guarantee that Mount Pocono Perk will keep the sleep paralysis demon away. If you would like to keep the sleep paralysis demon away, please contact a Catholic priest. So you know who didn't try Mount Pocono Perk? This guy from a 1964...
I don't think a sleep paralysis demon would necessarily be something you can exercise by a Catholic priest. I'm pretty sure it's just basic sleep paralysis. And your mind keeps conjuring up the same spooky monster, the same demon.
What is it? What happened? What happened? What's going on, buddy?
So I don't think I can let this video continue playing without alerting the masses that I do not think a Catholic priest is the solution for the sleep paralysis demons. However, if you're gonna buy the coffee for me, then yes, it is the solution for the sleep paralysis demons, and yes, you do have to buy it for me to keep the sleep paralysis demon at bay. So in that case, yes, it is. It's that the coffees is the solution, not the priest.
Or suicide note. The very short note details the process by which the unfortunate victim came across this being known as the rake. He undergoes 3 specific encounters. In the first one, It's a simple sense that something is there. He doesn't see anything, he doesn't hear anything, or touch anything, but there's just a feeling that there is a presence in the room with him. The second time, the form appears to him, and we don't get too many details about what the form of the creature is, just that he can see it, but there's nothing else past that. Now, the third and final time, he actually wakes up not to the feeling of a presence, not to the sight of it, but he hears it. And he actually sees it. He looks into its eyes. There aren't that many details about this entire experience or encounter. All I know from reading the document is that he felt so consumed by fear of waking up to whatever this creature might do next that he chose to take his own life rather than risk facing it again. We also know that the rake will speak to you.
I can confirm that sometimes the paralysis can be pretty spooky. But once I have definitely felt 100% I can definitely agree that sometimes you wake up and then you don't want to go back to a sleepings. That is definitely a pretty realistic feeling. Depends on how badly the sleep paralysis was at that time and how spooky it was, if there were any monsters in there, because there are no ways. Sometimes there's like nothing going on. There's like no spooky monsters, or there's no spooky sounds, or no spooky feelings. It's just like you're just having sleep paralysis and your body is being afraid and spooked because it doesn't know what's going on. And even though you logically, consciously can be rational about it, while you're in your sleeping state, it does, your adrenaline is pumping, I'm pretty sure. So, doesn't matter how logical you can be in the moment, the adrenaline is already in your blood. I think only like 2 or 3 times out of the maybe 10 to 15 times that I've had sleep paralysis, only those 2 or 3 times I've been able to remain rather rational compared to the other instances. But ultimately, you're still very spooked because you're just not in full possession of your entire cognitive faculties at the moment. If there's a spooky sleep paralysis demons like a rake, however, who, as he's about to say, can apparently talk to you, and who reappears over ogre and ogre again, then I could definitely see how that might be able to drive people to suicide. In very extreme cases. But thankfully, I have not had any sleep paralysis demons myself. And I think I have had a different monster each time. So it doesn't feel like I'm being chased down and hunted and haunted by an actual evil entity, an actual evil being. But if I were, I think I might be able to. I might have just enough logic, faith, experience with the occult, and knowledge of the occult and spooky stories to remain mostly rational throughout the entire ordeal. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely do not want to experience super, how do we call it? Super engaged types of sleep paralysis. I think I would rather, I think I'm pretty confident that I'm comfortable with the level I currently experience. And the rarity or the frequency with which I currently experience it. I would be down, however, to experience other spooky thingies like going to haunted houses and haunted castles and talking to ghosts. I will not, however, be ever participating in any Ouija boards. And probably also nothing to do with any seances, I believe. But I would have to do a bit more reading on those topics. Maybe I will budge a little bit on the seances, but I believe Ouija boards will be forever banned and off the list forever. And I don't think any amount of extra additional research would change my willingness to avoid it at all costs. And that is Spooky Hour for the time being. We'll continue with more Spooky Hour depending on how many other spooky videos we end up finding.
Because he leaves a note behind that says, "Dearest Linny, I have prayed for you. It spoke your name." And that is where this entire thing ends. Going back almost a century, we come across a Spanish journal entry which is translated into English. The 1880 journal entry begins with the phrase, "I have experienced the greatest terror." A little bit oddly, because this is a written document, it goes on to repeat that 2 more times. The entry then details the appearance of the creature, which I will quote for. "I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice," and then it's illegible past that. Going back another couple centuries, we get an entry.
Hold on, I want to read this one. Maybe I can read it. Where is this one? Let's see. Let's do Rake Spanish journal entry. A creepypasta? Why is it a creepypasta? Is this... Does it have the Spanish one here? What year did he say it was? Time to go into investigative journalist mode.
And that is where this entire thing ends. Going back almost a century, just that he can as the Rake. He undergoes 3 specific encounters. In the first one, it's a simple sense that... Now the third and final time, he actually, from reading the document, is that he felt so consumed by fear.
Was that the... Did he state the year at the beginning?
He actually wakes up not to the feeling of a presence or encounter. He chose to take "prayed for you." The journal entry begins with the phrase, that is where this entire thing ends. Going back almost a century, we come across a Spanish journal entry which is...
Fuck. He doesn't say the year. Okay, I found it. 1800. A Spanish journal entry dated from 1880 came from an individual traumatized by the constant stalking from the Rake and was unable to sleep or relax due to being in constant fear and panic. It is unknown what happened to the author. Do we have this available? Rake 1880 journal entry. No! It's not here! I just want to read my stories. It is Spanish. A journal entry. Maybe that one will come up. What if I look for it in Spanish? 1880 Historia. How do you say rake in Spanish? Because it might be a different name. The Wikipedia. Let's pull that up and let's do rake, and it will give me the tool rake first. I'm pretty sure. Rake tool, stock character. Rake poker, raking fire. Where is spooky? People, other uses. Fictional creature featured in many creepypasta stories. It's not fictional, it's real. There's stories about it. There's journal entries, there's stories, there's movies, there's YouTube videos. It's all real. How dare they? Maybe in their images I'd be able to find it. Oh, okay. I see. No wonder. Look at this. It's in English. Okay, here we go. I did find another thingy. Another journal entry not as beautiful as my first. This journal entry is raw, unedited, not proof. I don't know that I'll be able to find it based off my current searches. Fuck. Okay, well. What happened? What is it, buddy? What happened? What happened? What is it? What? What happened? Okay, well. Uh-oh. Chat disconnected. Why did YouTube die? What the heck? Why in the world did YouTube die? It didn't give me any... Well, okay, it died, but then it came right back. Didn't give me any notice of copyright or anything. It didn't give me any notice of bitrate dropping. It must be the big rake must be onto me. They don't want me to reveal the truth. What's happening? What is it? There's no copyright thingy anywhere, as far as I can tell. There's no dropped frames. I don't know. What the heck? Why did YouTube just decide to shut the bed for like no reason? For like 1 second. Literally just 1 second. Okay, well, let's see. I can't find anything about the journal. And a quick glance at the stream health. Looks like it's good to have 0 drop frames throughout the entire 2 hours, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. 0 dropped frames. I think I will increase Twitch to... Let's go up to 4,000 there. Oh, right, it's still 720p. Okay. Well, that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind Twitch being 720p. Okay. Okay, Twitch is now 4,000. YouTube is 5,000 bitrate. Let's see if we drop any frames with that. Hopefully not, but we'll see. It's almost midnight, so I assume most of the youngins are sleepings and not downloading Netflix videos and streaming their movies. So hopefully the internet bandwidth here is pretty good and remains solid for the rest of the night. That would be ideal. Okay, the rake.
Translated into English. The 1880 journal entry begins with the phrase, I have...
That's where he said 1880. Unlucky. I missed it by a smidge.
Experienced the greatest terror. A little bit oddly, because this is a written document, it goes on to repeat that 2 more times. The entry then details the appearance of the creature, which I will quote for you. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice, and then it's illegible past that. Going back another couple centuries, we get an entry into a mariner's log, which reads, he came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must...
What? A bed has feet? Fuck. Trying to balance the audio is always so awful. And I feel like Isaac is a little too loud right now. Let's turn the YouTube video up. See if that's better.
Must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. Now, it doesn't say where they are, and the date is 1691. So, for the English in 1691, that could be a large number of places. That could essentially be anywhere that existed in the world. But this note also tells us something else. The rake doesn't just speak names to people. It will speak other things to people, possibly even entire phrases. It might be able to communicate the way a normal person would, but everyone that it encounters experiences abject horror. And then we get a 2006 witness account from an unnamed source. It names certain people in the story, but not the person who actually wrote it. This is by far the most detailed account, and it details the events of July 4th, 2006. The author recounts waking up around 4 in the morning, believing that her husband woke her up when he got up to go to the bathroom. So she goes to sit up and, rearrange the sheets and kind of fix her position, and realizes, while jerking the sheets over to her side, that her husband actually is still in bed next to her. The jerking of the sheets wakes her husband, he sits up, stares towards the end of the bed, gasps, and recoils in horror. Now, the witness herself is not immediately frightened, a little bit more concerned, because what she sees at the end of the bed appears to be a naked human or some sort of sickly dog. She can't really tell. It's dark, She simply says that it's sitting at the end of the bed, facing away from them. And then, very abruptly, it turns around, flailingly works its way over to her husband's side of the bed, and stares at him for what she says felt like about 30 seconds, but was probably closer to 5. Now, the witness herself is not immediately frightened by what she sees. She's more concerned for whatever the naked man or odd hairless dog sitting at the end of the bed actually is. It's, according to her, its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something, and just kind of sits there facing away from her and her husband, until it no longer is facing away from her and her husband. The thing suddenly bolts off of the end of the bed and towards her husband in this weird, flailing, crawling motion. It does this until it's less than 12 inches from her husband's face, and then proceeds to just stare at him for about 30 seconds. She does say that it was probably more like 5 seconds, but at the moment, time slows down when your adrenaline's pumping. And it just sits there completely silent before suddenly bolting for the hallway. She gets up, she runs, flicks on the light switch, peers into the hallway, and sees that it's towards her daughter's room. So she flicks on the hallway light and says it's crouching about 20 feet away, and behind it, she can see her daughter. And as her eyes adjust to the light, she can tell that this creature appears to be covered in blood. So she and her husband sprint towards the creature, which bolts down the stairway, and they find their daughter, who is very seriously injured, laying in the room, and the only thing she can say is, "He is the rake." Now, obviously, with the daughter being very injured as she is, they decide that they just have to take her to the hospital. They don't even really know if she's alive. So the husband rushes her into the hospital, but on his way, he manages to drive into a lake, and he himself also passes away. So the rake has come in, and just in the course of...
Whoa, he drove into a lake, which has the same letters except for the first one as rake? Holy Christ, dude, that's so terrifying.
7 minutes, ruined this woman's life. And while we don't know exactly where this all is supposed to have occurred, it is said that it's a small town, news travels quickly, they even tell the media about it, but the media won't investigate. So the woman and her son, not wanting...
Wow, dude, the media is sponsored by Big Rake? What? This is why we can't trust politicians or the media. They're lying in too many beds together. See, this is... If ever anybody criticizes you or tries to downplay your perspective or your views, point them to this video. Point them to this story right here, where this woman was attacked by a rake, and her husband was also attacked by the rake, and then they killed a child as well. She lost both her daughter and her husband in the same day because the rake led the husband to the lake, which is similar in spelling, except for the first letter, and the media tried to cover it up because they're paid for by Big Rake. This is the story that you need to tell people about. Point to this story to show media corruption. This is what Elon Musk is fighting against with his community feedback on on false and misleading tweets.
To be in the house where all of this just transpired, go and stay at a hotel near her parents' place for a few weeks. Eventually, she decides, you know what, it's time to go back home and start looking for answers. So she starts posting about it, she starts asking people, and she manages to locate a man in the next town over who also experienced the rake and is able to put her in contact with 2 other people. And this forms the core group of people researching this phenomenon. Initially, their search just focuses on their little corner of rural New York, but they start to find more and more accounts of this being, this thing that stalks into your bedroom at night, says horrifying things to you, and frightens you to the point of death in some cases.
He says horrifying things to you, like 9/11 wasn't actually an inside job, and Trump actually isn't as terrible as people make him out to be. That's the kind of terrible things he says to you in your sleepings.
Cases, to the point of taking your own life. And what they uncover is the things that were mentioned earlier in this video, that suicide note, the mariner's log, and the Spanish journal entry. And something in the journal entry sticks out to her. The mention that this creature appeared multiple times to the man who took his own life before it actually did anything to him. So, if they
that he knows of
woke up and the creature attacked, does that mean that they were visited before? Because the note says that he's worried about what's going to happen the next time. It seems like this family experienced the next time. She then sets up a digital audio recorder, figuring, you know what? If this is something that's recurring, it will probably come back. And for 2 weeks straight, she records the entire time she's asleep and then listens back to it on 8 times speed. So it still takes about an hour out of every day to listen to even scan for anything out of the ordinary in these audio recordings. And then it's on the first day of the 3rd week that she finally catches something. What she reports is that she heard some sort of shrill voice on the recording, and that she just knew it had to be the rake, which means,
whoa, it's the rake and totally not a kitty outside, or the wind, or the heater, or just the hissing noise, or another spooky ghost. Nope, 100% it's the rake. The rake who kills by the lake.
that thing was in her room with her while she slept. And you may be wondering, what exactly did the rake say on the recording? It must have said something, right? Well, the witness recounts the following quote: "I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. All I know is that I've heard it before, and I now believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder brings me back to that moment," which means she probably has some sort of subconscious memory of whatever it said to her husband, but she just can't unlock it. She can't figure it out. She goes on to say, "I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room as I slept. I fear that one night I'll wake to see him staring at me." Now, it's a harrowing story, and that's where it ends, but it's a fictional one. And you might be sitting here like, Aiden, are you really doing this to us again? You told us a fictional story before and pretended it was real.
No way.
Well, yeah, but I was promoting my own work, so you know what? Lay off my case. The reason I chose this one to cover, and we've covered the rake before, just a lot of you weren't here at the time. So, for those of you who are new to this channel, or not even really new, just in the last, 6 months, you might not have heard our coverage. The thing about the rake is that while this version of the story is completely fictionalized, it does tie back into other things. So I'm going to tell you the origin of it and kind of go through that. You see, the rake itself was a collaborative fiction effort created by 4chan in the year 2005. And for those of you who actually know 4chan, you might be surprised to find out that this was actually not a /X, this was a /B. /X is the paranormal board on 4chan, /B is the random nonsense board, and it began with a simple, "Hey /B, hey 4chan, let's create a new monster." Now, if you're familiar with 4chan, you know that they like to create new things to screw with people, and this was no different. You may have heard of the mysterious hacker 4chan from the mainstream news in the year 2014, because nobody actually knew what 4chan was. It was just some weird, obscure internet message board populated with a bunch of people who had varying interests of, they ranged from neutral to good lord. And 4chan still exists. There's a good chance that some of you actually browse it. There are parts of 4chan that are perfectly fine and normal, and there are also parts that I would avoid, like Camden. So this went through several
Yeah, there's certain parts of 4chan that I still go to on a daily basis to look for pretty cool things and look for pretty cool ideas for pictures and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. And then there's also some people who behave as if they're still in 4chan. As if all the jokes from 4chan, all the slurs from 4chan, all the behavior and activity from 4chan is still the funniest shit in the world. And so they behave like this as if it's still 2002, with that 2002 humor, and they just repeat that ad nauseum and behave like that ad nauseum. And it's very funny, guys, I swear. It's really funny. It's really, really, really funny.
Stages before the final version was posted in 2006 by a guy named Brian Somerville. And the iterations that lead up to the one I just told you, which is Brian's version of the story, are not quite identical to the version you get in his final version, but they bear a resemblance. So the first iteration of the creature was a 6-foot-tall humanoid that usually crawled and walked on all fours. It had very pale skin, no visible nose or mouth, and 3 green eyes, one in its forehead and the other 2 towards the back of the head, so it gets a full 360-degree range of vision. And it would usually be seen in suburban areas, but not indoors. It would stand in front yards, simply observing whoever was looking at it. But that observational characteristic was only if it didn't feel threatened. If you approach it, it would unhinge its entire front of its head and reveal a mouth that actually...
This guy's literally unhinged. Imagine making the monster of unhingedness. To Democrats, they call him Trump.
Split open at the neckline with dozens and dozens of dull teeth. And at this point in time, it wasn't yet known as the Rake. It was called Operation Crawler and a few other, nicknames before they figured out what they wanted this thing to be called. In the second iteration, many of the characteristics remained the same. It was still a 6-foot-tall, pale-skinned humanoid, and it had no nose. However, they did add some things. They changed up the eyes, so they're now just slightly larger than a human's and a little bit recessed. There's also only 2 of them in the normal eye position, so no more weird eyes all over the place. It's now a lot closer to Uncanny Valley and further from Alien. There is also a smaller than human kind of faux mouth, and then it still unhinges its entire face if attacked. And the origin and the diet of the thing are now added in, but the thing is the origin and the diet are unknown. So rather than just no information, we now have a enumerated lack of information. We also get some more refinement as to how it reacts to certain things. If provoked, as in it sees you, you move a little bit towards it, it's concerned that you might approach, then it unhinges its mouth and shows you all of the many teeth behind its face. Which is just an utterly horrifying sentence to speak. And then if you begin to approach it, it will attack you. So that was the second iteration. And then finally, in 2006, you get the Brian Somerville version posted to Something Awful. But you might be noticing, the story I told you, the Rake does not quite match the description given in the world-building sessions that 4chan went through. Instead, it seems that Somerville may have actually mixed the Rake mythos that they had just created with some elements of the idea of sleep paralysis demons. And to understand sleep paralysis demons, you kind of need to understand what sleep paralysis is. And it's not quite the same thing as night terrors. They do interact, but sleep paralysis, we think we know the cause. We have a general idea of what directly causes sleep paralysis. You see, what you experience is that your brain is conscious. You are able to look around the room, hear, smell, but you can't move at all. And a lot of people will report that during this time period where their body is frozen, they feel something pressing on their chest. They also will sometimes be unable to speak, and in many cases, they will report seeing something. It won't just be that they feel a crushing weight on them. It will be that they feel something sitting on them, holding them down, forcing them into the bed, and preventing them from moving. And that is the sleep paralysis demon you hear about. Now, the currently accepted version of things, the running theory, is that sleep paralysis is caused when your body improperly shifts between the stages of sleep. Most commonly, it occurs when you are either entering sleep or waking up from sleep. But there are times when it occurs in the middle of your sleep cycle, so it's a little weird. Like, why would you wake up, at 4 in the morning with sleep paralysis? That is the question to ask. Usually it will occur when you're going to bed, so, bedtime, or when you wake up. It's not the kind of thing that you're going to experience. You went to bed at 9:30 and you woke up at 7 a.m. It's weird when you get sleep paralysis at midnight in those cases, which does happen, but it's less common than people who get sleep paralysis at 9:30 when they went to bed at 9:30 or 7 a.m. when they woke up at 7 a.m., if that makes sense. So, of course, the fact that you can't move anything, but you can see and hear is frightening on its own. What really gets people riled up is the visage of a demon sitting on your chest. You might think that this is some simple power of suggestion stuff. People started hearing stories about sleep paralysis demons, and then when they got sleep paralysis, their brain implanted it into them, and this was just some creation of Hollywood or the internet or pop culture that has permeated into the modern day. But it's a lot older than that. Accounts of sleep paralysis go back centuries, even millennia. The first clinical description of sleep paralysis that we know of occurred in 1664, and it came from a Dutch physician named Isbrand van Diemerbroek. And this is that it was actually studied, that people were reporting it, and they actually set up an experiment, not just an observational thing where they interviewed people. So that's why this is the first clinical description, though there are earlier descriptions. Diemerbroek described the condition as follows. In the nighttime, when she was composing herself for sleep, sometimes she believed the devil lay upon her and held her down. Sometimes that she was choked by a great dog or a thief lying upon her breast. Now, we're never given the name or identity of the person who he's describing. All we know is that it's a female patient that he seems to have observed. He goes on to note that the patient could hardly speak or breathe, thus making it hard for these victims of sleep paralysis to cry out for help. Often, even if there's somebody in bed next to them, they can't wake their husband, their wife, whoever it is, to try and get help. But what's very interesting about this is that we're talking about the early modern period. We're talking about the Enlightenment, a time when science was really beginning to make major leaps in Western Europe. So that makes it a little bit odd that the condition she was diagnosed with was incubus. Now, what's incubus? Well, the term itself in Latin means a nightmare caused by a demon. During the Middle Ages, it kind of adapted to mean the crusher in a certain way, in a colloquial sense. And another very interesting thing here is that even the medieval physicians were not sure if this was a demonic oppression incident, if this was something supernatural, or if there was just some completely natural, normal cause. And in fact, when you think of the Middle Ages, you often think of superstitious people, suppression of science by the church, but that's not the case here. Medieval physicians erred on the side of this is a natural condition which can be remedied using a better diet or a lack of stress, something like that. In the 13th century, the physician Arnauld of Villanova wrote about the phenomenon as well, and his description is strikingly similar to that from 400 years later. He says, "They know they cannot speak nor freely make a sound. They attempt to remove the perceived impediment, for they strive to rise up, call out, and speak, and because they cannot, they exert themselves but find themselves constrained." So, if you look at the way that sleep paralysis is described today, the way it was described 400 years ago, and the way it was described 400 years before that, people are all recounting almost the exact same thing. So, it's not a culture-bound illness. This is not something that only affects certain people living in a certain time, and therefore you can confidently say that this is not, just the zeitgeist. This is not just what is popular at the time for people to experience and to tell stories about. This is something that people have been experiencing for a very long time, and it's pretty well documented. Arnold's description goes on to say, "They perceive the impediment with their spirits bound in a light sleep, and because they're
I'm pretty sure, all of the sleep paralysis has already been basically solved. I don't know why exactly he's going into this story, other than to note Shines Rich Brothers. Other than to note that I think I'll keep the Wealth of Health. That it is most likely sleep paralysis that these encounters seem to be related to, which I guess works. So we'll have to see. Oh, but we'll have to see if this goes anywhere. Isaac's head. I have my own head? What? This is pretty cool.
Imaginative and estimative faculties have not yet been bound by that sleep. Since it is light and only just begun, they observe in a shape preserved in the repository of the imagination the shape of that thing which most closely signifies the impediment. Thus, since the chest and throat are restricted, they imagine the shape of someone laying atop of them. Now, yes, I know that the wording there was confusing. I encourage you to go read Summa Theologica and try and, think afterwards. But this is just how people wrote in the Middle Ages, especially within the medical and theological fields. There's a lot of what today we would recognize as over-explaining. They had a lot less access to paper and ink. So they kind of had to say everything and lay it out, all their steps, because there was no simply sending emails back and forth to clarify what they meant, giving a draft to an editor, then saying, hey, well, what does this mean? No, they had to get all of it in there the first time. So it's a little hard to read these medieval documents because...
Yeah, I had the same issue. I had the issue of having to get all of it in there the first time. Because otherwise it gets too... everything gets loosey-goosey. And you sort of miss out on some pretty important details if you don't put everything in there the first time.
The language is structured differently than you might be accustomed to. But what this doctor, what Arnauld is saying, is that he believes there is a period between being fully awake and being fully asleep where the body is asleep, but the mind is not. And because the mind is not, it finds a way to explain that feeling of the body being asleep. In many cases, this involves an assault by some sort of supernatural creature. These assaults can be sexual in nature as well. You may have heard of the succubus. And the appearance of the creature varied. Sometimes it was something more animal, like a dog. It could be a male. It could be an old hag.
That's why the white women are into dogs, is because of that. It makes sense.
Probably heard stories of the old hag. So it was not always the same figure that these people were experiencing, but it was the same set of feelings. And many medieval physicians studying this phenomenon believed that, as well as the body being asleep while the mind was awake, there was a certain degree of the mind being asleep as well, that your imaginative faculties were still completely intact, but those that governed logic and reasoning were not. So sort of maybe a right brain, left brain issue. And there were a number of theories about what caused this. One of the most accepted was that it was actually diet, and that vapors from poor digestion made their way up to the brain and caused this strange set of feelings and emotions and perceptions of reality that were not quite correct. Now, of course, today we know that the vapors from your stomach have absolutely no way of making it to the brain, but they didn't know that yet, so it made sense to them. These are, again, the same people who did not have germ theory, so give them credit because this is actually pretty advanced for where they were. Others believed that it could have been the conditions of sleep, the position of the body, the warmth of the room. And what's fascinating is that some of the causes brought up by medieval doctors 800 years ago are actually still being considered as causes for sleep paralysis. We don't know exactly what causes it, but it's pretty fascinating to realize that even that long ago, we were on the right track and we were trying to figure out psychological issues long before we ever understood the psyche. Alongside explanation,
it's just the sleeping's demons having a bit of fun with you. It's the sleeping's nightmare demons who causes sleep paralysis. It's not that there is a sleep paralysis demon who haunts you in your sleep paralysis state. It's just that the demon causes it. Because typically when I hear somebody say something like sleep paralysis demon, the way my brain interprets that is that there's a demon who comes to fuck you up while you are having your sleep paralysis. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe the likelihood that what they're saying is actually that there's a demon who causes it, which is what I am trying to elaborate right now. Maybe that could also be what they're saying, but the way that they phrase it and word it doesn't seem to suggest that that's what they're implying.
varying, treatments also varied. Of course, changing your diet was one of them. Another was to live a joyful life, free of sadness, which if a doctor came to me and diagnosed me with something and then told me that it would be fine as long as I didn't experience sadness, I think I'd probably stab them. I see you have a medical condition that's causing you to view horrible apparitions as you sleep. I suggest not being unhappy about it. Just not super helpful. Other treatments were less preventative and more
Just
solve the
cheer up,
problem as it
bro.
occurs, and those were along the lines of, if you
Just stop
realize
being
the person
sad,
laying
bro.
next to you in bed has sleep paralysis, shake them until they wake up. Valid. Europeans weren't the only ones experiencing this and studying this phenomenon, though. Over in Persia, a guy by the name of Akawahini, I want to say, I probably got that wrong, wrote a medical text called the Hidayat al-Mutakhalim fi al-Tib. I think that's right. Again, I apologize. Not good at Eastern languages or Middle Eastern languages. Not my thing. I'm trying my best. Now, the manuscript dates to the 10th century, so the 900s AD, and it's basically a just all-purpose medical text. You can think of it as the Gray's Anatomy of the ancient Persians. It does include a chapter on sleep paralysis, which directly precedes the chapter on epilepsy, so it kind of tells you where their headspace was around this. Sleep paralysis, by almost everybody at the time, was referred to as something along the lines of a nightmare, but nightmare was not one word. It was a description of a mare who came at night, and a mare was an actual being in certain mythologies.
It's a horse.
Of course, there's also the Latin version of it, which they would diagnose you with incubus or succubus. Much like medieval Europeans, the medieval Persians thought that it was caused by vapors rising from the stomach, and that the way to treat it would be either bloodletting or changing your diet. But some people in the Middle East also linked it to epilepsy, which is not that far off. Today, many people believe that it could be a form of narcolepsy. And it goes back even further than Persia. There are accounts from the West that date back to the 1st century BC. In Greece, it was described by the physician Temison of Laodicea, and over in China, we have accounts dating back to 400 BC. So interestingly enough, no matter where you go in the ancient world, physicians seem to have thought not that this was a supernatural entity, but rather a digestive issue. Now, it's clearly not a digestive issue, but is it a supernatural entity? Modern medicine has ruled out some things, but it has yet to come up with a conclusive, definitive explanation for sleep paralysis. So what's this have to do with the rake? Well, it's not necessarily a sleep paralysis issue, it's the dying part. Because death associated with sleep paralysis is by no means unheard of and goes back a pretty long way, and it's even been studied. In 1977, over 100 people in Southeast Asia, I believe it was Vietnam, were reported to have died under inexplicable circumstances. It was sudden nocturnal death syndrome. They were not able to find an underlying cause for sudden nocturnal death syndrome among these people.
I wish that was me. I wish I died at night.
Much higher than average
in my
incidence of sleep paralysis among the population. Now, for the Hmong people, it's not a male demon. It's not an incubus or a succubus. They have the Dab Tsog, which is their version of the night hag. And what the night hag does is it positions itself on your chest and suffocates you by not allowing you to breathe because it's too heavy. And apparitions like the hag.
God, I wish a succubus would sit on my chest and not allow me to breathe and kill me. That'd be pretty hot.
Or the incubus are everywhere. They are all over the world. To name just a few, the mare of Scandinavian folklore is an entity which rides things until they're exhausted. That could be horses.
Ride until exhaustion, huh?
It also will, mess with your hair.
I need a succubus, sleep paralysis demon who will ride me until she is exhausted.
As you sleep, and sometimes it will ride your chest until you can't breathe, and then you die. Moving beyond the far north of the world and down into Africa, the Nigerians have the stories of the devil on your back, which is some sort of creature that I guess sits and rests on your back in the same way that it would sit and rest on your chest. And interestingly enough, sleep paralysis does have a higher incidence among Africans and African Americans. Moving back to Southeast Asia, the Thai have one as well, the Phi Am. Again, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but what this is like everything else, it's a ghostly entity that sits on your chest as you sleep. And then if we go to Turkey and Mongolia, they have what they call the Dark Presser. And the Turks and the Mongolians are both steppe peoples from Asia, and they also both
Steppe,
have
bro.
roots in a religion called Tengrism. And it's believed that their version of sleep paralysis, this dark oppressor, actually predates their conversion to Islam and Buddhism, respectively, and in fact is from Tengrism. And the importance of this is not that, you know, oh, look at all these different cultures who have it. It's look at all these different cultures who have it. This is a phenomenon that crosses every continent and every religion. There are sleep paralysis demons in essentially every single culture, which means that, yes, this is something that is not ethnically bound, it's not culture bound, it is something that happens to people everywhere. And while medical professionals have come up with a theory as to what causes sleep paralysis, the cause of that cause has not yet been determined. It seems to be an issue of coming in
It's
and out of
a,
REM sleep, rapid eye movement, the period
Try
during
not
which
to die,
you
Ren.
dream, but we don't know why you get pulled out of REM sleep in a weird way. It's yet to be fully explained. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's inexplicable. It's just that to date, I was unable to find a study that definitively shows why this happens. It could very
the
well
poops
just
sound
be
like.
some sort of bodily mechanic that we don't quite understand yet. That is the story of modern medicine, is figuring out all of these things that people used to think were magical, down to germs. They believed in the miasma, which was that evil spirits or bad energy would just travel through the air and make you sick. It wasn't until, I believe, the 1800s that it was understood that germs actually were something that existed and that was corporeal, not some sort of magical force that passed in and out of everything. And the way they figured that out was actually really interesting. They would put raw meat into jars and cover the jars with various different
What
things.
the
And
heck?
so
Holy
if they developed
Christ.
maggots, it wasn't that the maggots were just developing out of thin air. It was, oh, interesting. If we put the meat into this jar and we seal it, we don't get maggots. If we leave the jar open, we get maggots. So something must be leaving the maggots. And then they determined it was flies. Science. So is it something physical and anatomical that we just don't understand yet? Some sort of neurological deficiency? Or is it a demonic presence? Could
It's demons.
demonic presences manifest as physical symptoms? You know, if someone were possessed by a demon, would it manifest as
demons.
something like schizophrenia? Would it manifest as, you know, some sort of auditory disorder where you think you hear things but you actually don't? If we live in a natural world, if we live in a world that is governed by laws, then surely if there are supernatural entities out there, if there are gods and angels and demons, then in order for them to interact with us, there must be physical symptoms and physical signs that they do so. It can't be purely magic because they created a natural world and they must operate within it because we operate within it. So even the supernatural must leave
That seems like
physical
a logical
signs,
jump.
physical scars when it interacts with us. And there's another thing that occurred to me while I was researching this. Not everybody has sleep paralysis, but a lot of people I know and a lot of people on the internet have stories about shadow people that they've seen hanging out in the
shadow
corner of their
peoples.
room while they sleep. Nobody's really sure what the shadow people are or what they do. Some have suggested that they are harbingers of tragic events, or that they are malevolent entities that are trying to scare you. Perhaps what they are is guardians keeping the sleep paralysis demons at bay.
Yes, there's evil, spooky, malevolent people who just want to troll you and make you spooked. That's what they are.
Or it could just be something totally mundane and explicable. That's not for me to figure out, that's not for me to decide, I'm just the lore guy. But regardless of the actual causes of sleep paralysis, what is certain is that it is a terrifying thing to have happen to you, and when you have the story of the rake added in, it adds a considerable degree of violence to what is already a very frightening phenomenon. So, I'm curious, for those of you watching, what do you think about it? Is the rake real? Is the rake fully made up? Is this the power of suggestion? Are sleep paralysis demons actually supernatural entities? Or is it our minds trying desperately to understand something physical that's going on inside of us? As always, we love seeing you guys in the comments discussing these things.
It is the spirit of Jeffrey Epstein run amok. And that is why the news people wanted to cover it up. Big Rake and Big Lake want to protect Jeffrey Epstein because he has dirt on them. And so that's why they didn't want to believe that one woman who had the rake kill her husband and her daughter. She was being censored and she's being oppressed by Big Rake and those who are part of his cabal. Those from whom the Rake, the spirit of Jeffrey Epstein, he has their names in his notebook of big secrets, the big list of names that the FBI have not yet released, and that's why the Rake is trying to keep everyone silent and unawares about the truth about sleep paralysis and the truth about the Rake. And we, the poor and innocent, common people of the day, must suffer for the guilty crimes of big media and Big Rake. By having our husbands drowned in the lake by the Rake, who just so happen to have the same letters except for the first one. Oh my god, I have no fucking damage! What the heck? Ah! He's gotta use the fly. Fuck! If I get too close, he's just gonna fuck me up with that little maggot. Unlucky. I have no fucking damage! Oh my god, this sucks. I don't know, I'm gonna have to go ahead and ask Kira, see if that's true. Okay, what is the next video? I don't think I have another video lined up right now. Ooh, perfect. Okay, perfect. Let us do the murderous villain test. Let's see which murderous villain am I? Will allow you to compare yourself with the personalities of 20 murderous dictators and terrorists using a hybrid of the scientific Big Five measure of personality and the cognitive theories of CJG, John C.J. Young. Furthermore, this test will also match your personality scores with peer-reviewed university studies. Okay, let's fucking go. Let's put on some musics. If you could magically learn a language, which would you choose? I would choose to make it a major world language. Or I might make it a dead language like Latin or ancient. Definitely a major world language. I want to be able to communicate in as many languages as possible while I am alive, with and to people who are alive. Question 2. I'd rather spend 3 days on a private island with my best friend, 5 promising new acquaintances, best friend. Which is more true of you? I have a high activity level and live a diverse and varied... No, I sit in my chair and I play video games and listen to spooky stories about big feats and spooky monsters like the Rake. I have a somewhat lower activity level, so far so good, but knowing this, I concentrate my activities around the things that really matter to me. Yes, uncovering the truth about the Big Rake and big feats. Question 4. I love spending my weekend nights at parties and bars or kill yourself. No. Bugs, no. Some people are simply more worthy than others. Agree. In general, I think that more of society's wealth should be taxed from the rich and redistributed to the poor. Okay. In general, this is the first keyword, and I think that more of society's wealth should be taxed from the rich and redistributed to the poor. So far, I'm starting to sound kind of like a national socialist, because I'm gonna say I agree. So we'll see how this proceeds. The world would be a better place if more people were just a little kinder, more people were just a little more logical, You can be logical and reasonable. You can also be kinder and reasonable. But I'd rather you be logical. If of those two situations, I could make people more logical and reasonable, then I definitely go for logical over kinder. I don't care if you're kind or unkind. I don't give a fuck. I more often think to myself that people overcomplicate things. The world isn't that complex. People oversimplify things. Have a little more nuance. I don't like this question. This question is way too vague because there are some things for which you should have some more nuance. There are some things that you do need to oversimplify just for the sake of having to live, or having to rationally, mentally understand things and live in the world. I more often think to myself that people overcomplicate things or people oversimplify things. The question would revolve around whether or not we're talking about real life or online, because online people definitely always oversimplify things. In the real world, I don't interact with people, so I don't know. Let me see. I'm thinking. My eyes are closed. I'm thinking. I'm shutting my eyes closed and I'm trying to remember. I think I'd go with have a little more nuance, yeah. People oversimplify things. Yes, I do wish this question had more nuance. Question 9. Which is more true of you? When I sit down to think about the ideas of others, I often find myself improving on them in novel and unexpected ways. Or, when I sit down and think about the ideas of others, I often find that they do not make as much sense as my own ideas. Yes, my own ideas are the only ones that are correct, the only ones that make sense, and the only ones that we should use in creating the new world order in which I am the Queen of America. And I have a cabal of people to do my bidding for me. I like this question even less because I can pick both of these, and I can think that other people's ideas don't make as much sense as my own, and I can improve upon their ideas in novel and unexpected ways. I don't see these two as being opposing or mutually exclusive answers. They could both make sense. What the heck? Oh no, which one do I pick? I often find myself improving on them. I often find that they do not make as much sense. I guess we'll go with making as much sense, because I have a lot of criticisms about other people's ideas. Question 10. When solving a problem, I prefer to steer directly towards accomplishing the goal and bringing the task to completion, or keep my options open. Maybe something unexpected will come along. I have the same problem with this one. It's not mutually exclusive. Like, obviously, if I'm trying to solve a problem, I want to complete it. I want to do the things that'll complete it. But I also want to keep my options open. How long am I going to wait for something unexpected to come along? It's so stupid. I'll just go with this one. If I encounter a problem, I want to solve the problem. I want to complete solving the problem. That's how I'm going to answer this one. Question 11. Which describes you better? I move at a very fast pace and make sure I don't get bored. I move at a deliberate pace and make sure that I can concentrate. I can do both at different times depending on what's needed, but I think I want to more likely concentrate on my task at hand. In social situations, I am probably closer to being too critical of other people, too kind towards other people, way too critical of other people. You're shopping for carrots, and your grocer offers you some purple ones. Let's try purple. Orange will be... I don't fucking care. Whatever. Let's go purple, whatever. Irrelevant question. Do you ignore it when someone cuts you in front of the line? No. Bugs? No. Most people really want to help others. Agree. In real life, yes. On Twitter, probably not. They just want to get other people to agree with them. And so, in resolving conflicts, which approach do you more often find yourself taking? A principled approach based on logic and justice, a compassionate approach based on empathy and understanding. I think I go with principled approach based on justice and logic. I do not want to empathize, and I do not want to understand. I'm a woman. Whose genius would you rather have, Shakespeare or Einstein? I think I go with Shakespeare. Although, I wouldn't call Shakespeare a genius. But that's just me. That's just me, the English major, who had to read Shakespeare and a bunch of other authors. That's just me. Question 18. It annoys me more when people are overly specific and exact, overly vague and speculative. I think overly vague and speculative. Yeah, I think overly vague and speculative. 19. Which is more often true of you? Someone asks me a question and doesn't give me enough time to think of an answer before they resume talking. I ask someone a question and get impatient when they don't match my conversational pace. I don't know, because I don't really interact with people. Oh no! Maybe I'm not meant to be a murderous villain. Which is more often true? Questions give me enough time to answer. I ask someone a question and get impatient. I think I'll go with this first one. They ask me a question but don't give me enough time to answer before they resume talking. Dealing with people can be unpleasant, but people themselves can never be awful or horrible. Oh, they can be awful or horrible. They absolutely can. Oh, they absolutely can. Yes, they can and are and will continue to be. I would rather be familiar and conversant with all manner of different ideas. Pursue a select few ideas or interests until I feel that I have mastered them all the way from top to bottom. People can never... Oh. I would rather be familiar. All different ideas. I think I'll go with this one. All different ideas. That way you can get a cross-pollination of ideas as you jump from one to the other. I sometimes worry that people won't give me a fair share of recognition and credit for the work I contribute. Yes, people tend to claim credit for work that isn't theirs, so I have to be on my guard. No, as long as we're all happy, who cares? No, I need to be credited for my work. Tend to claim credit for work that isn't theirs. I feel like the way that this answer for yes is written isn't... Because you can say people tend to claim credit for work that isn't theirs. It's kind of like, does that also work like if somebody is plagiarizing an idea from someone else, like on Twitter? On political debates, on political discussions? Does that count as belonging in this answer? Yeah, let's go ahead, let's do that. Yes, I get angry when I post a meme and people don't credit me as the person who found the meme for them. If a sign says no smoking, part of me would be tempted to pull out my e-cigarette and start vaping. Only a childish mind would ever consider vaping. Yes. Imagine being a smoker? Cringe, bro. Imagine doing drugs? Cringe, bro. Whoa, you do drugs? That's so cool and unique. Nobody else does that. I would rather discover a new species of flower or animal, discover a new scientific concept. Let's see. Discover a species of flower or animal or scientific concept. I think we'll go with scientific concepts. That seems pretty cool. Philosophy is kind of pointless. Imagine what I'm going to answer for this. Philosophy is kind of pointless and has largely been rendered obsolete by modern science. No. Bugs? No. Isildur? No. Your neighbor is playing music that's way too loud and you need quiet to prepare for tomorrow. I knock on his door and ask him to turn it down. Simple as. Though I would like to stop him, I am not comfortable contacting him, so I try to endure it instead. No. I use my big, humongous monkey brain and put on headphones. Why would I have to bother somebody when I have the solution right here? Which is more true of you. While I am a good listener, I am definitely at my best when I can be allowed to speak up and spar with others. While I am a good speaker, I am definitely at my best when I can be allowed to collect myself and concentrate on what I want to say. Yes. Which is more true of you. Although I enjoy seeing friends one-on-one, I find it more stimulating to hang out with several people at once. I love the give and take when multiple people join in. Although I enjoy the liveliness of a group setting, I tend to seek out one-on-one conversation and often end up in one even within a group. Let's see. I mean, they're both fun, so which is more true for me? I think the group. The group is better because then I can say nothing and just play video games. Easy peasy. My mood changes frequently and rapidly. No, I am not a woman. You sometimes keep old plane and movie tickets. No. That's garbage. I am better at improvising and planning ahead. I think I'll go with improvising. I think a lot of my creative work is mostly improvised in the moment. I have somewhat of an idea of what to do, but actually doing it, I sort of improvise on the spot, I think. How do you feel about multitasking? I find multitasking to be generally inhibitive to my style of working, and I am prone to making mistakes when I multitask. I love zapping back and forth between different projects, and the variation keeps me energized. I don't know if this is even a good question. I think I will go. I think I'll go with this one. I'm prone to making mistakes when I multitask. I would rather do things than sit around analyzing them. Yes, I would rather do things. But sometimes I do sit around and analyze them and overthink them. And that's why I have a lot of things that I need to do, like folding the laundry. I'd rather analyze folding the laundry and how I'm gonna go about folding the socks compared to the pants, compared to the shirts, compared to the panties, compared to the hoodies. I want to overly analyze doing that instead of actually doing it. That's me. Which is more true of you? I usually have a good idea about what items of clothing are fashionable. I don't necessarily follow the fashion myself, but I have a knack for spotting the trends. I hardly ever have any idea of what items of clothing are fashionable, and I often feel awkward when people comment on my attire, even if the comments are positive. I don't give a fuck about about fashion. You tend to be what people expect you to be because you want to be liked. No. Which is more true of you. I have been known to let administrative things like insurance and tax returns fall through the cracks. No, I don't think so. I am somewhat compulsive about staying on top of administrative things like insurance and tax returns. That's generally true. However, I would probably set aside the fact that sometimes I almost forget to pay off my credit card. But luckily, as of yet, luckily, I have not yet had a balance go ogre and have not yet had to pay any interest, so I've been fairly diligent about that so far. I would rather read a book about philosophy, sports. Let's go, philosophy. I could maybe read about a book about sports if it were about the philosophy of sports. I feel better about knowing that I have the freedom to change course or careers when it suits me, knowing that I have planned for security and control when in the future, well into the future. I think we'll go with the freedom to change course or careers, I suppose. Which is more true of you? I'm oriented towards closure, and I push to get things settled and decided. I wait and see, so that I am adaptable and free. I keep my options open. Which is more true of you? I guess we'll go to getting things settled and decided. People are generally oversensitive and tend to make big fusses over things that don't really matter. Absolutely. Like, bruh, move on. Which is more true of you? Sometimes things aren't really true for me until I've read them in a book. Sometimes things aren't really true for me until I've experienced them myself. Huh. I think I'm leaning toward experience. Yeah, I think I'll stick with the experience. Question 42 of 45. Which statement do you agree with more? I am generally pretty sensitive to all the various music, noise, and advertising images that are invariably thrown in my face over the course of a normal day. I wish public life was less tangled up in all those stimuli. I don't really like all of the music, noise, and advertising images that are thrown over the course of the day, but then again, who does? It's not something worth getting upset over. Yeah, just ignore it, bro. Maybe this is like, if you're in a major city like New York, you just see advertising all over the place. It's just background noise. That's not really useful. I am more of a night owl. The best guide to human action is principles. Otherwise, people could justify anything. Values. It is important to be authentic about who you really are. I mean, they're both important, for sure. The question is, the best guide to human action. Is it principles or values? I would say values. It's unfortunate that a lot of people aren't very principled. I think that if people were to be more principled and hold on to them pretty well, but be able and willing to uphold their values and go against principles in the few and important instances, then that's the way to go. Okay, last question. When a friend or acquaintance ignores me at a party, it really bothers me and I think about it the next day. I feel it's their loss and move on. Yep. So long, buddy. Your loss. Murderous villain test. Let's see. Me. Introverted. Realist. Cool-headed. Flexible. And carefree. That's the bottom one. The top would be extroverted. Dreamer. Warm-hearted. Focused. Brooding. So I lean more toward carefree than brooding. I don't know about that one. I guess maybe just the questions they chose and the answers I gave, those combinations of them, don't work very well. Go ahead and post the link into chat so you guys can do it if you want. So I'm definitely introverted. I'm like halfway between realist and dreamer. Yeah, I definitely wish people were better. And what's the extreme? Is this the extreme? This very bottom line? It must be, because this introverted line goes past this this line on the scale. A very focused from this guy, Carl Donuts. Carl Donuts. Introverted, I am between dreamer and realist. I am slightly more cool-headed than warm-hearted. I am slightly more focused than flexible, and I am slightly more I am definitely more carefree than brooding, it seems. Like Carl Donuts, you tend to your task with conscientiousness and steady perseverance, and as a result find yourself entrusted with ever-increasing responsibility as others learn that they can rely on you to excel. While you are an asset to any endeavor, you should not be afraid to question the judgment of those who are in authority, lest you find yourself faithfully pulling the project in the wrong direction. Words of warning. Uh-oh, they have words of warning for me. Points to consider for people with your personality. Have you ever been so used to being the only one capable of handling things responsibly and by the book that you failed to take stock of a greatly new idea that somebody else had once it finally came your way? Place too much credence on others' ability to be reasonable and prudent, perhaps hoping that more fanciful natures than your own could be brought to their senses by way of calm and rational presentation. Have you ever been so over-focused on work and professional obligations that you neglected to spend time with your family, friends, and loved one? Oh yeah, this one all the time. 100%. Have you ever used your knowledge of the facts and experience of how things work to judge and dismiss others on factual grounds? Yes, 100%. Even though their qualms may have been emotional, not factual. Yeah, I 100% do. Of course I'm gonna do this. Why would you be emotional when you could be factual? I place less weight, emphasis, and importance on qualms that are based in emotion. 100% and all the time. So this is definitely true. And I don't see why we should live any other way. Have you ever unreasonably blamed yourself for the lapses and poor work ethic of others, taking it upon yourself to carry their responsibilities along with your own? Yes, all the time. I can't trust other people, so I have to do it all myself. It's like Joker says in The Dark Knight. Can never trust anybody these days, you gotta do it all yourself. Have you ever been so strong-willed and dutiful that you refuse to abandon a project or obligation that you may have committed to, even though it might have been thoroughly justified and indeed wise to do so? I think this one might also pertain to me quite well. So yeah, I think some of these are definitely these last couple ones, I would say, are quite accurate to me. Scientific research. According to studies from Cambridge University, UK, and Texas A&M Universities, US, your scores indicate that you are more deliberate and thorough in your actions than the average person. Someone who is more reserved in social situations than the average person. So far, so true. Someone who has an easier time concentrating for long periods of time than the average person. Someone who likes to take more time to size people up and get to know them before you open up than the average person. Very true. All of these things are very, very true so far. So these studies seem to be quite accurate. Indicate that you are less preoccupied than the average person with how you are perceived in the eyes of others. Yes. More psychologically robust and better at absorbing shocks and setbacks than the average person. I think that seems to be pretty true. You are less worried about stressors and threats in your environment than the average person, not being one to be easily irritated or upset. Also very true. Someone who performs better under pressure than the average person. Yes, all of these things I think are pretty accurate. A pretty accurate illustration of my personality. Buy my thingy for $6. No thanks, I'm good, buddy. What is this? Oh, take the test again. I will take a screenshot, I suppose. And I'll post that onto Discords. Let's get the graph. And then let's grab should we grab the words of warning or the scientific research? I guess we'll do the scientific research. That seems more broad. Okay. Gonna post these on the Discord. And then we can compare. Let's grab that. Let's grab the link. Take your test to see which murderer you are. There we go. Easy. That's pretty cool. Oh wait, we can look up other tests here, right? I'm not a villain. Oh, okay, Gollum. Tests. Random test. Hogwarts test. Cringe. Food test. What is this? Which food are you? Orientation test. The poo test. Based on the work of Professors Dr. Sarah Shea and Kevin Gordon, the poo pathology test will match your personality with one of the Winnie the Pooh characters. Let's do that one. Let's see which Xi Jinping character I am. The anger test. Let's try that one. The dark core test. The political test. The Kinsey scale test. Dark triad, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy are considered to be dark personality traits. But people with these traits are also perceived to be leader-like. This test will measure your dark traits. I think we'll save this one for later. That sounds pretty cool. The light-dark test combines the dark and light triads of personality, uniting the two well-known tests into a single joint framework. Okay, we'll save these two for later. The dark triads, and let's do test. Dark triad, and then the light and dark triad. I assume they'll be ever so slightly different. Multi-dimensional anger test versus the poo pathology. This test provides information on personality styles for educational purposes only. Oh, okay. This stream is for educational purposes only. and should not be taken as financial advice. The information is provided as is and should not be construed to constitute professional services or warranties of any kind. I don't care. 33 questions.
What happened, Bridget? What happened?
Okay. I feel better about making decisions if I get others to suggest a course of action and then follow that. I think I slightly disagree. My thoughts have a tendency to run in strange loops and to dwell on weird themes, and I wish I could get rid of this. No, why would I want to get rid of weird themes? I need the weird themes. The thought of having no one in my corner to look out for me makes me seriously afraid. Slightly agree. I finish my work and chores before tending to hobbies and fun. This one's a coin flip. Some days it's fully agree, some days it's fully disagree. More often than not, however, I try to do chores. I try to, okay? I'm not perfect. I'm not always perfect like you guys think I am, but I try to be as perfect as possible, okay? That's why I don't stream every day, because otherwise I'm doing my chores and my works. I seem to have so much energy that I can sometimes be exhausting or annoying to others. No, I don't think I have enough energy. That's why I need my coffees. Gotta have coffee break.
What happened? What is it?
I don't feel that things are under control unless I am in charge. I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less about who is in control or whether or not things are under control or whether or not I am in charge. It literally makes no difference to me. It literally makes no difference in how I behave and how I comport myself. God keeps giving you the most difficult challenges. The dishes. It's that meme with why do you keep giving me the most difficult dishes? It's because you are my best dishwasher. I don't feel that things are under control unless I am in charge. But strongly disagree. Frequently have problems staying with a task at hand. Gonna go ahead and say slightly no. Sometimes I really just gotta watch that one YouTube video that's been popping up my recommended for like 2 months straight. Sometimes people smile at me in the street and I don't really know why. No, nobody ever smiles at me. I take things too literally so that I often miss the intention behind what people are trying to say. Sometimes. I always make sure that my work is well planned and nope, absolutely not. I'll get to it when I get to it, okay? When I start feeling down, it's as if I keep sinking until I've hit rock bottom. Nah, sometimes I just want coffees. Sometimes all you need is the coffees. I talk more and think faster than others. No, I do not talk all that much. I am often told that I am very correct, and I am a very correct and respected person. What does correct? Are they trying to imply politically correct? Is that what is this trying to imply? Often told that I am a very correct and respected person. Well, I've never been told either of these things, so I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I think they mean factual or accurate. Okay, I guess I'll go with slightly disagree then. I don't know. I am undersensitive to social cues and to the prospect of danger. I think that's a middle. When things get too boring, I feel compelled to start adding a little color to the situation to get the party started? No. No color, just like my coffee. Only black. Big black coffee. The BBC. I sometimes think that I have powers that other people would not be able to understand. I have the power of the BBC. No, correct is like clear-minded or reasonable. I guess. I'll leave it what I left it at. I have powers that other people would not be able to understand. I sometimes think that I have powers. I have the power. I have like, it's kind of like Spider-Man, where I can shoot out like this pretty cool spider web. It shoots up pretty fast and it gets sticky and stuff. So yeah, I have a superpower. I often think that interactions with other people are just more trouble than they're all the time. I want to be left alone. Even when things are going fine for me, I am anxious. I'm anxious that it won't last. Nah, it's okay. I don't get much anxiety about when things are going fine. Things have gone bad in the past. Things probably will go bad again in the near future. And in the very far future, things will probably go bad again. So, it's not worth stressing about things that might go bad. It's not worth being anxious about it at all. Literally a waste of my time. Literally a waste of my life. Constantly daydreaming. Fairly frequently, I think. Kinda have to be a creative writer. I have been sad most of my life. Yes. I am quick to act on a whim, thinking little about the negative consequence. No, not really. I think I heavily judge my actions before doing so. Sarcasm and tone of voice are often lost on me. No. I take care to spend my money. Yes. So that I can handle an unforeseen situation. Yes. When I am alone, I sometimes feel as if there's something or someone watching. It's the big feet! Yes, I'm being watched by the big feet and the spooky aliens and the spooky sleep demons and all the demons. I'll put yes. Told you hate spending monies. Yes, I do. However, previously, the discussion had nothing to do with whether or not I wanted to spend money. You are the one who brought up hating spending money. The core of the argument was that the money that is already being spent should be getting the return that the purpose of that money is for. Yes, I do hate spending money because I want to use it wisely. Maybe for somebody else for whom they technically have infinite money, sure. You can just go ahead and plop down $100 on something without much of a care, without much worry. However, $100 is quite a lot. So, I will not be spending $100 unless I absolutely need to. I will not be spending $1 unless I absolutely need to. I will not be spending 25 cents unless I absolutely need to. Because I have fucking super expensive surgeries to go get, and it's gonna take forever to get to that point. So, I am not gonna spend the 1 penny unless I absolutely have to. Yes. Yes, I'm going to rant about that because it makes sense to do so. I only have one life, so I'm gonna try to spend it as best as I can. Rather than spending $100 when we're already spending quite a bit of money for what it should be working. So, in conclusion, I'm pretty sure that you're on the wrong in that entire situation. When I feel overwhelmed by my senses, I have to isolate myself to shut them down. Sometimes. Sometimes, I think. I am uncomfortable around strangers and sometimes fantasize that they will hurt me. Oh, that was me all the time in middle school and high school. Literally change your line of argument. That's been my line of argument the entire fucking time. You're probably just too busy typing that you didn't even understand my argument. So that's you. I am always worried about one thing or another. Slightly, I guess. People sometimes tell me I give unrelated answers to their questions. Sometimes, yes. Because they don't understand analogies or connections, or they don't understand that my argument is about the fact that spending money on the internet should give you what the internet says. 30 megabits per second up. And then they make it about, you just hate spending money. When that was never the argument. That was never the issue. I frequently lose things, forgetting where I put my stuff. Sometimes, but not really. I think very frequently, very infrequently is that the case. But sometimes I do. I'm almost never happy, and I can't really think of anything that would make me happy. Let's put slight disagree. Slightly disagree. My thoughts jump from topic to topic with little consistency or control. Isn't everybody like that? Isn't that how your brain works? Isn't it a nebulous, constantly alive thing that's constantly thinking? From topic to topic, the topic to topic part, probably no. I think I can stay within the topic, within the constraints and scope of a topic. So let's put slightly disagree for that. Some people don't have brains. Oh yeah, like women's. Or Frenchoids. If a good thing comes my way, I don't feel happy about it. I don't feel I deserve to be happy. I'm gonna put agree for this one so I can get Eeyore. Let's put neutral, I guess. People think I say strange things. In my mind, I am sure they talk about me behind my back, picking apart every little thing I said or did. Let's put heavily agree. No! I am 60% Christopher Robin, 57% Piglet, 53% Eeyore. Depression. What the heck? Rue is autism? What the heck? And the rabbit is OCD. And the Tigger is ADHD. I am 7% ADHD based. And Pooh is ADD. I am schizophrenic. You heard it here first, folks. I am 60% schizophrenic. Oh no! Oh no! We did a oopsie. Christopher Robin. Schizoid posting hours. This is Schizoid hour. Next is gonna be Catholic hour. Christopher Robin believes he can talk to animals and creates an entire fantasy world that only he lives in. He likely has two distinct ego states, an ordinary one in the real world and a magical one in the 100-acre wood. His excessive cognitive fluidity created this world and all of the characters in it, a theater where he plays every part. Okay, actually this makes sense because I'm a writer, so I have to get into the minds of all my different characters. Okay, it's either schizophrenia or artist. That's what this means. Schizophrenia / artist. Okay, I figured it out. Because that actually makes sense for being an artist, for being a writer. The different personalities of each character are, in reality, fragments of his own personality projected onto toy aminals. He hears voices, even when alone. That's why I asked that question, that it feels like you're being watched by the big feats and the demons. He hears voices even when alone and has alterations in memory, consciousness, and perception. His unusual thought patterns are persistent and not bound to isolated incidents. I'm gonna try to get Eeyore, see what that's all about. So in the other one, I had a low percentage of anxiety, or yeah, I think it just said like low anxiety, and then this one says I'm 57. I'm first schizophrenic, secondly anxiety, and third depression. And then wait, I'm tied in depression and autism on this poo test. I just noticed that I'm fucking tied on this. Nice meme. Okay, I'll go ahead and post this one. Oh, boys, we got a big L. We're schizophrenic. Schizoid posting hours. I wanted to get Tigger so that I could get the Tigger pass. The Tigger word pass, but unlucky. Unlucky. Let's grab this one. I guess we'll just leave it as that. Take your poo test. Guys, don't forget to take your poo test. It's very important. I gotta see which poo you are. Guys, I wanna see your poo. Okay, let's take the last one. The last test for today. The Anki test. Drawing on the work of Dr. Judith M. Siegel, this test maps your experience of anger along multiple empirical dimensions. Analyses of Siegel's work have found the test to have good psychometric properties in the form of high validity and test-retest reliability. Consequently, the test is frequently used for research purposes and in clinical settings, where it has been shown to be relevant not just to a person's anger, but to their physical health and stress responses as well. For each of the following items, indicate your level of agreement. Donkey. I get angry when I have to work with incompetent... Who fucking does it? Like, bruh. Get a fucking brain, bruh. What the heck? How'd you get this job? Bruh. Just do the fucking job, bruh. Other people seem to get angrier than I do in similar circumstances. Do I slightly agree or fully agree? I get angrier than I do in similar circumstances. I think I'd go with fully agree. If I let people see the way I really feel about things, I'd be considered a hard person to like. Oh, 100%, yeah. I get angry when someone embarrasses me. Yes, I should never be embarrassed. I am the symbol of hope and stability. So I cannot be made fun of. I should never have people drawing images of me as Winnie the Pooh, and I will ban it if I ever have a country. I get angry when I am not given proper credit for something I have done. Angry. I don't really care that strongly, but I guess we'll put middle. I often feel angrier than I think I should. I mean, I think a lot of the... What's it called? A lot of the fountain of my creativity derives from anger and rage, so yes, 100%. I am on my guard when people act friendlier towards me than expected. I think we'll leave that one neutral. I feel guilty about expressing my anger. Nah, not really. Angry. I sometimes get so angry, I feel like I might lose control. No, I don't think so. When I am angry with someone, I let them know. Nah, they don't gotta know. I gotta know. It's my anger, it's my issue, it's me. When I get angry, I usually stay angry for hours. Sometimes. People sometimes bother me by just being around me. But slightly agree. I get angry when I have to take orders from someone less capable than I am. Yes, I think that the retard in top lane who's feeding shouldn't have any words to share. You have literally no right to speak. I am often surprised at how often I feel angry. Surprised? No. Not surprised. I am well aware of my anger. When I get angry, I calm down faster than most people. 100% agree. It is difficult for me to let people know that I am angry. I think I slightly disagree. I get angry more frequently than most people know. Than most people I know. I would say hard disagree. It is easy to make me angry. Hard disagree. I am secretly quite secretly? I don't think it's a secret at all. What the heck? I heavily disagree that I'm secretly critical of others. Some of my friends have habits that annoy and bother me very much. Highly agree, rather. I harbor grudges that I don't tell anyone about. Okay. This one is kind of tough. Is it... If it's the source and the topic of the things that I write, does that count as harboring grudges that I don't tell anyone about? I'm technically telling it in the story. I'm using the story as the medium, as the vehicle with which to express it. How the fuck do I answer that? What the heck? I harbor grudges that I don't tell anyone about. I think I'll put neutral.
What happened?
If, or when, I hide my anger from others, I think about the thing that made me angry for a long time afterwards. If or when I hide it from others, I think about it for a long time afterwards. I think I'll do disagree. Okay, slightly disagree. I have met many people who are supposed to be experts who are no better than I. I think I'll put disagree for this one. I think I've taken way too many tests now. My brain has been overloaded with questions that I'm starting to not understand the questions anymore or how to answer them. Properly and accurately. I have met many people who are supposed to be the experts who are no better than I. Okay, I'll put slightly agree. I get angry when I am delayed. Heavily disagree. Even if I am angry, I try to talk about 10 situations with people without letting them know I am angry. Yes. People talk about me behind my back. I don't know and I don't care. Sometimes something makes me angry almost every day. Does Twitter count? Twitter isn't real life, so no. So Twitter does not count, so hard disagree. I get angry when something blocks my plans. Slightly agree. I try to get even when I'm angry with someone. Oh, 100%. An eye for an eye. My friends and loved ones know that I have the capacity to become angry. Okay, the question is, they know. I think I'll put disagree. They don't know. Oh, no, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know that I am like a volcano that is ready to erect and erupt myself and gush out my volcanic, spicy hot fluids at any moment. However, my philosophical enlightenment has taught me how to contain it within. But at any moment, I may burst open and it'll all come spewing out. I can make myself angry about something in the past. 100% agree. 100% happens all the time. Once I let people know I'm angry, I can put it out of my mind. Once I let people know I'm angry, I can put it out of my mind. I think we'll leave it there in the middle. I get angry when someone alters an agreement. Oh, 100%. We had an agreement, dude. We had an agreement. Pray I do not alter it further. Or I will alter you. When I am angry with someone, I take it out on whoever's around. Heavily disagree. At times, I feel angry for no specific reason. Hard disagree. I get angry at myself when I do something stupid. Slightly agree. I get angry when someone acts unfairly. 100%. Fully agree. I often hide my anger from others and feel bad about it afterwards. I always hide my anger, but I never feel bad about it. So, how do I answer this one? Let's put slight disagree. What happened, buddy? What Oh, you're getting hungry, right? Anger arousal, 27%, which is less than the population average. Anger spectrum, 78%, which puts me above the population average. Hostile outlook, 78%, which is more than twice the population average. External anger, 40%, which is only slightly higher than the average. Internal anger, 46%, which is on par, 100% on par with the average. And total score, 54%, above the average population. This makes you 16.2% more susceptible to anger than the average person. Anger, oh my god, I gotta read all of these? What the heck? Watch out, buddy, I'm reading that. I'm walking here. Anger arousal. Anger arousal denotes the frequency, magnitude, and duration of a person's angry responses. People who score high on anger arousal are quick to escalate from their normal state to the state of anger. Their anger usually has an affective charge, and they may experience their own anger and the bodily sensations that accompany it as overwhelming. Okay, which ones am I the highest in? Spectrum and outlook. Spectrum and outlook, here we go. What the heck? Don't step on the GameCube. What the heck? Spectrum. Angry spectrum refers to the scope and breadth of situations that are likely to trigger an angry response in the person. People who score high on this dimension are capable of letting their frustrations turn into anger when faced with a wide range of situations. Note that this range only indicates the variety of situations that are likely to make a person angry and not the intensity or magnitude of the person's anger. Hostile outlook. People who score high on hostile outlook view the world in a cynical, sussy, and mistrustful way. Yep, that seems about right. They have an easy time attributing ill intentions to others and often assume that others are lying or do not have the best interests at heart. People who are characterized by a hostile outlook usually experience a wide range of anger cognitions, but not necessarily anger emotions. What is anger cognitions? Where's that? Let's go look up anger cognitions. Anger cognition. Considering anger from a cognitive neuroscience perspective. It's just a paper. Oh wait, this is the full paper? Author manuscript. This is just the abstract, it's definitely the paper. The paper in its entirety. But that doesn't answer my question. Experience a wide range of anger cognitions. Does that mean reasons for anger? Or logic? To logic away the anger. My total score is 54%. Your total score indicating your total predisposition for and susceptibility to anger. Higher score indicates greater problems with anger. Yes, that's why I write.
It's a little patches. What happened? What is supposed to?
Okay, and the last thing I'm gonna go ahead and post this one on this disco. And then you guys can have fun with this as well. Okay, I gotta go feed the kitties and get some food because I am getting hungry as fuck. I'm pretty sure my tummy hungers, my tummy pains have been playing for the past couple of minutes, and I think my mic caught those hungry sounds. So I'm gonna go get some foodses. And I will be back in a little bit. I don't know what we're gonna do afterward. Maybe I'll just chill with some big feats. I don't know if I have any other articles or thingies that I want to cover. It kind of feels like my brain is sort of fried right now, so maybe I'll just chill with some games from this point on. But we will see. But let me go. Let me go make my foods. And I will be back in a couple minutes. Try not to encounter any big feats or big rake without me. Watch out for the rake and the lake. If you hear any spooky sounds, it's probably not the kitty, it's probably a spooky big feats. Okay, I have acquired the item called food. Now I just need a very in-depth thorough and long-winded video to listen to.
It looked like somebody was
1970. Steve, thanks for coming on.
Hey, you're welcome. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Steve. And I know your encounter again took place back in 1977. You were about 10 years old, and I'm fascinated by your account. If you would you just kind of start from the very beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing and take us back to that moment? What happened?
Yeah, sure will. So like you said, it was 1977. I was 10 years old. It was a weekend. My dad had came home, and he had a guy that he worked with who had a son that was almost exact same age I was. Anyway, our dads was buddies and worked together. They wanted to take us to their family property to go do some, what we called it stream fishing. Some people called it a stream. Some people called it a small river, real nice shale, spring-fed river. Lots of sandbars, very clear, clean water. So anyway, this would have been Friday night, the first night. We set up camp on a sandbar. We'd been fishing all day and just had a real good day of fishing. So we'd set up on a sandbar, and we had two tents, me and my dad in one tent, him and his dad in the other. Me and the boy had ate a lot of s'mores. And so needless to say, 4 or 5 hours later, which would have been about 3 a.m., my stomach was tearing me up, so I just got out of the tent. I went over and sat in one of the chairs, and I was grabbing some smaller stuff to put on the fire. It had basically died down, and so I threw some smaller stuff on it, and it was just starting to light up a little bit, and I could start seeing. And I started hearing, the best way I can describe it is, imagine if you were walking in water that was about knee high, and you was trying to be fairly quiet, but every time you stepped, you kind of get a swish, swish, swish. So I start hearing this, and that's the first thing that popped in my mind. I was like, well, what is that sound? You know, next thing I know, there he comes. It's right in front of me. You know, I'm sitting here with my jaw hung open, and it's still standing in the water, and it walks right over to where we have two different fish baskets. One fish basket is a round panfish wire mesh basket like you could buy at Walmart or anywhere. And then the second basket was a live trap, a humane trap like you would catch a possum or raccoon in and go turn them loose somewhere else. But we had turned it into a fish cage for catfish because it was about 3 foot long and about a foot by foot square. So it reaches down, pulls up the round basket, the one with the panfish in it, sets it down, back down in the water, turns his head, kind of looks at me, picks up the second one, looks at the basket, looks back at me, and turns around and starts walking back out the water. I can hear the sound leaving, and I don't know what happened. But the thing that got me was, and I'm not saying this is, you know, mind speak or anything like that, but I just got this feeling when he held that second basket up and he looked at me, it was like, hey, I'm taking these fish, please and thank you. And he turns around and starts walking away. And so I'm like, just trying to process this all. I wasn't scared. I didn't feel threatened in any way, but I was still 10 years old. So I go back to the tent and I go back in there and lay down. So we get up about 2 or 3 hours later. I didn't go to sleep. I just kind of laid there. And so my dad got up and I told him what had happened. And he told me not to tell anybody, not to tell the boy or his dad, and that he wanted to talk to me about it when we got home before I said anything. So anyway, the boy goes over and he says, hey, we're missing a fish basket. And so my dad chimes right in and he says, hey, you know, it's probably one of them big snapping turtles we've been seeing around here. They probably come up and latched onto it and drug it out into one of the deep holes and trying to, you know, get in there and get the fish. So, you know, that was that. So when we got home, my dad...
Okay, I see where this is going. His dad is a man in black. And so he goes out hunting and fishing as a covert operation to make sure nothing fishy is going on. But actually, he's just like, you know, keeping an eye on the big feats. Never trust your father. Your father is a man in black. You hear that? Never trust your parents. They might be agents of the state. They're trying to suppress the truth and censor you.
Dad asked me, he says, so what happened? And I told him, I said, I seen a caveman. And so he said, a caveman? He kind of chuckles a little bit, you know, kind of like he wasn't expecting to hear that. You know, my dad was not, he was a good dad. So he was listening to me. He said, his eyes got all big. He said, son, you seen a Bigfoot? I said, oh no. I said, it's not a Bigfoot. It was a caveman. And so anyway, so he was like, yeah, well, I think they're the same thing. Well, like I had talked to you earlier and said, you know, I was born in 1967. So I grew up with, I guess, what's known as the Patterson-Gimlin film. And that thing on the Patterson-Gimlin film looked way more apish, I guess I could say, than what I seen. What I seen looked like that Sykesville monster. And I had looked that up. I thought that was in Kentucky, but that was in Maryland, that Sykesville monster sighting. I seen that picture on a website, and that is really, really close to what I seen like I said, this thing had a little bit of a neck. It wasn't just like a bowling ball sitting on top of a white. But I don't remember seeing a pupil, but I remember it being very brown. But I do remember it having white out around it. It wasn't like a black beady-eyed rat, so to speak, you know?
I appreciate you describing it. You know, I know we're going back over 40 years ago, and I'll post a picture of the Sykesville monster so people know what we're talking about underneath this episode on SasquatchChronicles.com. One thing that I noticed is you kept saying he. What made you think it was a male?
It was a male. I did see that pretty plainly. It was that far out of the water anyway. You know, I was kind of just focused on.
What the heck? We gotta go arrest that guy for fucking indecent exposure of a minor. He was fucking 10 when he saw this. What the heck? We gotta go arrest all the big feets, round them all up, put them into camps. They've all committed this senseless, lewd act.
The upper chest and the shoulders and the head, but like I said, I mean, I did plainly see that it was a male. Yes.
You know, Steve, I interview a lot of kids off the air, and their parents will put them on the phone. They'll describe what they saw. And one thing that's very common is most kids don't freak out when they run into these creatures. They just don't have the fear, I think, that most adults have when they run into these creatures. What was kind of going through your mind? I mean, what did you think as this thing was kind of walking in your general direction, coming up, taking your fish? What was kind of going through your mind at that moment?
Wes, I tell you, just about the best way I can explain it was it looked like what we've been taught, a caveman or Neanderthal. It looked like something like that. I mean, it did not look, I mean, and I call it a he, and I don't call it an it for a reason, because what I was looking at, it seemed like it was very smart. You know, everything was that it did was very intentional, very graceful. I mean, it was just it was a very smooth running machine, and I just thought of a caveman. I mean, that was the only thing I could think of. And you know, and I, like I said, I had seen the Patterson Gimlin film, and it just didn't look anything like that. That's what I considered a Bigfoot to look like. That's why my dad was telling me, he's like, no, that's a Bigfoot. I said, no, it was a caveman. You know, so after he talked to me a little bit, you know, we got figured out, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I just thought it was a caveman, and I think maybe since I was a child that it knew I wasn't going to do anything or try anything. If that happened to me this next weekend, I'd probably die of a heart attack, you know?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think most of the time the reaction of a child versus the reaction of an adult are vastly different when they run into these creatures. How far away from you was a creature?
I'm saying 20 feet because, and again, this was just a guesstimate from my dad, because when we was coming down the creek, he says, hey, he says, that sandbar's got to be 50 foot wide, you know? And then I was just kind of judging by where we was at. I would say at 10 years old, it was probably 8 to 10 good strides of my stride from me. I mean, it was close. I mean, it, you know, like, I mean, dude, I could see the water dripping off this thing. I could hear it breathing. I was just kind of freaked out, you know? I mean, and then after it turned around and it departed, just as easy, you know, as it came in, it dawned on me, we haven't touched those fish baskets since about 8 o'clock the night before. So that's pushing 7 hours. So this thing has been watching us because it knew where the fish baskets were. These fish baskets don't stick up out of the water. They got a rope tied onto them and a big piece of stick stuck in the ground with the rope tied onto it. They're 2 or 3 feet out into the water. You can't see these. You don't know what they are. So that's what I was like, this thing's had to be watching us.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I mean, it sounds like it must have been watching you guys all day long, because it knew where the fish were, and the fact that it was very direct coming up and grabbing them. It must have watched you guys put them in that thing all day long and just waited for an opportune time. How deep do you think the water is where it crossed?
The next day, like I said, these was all real nice shale and limestone creeks and rivers. Very, very clean water. Most of it was spring fed. So it being in the low 90s during the day, you get one of those little holes out there that's 10 or 12 foot deep. Man, that water's 60 degrees, you know? So it's like you could cool off quick. But the place we was at, that's what we did, me and the boy, the next day. So I went out just for my own little experiment and did the breath hold and did the dolphin flip and went head down. And I probably got about 1 or 2 kicks, and where I was touching the bottom, and I'd say my feet was, you know, right at the top of the water. So I'm going to say 5 feet, maybe, you know, 5.5 max, I would say, you know, something like that at that age. I can't remember how tall I was, but I know I was always a big kid. But so anyway, where it was standing at was almost to the bottom, the top of my belly. And this thing here, it was just below its knees. You know, like I said, I could see it was a male. So, you know, he was definitely a lot taller than I was. So
I'm really fascinated by your account. You know, the creature really didn't seem to show you any sort of aggression or trying to do any sort of display as you sat there. Did the expression on the face change?
it had a very big mouth. And what I mean by that is when its mouth was closed and its lips was together, normally the mouth slit went way back on the side of his, I mean, like not back to his ears, but he had a real wide, you know, like he could open his mouth up really wide. So I don't know. I swear it looked at me and kind of cracked a grin out of one side, you know, kind of like somebody's looking at you like, yeah, gotcha. Gave you a grin, a little nod, you know, gotcha, you know, but there was no nod or anything like that. But like I said, I could have swore for a split second, I kind of, you know, and it could have just did some kind of little facial thing and not know it or whatever. But no, it came up, when it came up, it looked at me and it looked down at both the baskets. And when it picked the wrong basket up, it looked at me. And then without even looking, it reached over and grabbed the other rope because it knew that was the one that it wanted. You know, when he picked it up, looks at it, kind of like, hey, thank you. And he turns around and walks out.
Yeah, a lot of eyewitnesses say that it looked very human-like. And a lot of times when I ask them about the expressions on the face, a lot of them will say it was very, very much like looking at a human, whether it's mad, angry, curious, surprised. They seem to have very human-like expressions. And for the audience, I'll post a picture of the Sykesville monster that Steve is talking about. And Steve, you're right. It does look it's kind of an artist rendition of what the Sykesville monster looked like, but it does look like a caveman. I mean, what you would imagine a caveman would look like. I'm very curious about your dad's reaction. Do you think that your dad actually had seen the creature before?
If he had, he never said nothing to me about it. I know that he said that he seen a UFO one time and he didn't think those existed until he seen one. So his thing was, well, why couldn't there be a Bigfoot, you know, or a Sasquatch, or, you know, whatever you'd like to call it. And so that was just kind of his take on it. And I mean, that was my dad. He knew me better than anybody. We was kind of raised Southern style, I guess I'll say. You know, you didn't backtalk your parents. You know what I'm saying? We kind of grew up strict, so I knew not to lie, and he knew that I knew that. So you know, and plus I think he could tell. I was kind of like now. I got all excited and started just rattling stuff off, and he looks at me, he says, boy, you got to slow down, you know. So then anyway, we got to talking, and he was like, well, there's more than one kind of it. Since that one was way out there, maybe it looks different. And so I know my dad was kind of torn about wanting to say something or ask this guy, his buddy, because that was his family's land. I don't know if he ever did, but I know that he wanted to, but I just don't know if he wanted to bring me into it or not, you know, and then say, hey, yeah, well, we didn't say nothing, and then the guy get upset or something, you know.
Yeah, I really like the way your dad handled the whole situation and kind of his reaction to you. You know, he didn't put you on the spot, didn't try and embarrass you. You know, he believed you, and he said, hey, let's talk about it another time when we're away from everyone. I like the way he handled that. One of the questions I wanted to ask you is, do you think the creature actually knew you were there when it came up to take the fish? Or do you think it was in the middle of stealing the fish and then it noticed you were there?
Well, and this is just all, you know, speculation, of course. I think it was already in the water and headed our way when I got out of the tent, because it was quiet and everybody was asleep. Well, like I said, it was maybe 10 minutes after the time I got out that I had a pretty good fire going, because I'd grabbed some small stuff and threw it. So I think basically that it was probably partially the way there. And it was like, holy crap, the fire's going. Oh man, there's somebody out there, you know, because see, the tent would have been the way he came. I was sitting on the other side of the tent, but still facing the river. So that tent would have been blocking me. But at the same time, I'm sure he had to see the fire get bigger, you know, and I think he was like, oh, well, you know, and I think he just kind of came on up and probably seen it was a kid, you know, did his thing. Yeah, he could have took both of them. I was good with it.
Yeah, I probably would have reacted the same way. Let him have it. You know, if that's what he wants and he's going to go away, let him take it. Fish another day. You know, I know that you actually had a strange encounter when you were getting out of the service or you're on leave and you're in Montana. Do you mind telling us about that? When did this happen?
So this was about 1988. I was approximately 20 years old. I was in service, and I had a buddy of mine that was there with me, and he was from Missoula, Montana, and I'd never been out that way before. So we decided both to take leave at the same time, and we drove out there back to his house. One of the things that my buddy and his two brothers and their dad did was this big hike. It was like 13 miles up into this mountain, you know, I mean, not 13 miles straight up, but from where you had to park and then where you got up to the crater lake, it was 13 miles. Really, really rugged, a lot of really big rocks and boulders and down trees, just, I guess, from storms and stuff like that. So, plus you had a big pack on so anyway, we're down there at the truck and we was just getting ready to take off, and he starts handing out everybody long guns and handguns and stuff. I was like, man, what are you guys doing? I thought we was going hiking, you know? And he's like, oh yeah, man, well there's you know, grizzlies up here. It's the Sawtooth Mountains, you know? And he said, there's grizzlies up here and all kinds of stuff like that. And I was like, well, all right. So anyway, we've all, I had a 308 and a 44 Ruger revolver, and then like I said, I don't know what him and his boys had, but anyway, we was armed, you know. So anyway, we're going up there, and you start getting up in the elevation and stuff, even just a little bit, you know, it can really kick your ass. So we'd stop and take water breaks about every 30 minutes at this point, because we'd been in it for a while. So we get up, and of course my buddy's dad, he was always lead man. So he gets up, everybody gets packs on. We take about 2 or 3 steps, and he does this move. He's in mid-step, and he does this move. It's almost like some kind of a weird dance move. He kind of like does this little hop, and he lands with one foot out in front of the other, and he's pointing. And, I mean, you could tell the guy just seen something, right? So anyway, and he was like, I don't want to say my buddy's name, but anyway, he was like, coming your way. So he grabs hold of me and we take off running, and we probably run about, maybe 20 or 30 yards. All I see is the butt of this thing, and it's in the bush. Maybe a second, like a split second. But what I could see was this thing was very muscular, very, very thick. I don't know how else to say this, but it had a huge ass and huge thighs.
Tell me more about how you can tell that it's a man and how he has a huge ass and huge thighs. What else does he have that's huge? Please explain in intricate, elaborate, descriptive, illustrative, and a little aggressive detail. I would really like to know. That's what he's gonna ask next. That's his next question. Yeah, I would.
And so anyway, see, I thought it was a bear because of kind of the way it was built and the size of it, and I just caught a fleeting glimpse. But my buddy's dad said that it was a Sasquatch and that it was watching us. And when we got up and took our first couple steps, it booked. And he said by the time it had went like 3 or 4 steps, it went down on all fours. That's why it went in, disappeared in the bush like it did at that kind of an angle, instead of being upright, it was down with its butt stuck out, you know what I mean? But I just remember that I was like, Jesus, those are the biggest butt cheeks I've ever seen, just, and must.
Okay, well, I guess he doesn't watch the kinds of videos that I do for scientific research and scientific, anatomical purposes. He's probably not as cultured as I am regarding videography and online video and online content. So either that, or he did encounter the being with the most biggest buttocks ever. But I don't know. I don't believe it. I think I've definitely seen bigger.
Muscle. You could just tell it was muscle. But that's what happened in Montana. I'm pretty sure my buddy's dad, he was born and raised there. Them boys did that hike every year. I mean, my buddy went home on leave for that. You know what I mean? So that was religion. And this guy done this stuff a lot after he retired. So, I mean, he knows the difference between a bear and a moose. And, I mean, them lifelong hunters from up in there, man, they know what the hell they're looking at. It don't matter if they're college educated or not. You can still see.
Yeah, I hear ya. I think when you're describing a bear and you say butt cheeks, it's probably not a bear. They might have a wide end to them, but I don't know that I would say butt cheeks.
Wide end?
Buddy's dad was probably right.
Yeah. Well, I know that it was covering some ground. I do know that. And I do know that bears can cover ground. And I've seen some black bears out in the wild and stuff, actually, and they may be able to cover ground, but they're not fluid. They're not. Their movements aren't fluid. Like I said, this thing here, you could tell it was getting with the program.
Yeah, when a black bear runs off, it's more of a lumbering motion. They're fast, don't get me wrong, but it's more of a lumbering motion. When you saw this, did you have any sort of flashbacks to when you were 10? Like, oh, I've seen this before.
Well, not actually when I seen it. Because, like I said, I thought it was a bear because it was a kind of like a light brown colored or maybe a reddish colored, like you would think of like a normal, like if you think about a grizzly bear, they're not black, you know what I mean? Most of them. So it was that kind of a color. But then like when my buddy's dad come over there, I mean, man, he was fired up. He was kind of an adrenaline guy anyway. But he was super fired up, and like I said, then my buddy, and he was like, man, he's like, that's the closest I've ever came. He said, Dad's seen him 4 or 5 times. Had him come into his camp once up there there was a big lake up at the top where we went, and we'd go up there and trout fish. Nothing of any size, but every cast, man, good time. So he said, they came in there one night on him. Didn't bother him, just went through some stuff, I guess. But he's seen him several times. But anyway, there's pretty much no doubt in my mind that guy knew what the heck he was looking at.
Yeah, it sounds
But-
like, he's run into them before. And I could see how, beyond being surprised or startled, that you didn't really react to it thinking it was a bear. It's fascinating. It would be nice to chat with the dad, find out what he's seen and what he knows. I know you had, in 1994, you were in Indiana in Morgan Monroe State Park. Were you guys hunting out there?
Yes. Yeah, we was turkey hunting. Like you said, this is about 1994, and I was about 25 years old. My family owns some land in, I guess you could kind of call it southern Indiana, south central Indiana, and it borders the Morgan Monroe National Forest. It's really a gem of a
What
little
the heck?
place.
Oh.
It's kind of almost like a little rainforest. I mean, you can drive around in there for miles on a bright and sunny day, high noon, and you will not see the sun hitting the ground, like I said, for miles. It's old growth, lots of ferns, lots of wet, lushy type stuff there. So anyway, me and a friend of mine decided we was going to go turkey hunting. And we usually went to a different spot, but he wanted to go to this one particular spot. So anyway, he's a big time archery hunter, and he likes to hunt everything with a bow. We got set up in a couple different spots, and of course, since he was shooting a bow, I didn't hear him shoot. He comes walking over and he says, "Hey," he says, "I shot one." And I said, "All right." I said, "Well, let's give it a minute." So anyway, we kind of sit there, and it was one of them things like you hear and hear. It was just all of a sudden I just kind of got this chill, and I was just like, "Huh." And so anyway, I noticed he starts looking around. I said, "You all right?" And he says, "Man, I just got this feeling like we're being watched." I was like, "Man, that's crazy." I did too. I was like, just a minute ago. He said, "Me too." So anyway, he said, well, let's go find this bird. So anyway, we take off and we start tracking it. And
He's gonna steal
most
his
time you're
bird.
tracking a turkey, you don't find much blood because the turkey doesn't have much blood. You're finding feathers and stuff like that. It's kind of how you kind of see where it's going. So anyway, he says, I seen it run over this way. And he was pointing kind of over to his right. Well, so anyway, we go over there. Well, then we start seeing feathers going up this little hill. There was a big, huge oak tree. I mean, who knows how many hundreds of years this thing was. It was massive. The trail went up, and you hooked right around a little U-turn right around this oak tree, and you went on up a hill and then down a hill. So anyway, we're sitting there and we're following all these feathers. I'm just creeped out. My buddy walks around the tree, gets up on top of the hill, and he's looking down. You can see for probably about 30 or 40 yards. He was like, "Oh man," he says, "come up here and check this out." And I said, "Cool, dead turkey." He says, "No, come check this out." So he goes up there, and there's, like I said, there was some little feathers, and these feathers was kind of looked like they was just leading down this trail. And so I was like, "Oh, I was like, all right, yeah, I see the feathers." He's like, "No," he said, "look where we're at." He says, "We need to do this." And I said, "Do what?" And so he starts pointing out to me, we've got a couple spots that we bow hunt in East Central Indiana. And we got one spot that's great, but there's so many areas that the deer can come in. One time he says, "Hey, Mother Nature needs to blow trees down like this. That way we'll block this and then funnel them in, and we can maybe get a shot at him, And so we started laughing anyway. So he says, "Remember I was telling you about the trees falling down and making a funnel?" And as soon as he said that, I was done, because we was right in it. We was right at the beginning of this. There had been trees that when you looked at it, they were just laid down with purpose. And it wasn't just something that fell over. And, I say they because I feel like we was being baited to go down there for whatever reason. And that scared the hell out of me, man, when I thought of that, and I had the sixth sense going the whole time. I was on edge, and I wasn't the only one. He felt it too. But when he said that, I was like, I basically grabbed his arm and I was like, "Come on, let's get the hell out of here," So we take off. We're going back down its trail again, the big oak tree. This time we hook around to the left because it's like a switchback around this oak tree to go down this trail. So we get down this trail, and we're basically right below where we were just standing. And my buddy stops me. He says, "Did you hear that?" And I was like, "Oh shit, hear what?" You know, I didn't want to hear nothing. I just wanted to get out of there. He said, "Man, I just heard something."
That's me when I'm alone at night. And I'm like, oh no, did I hear something? I don't want to hear anything. Hopefully nothing's in here with me.
It sounded like a child. And I said, "A child, like talking?" He said, "No." He said, "It sounded like a cry." And then it did it again, and I heard it this time. But it was very, very faint. Very faint. And I was told, man, I pushed, he was in front of me. I pushed him. I said, "You get your hind end down this trail. We're out of here." And of course, you know, he was like, "Well, hey man, there could be somebody hurt up there." I was like, "Man, just go," you know? So we got down to the bottom, and I just kind of laid it out to him like I did you, you know, and I told him what was going on. I said, "Man, there's something trying to get us up, down in there. I'm telling you." That scared the hell out of me, and that kind of changed things on what I think about Bigfoot and Sasquatch. I mean, I definitely, like the one I seen may have been very, very human looking, but man, who knows how it acts.
It's literally up against the wall.
It could act just like some savage animal. I mean, I think maybe some animals, when they see a child or something small, they think of prey. You know, they get that prey drive going. And then I think some of them's kind of like, hey, this guy ain't gonna mess with me. He's just a child.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that they don't see children as a threat. I still don't trust them one bit around kids or anyone else for that matter. You know, the hearing the children crying or children laughing, that gets reported a lot. I've talked to many hunters, hikers.
If I were ever out in the woods, either by myself or with like a small little group, and I heard a child laughing, I would literally shit myself right on the spot. In before, there's like a little camp 20 meters down the road, and then they'd pass by and they'd see me shitting myself. It's not my fault. It's all the spooky Big Feet stories. I didn't do nothing.
And I'm not sure if it's Sasquatch doing it or not. I mean, it seems like when they're around, this sort of thing happens, like they're mimicking a child crying or children playing, that sort of thing. It makes me wonder, you know, what do we do as hunters? We have game calls, and we use game calls to lure in our prey. And it makes me wonder if they're doing the same thing. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely.
No. What they're doing is they're actually very, very advanced. Here's what's going on. I'm gonna spill the beans for you guys. Here is the secrets of the Big Feet, and here is why they imitate kids laughing. They're not actually primitive. They're not cavemen. They're actually very, very civilized and very technologically advanced. And what you're doing when you hear that laughing, what you're doing is it's this. They're playing Diddy Kong Racing. That's what they're doing. Big Feet are actually technologically advanced. You ever wonder why Diddy Kong Racing has a monkey character? You ever wonder why Diddy Kong is a monkey? He's part of the Big Feet family, and that's why there's all these laughing kids after the intro. So that's what they're doing. That's it. They're just playing some N64. They're just chilling, bro. What the heck? Leave them alone. You don't gotta shoot them.
It did not settle with me, and it still does not settle with me well at all. That made me really scared, and I've been in some pretty nasty situations. I mean, you know, I've I've been shot. I've been stabbed. You know what I mean? I've had all kinds of crazy stuff happen to me that was life threatening, and I've been in some really bad situations, and none of this was just like a different type. When you feel like prey, when you feel like you're being hunted, man, that's a whole different game. Then I don't care who you are, it scares the hell out of you, or it should. You know, when it's something like that, man, you're so outclassed, dude. You just better hope that that's not what's going on.
Yeah, after talking to so many different eyewitnesses, I'm convinced that they hunt this way. Most of their hunting is ambush. You know, bring it down just like we do. Bring it down to the shooting lanes and spook them and drive them that way. And it kind of sounds like it's that type of situation. So but I don't blame you one bit for it spooking you. But it didn't really stop you from hunting. And I know the last incident, you didn't see the creature, but back in 2017, you were in Kentucky. Do you mind telling us about that?
Yeah, this is about, oh man, not very far, maybe 12 miles from where I had my sighting when I was 10 years old. I've got a friend who's a friend of the family. That's why it's so close. Anyway, he still owns a bunch of property down there. Sometimes I get really super busy with work, especially seasonal. I was going to, Indiana's bow season comes in October 1st. Well, so my boss had gotten a hold of me and told me, he says, hey, you're going to be busy all through October. If you need to get a hunt in, you better do it now. This was the beginning of September. This was about towards the end of the first week of September. So I called my buddy up and he was like, yeah, our bow season comes in September 1st. I was like, oh, well, I got to come down there if I'm going to hunt. And he's like, well, come on, you know? So I go down there. I believe this was the second morning that I was walking back there. So he lived along another one of these creeks, big creeks. I park up by his barn and it's probably...
It's not creek. It's crick. Get it right. Wow, this fake outdoorsman doesn't even know how to pronounce crick properly. What the heck?
3/4 of a mile walk down a trail along the creek in a kind of a small holler, which is basically a big flat piece of ground between two high ridges. So I get about halfway there, I get down the trail, and this trail, you got to go through a ridge on one side and then a river on the other side. So it's kind of a pinch point there. And if something was waiting on you on the hill, you'd be the game. That'd be where they get you. Because there's only, I mean, it's just a natural funnel right there. You're either going to the hill or in the drink there, one of the two. So I get about halfway down this lane. And, oh, let me point out also that is the only way to get onto the rest of the property. Picture like an hourglass, you know, kind of goes down a little skinny point, then opens back up again. So anyway, I was coming right down to that little pinch point, and I hear a straight up, plain as day, whoop. Whoop. It was kind of a higher pitched whoop. Just made me think of an adolescent or a female for some reason, I guess because of the tone of it. And I stopped where I was and turned around and headed back the other direction and went and ground hunted that morning. And so anyways, so I didn't tell you this earlier when we had talked this because I was throwing so much at you. So I was telling you I shot a real nice doe right after that. She comes walking down the creek. Of course, I had a nice shot, nice big doe all by herself. And so I shot her with bow. And so she turns around and she runs probably about 30 yards to a little sandbar. Lots of sandbars down there in them places up through that area, you know. So she was laying there, and I call my buddy, and he comes and brings his gator, his UTV gator with the big dump bed on the back. So he pulls up on the sandbar, and it's hot down there.
Oh my
I remember it was very hot, and the flies was horrible. they was all over the deer, and I kept trying to shoo them away from the deer, and then him and one of his buddies is in this gator, and they're standing out and they're looking down in the water there, you know. So I'm like, well, hey, come on, let's get this deer out of here. These flies are biting me, you know, and everything else. He was like, come over here and check us out. I go over here, and you could see what looked to me like to be a big, huge heel impression. And, you know, they was like, well, what do you think that is? I was like, oh man, anything could have made that, because it was just right at the edge of the water. And I think, and you know, maybe it was the power of suggestion, but I think I could see to where the print went on down into the water a little bit, but you could definitely not see any kind of toes. It was had been washed away. I swear I could see a faint outline, you know, of a little bit more than like up to maybe up where our ball would be, right below your big toe. But whatever it was
This guy sounds like quite the foot enthusiast. He can tell the heel, he can tell the toe, he can tell the details. He's got every little nook and cranny of it figured it out. I wonder what his field of expertise is. What is his sole occupation?
going in the water. So, you know, but anyway, they looked around real quick and we threw that deer up there and we left, and nobody ever said nothing about it, but I could tell they didn't like it. I've still never told him that I heard that whoop out there, because I know he's got to know that, you know, they at least come through there. I mean, it's just such a perfect place. I mean, it's just, you know.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if anyone else heard that whoop that you heard. Some of the most fascinating encounters are the people that never see them. I mean, hunters who are hunting a property they own, and they'll shoot something and then it vanishes. I know you've spent a lifetime out there hunting and fishing and just being outdoors, but was that the only time you ever heard a vocal of something strange that you couldn't explain?
The only thing that I've ever heard was, again, in the Morgan Monroe forest down there. I've got a camper out on the edge of the family property, and I mean, literally, there's a barbed wire fence. So I just hop the fence and we go mushroom hunting or any kind of hunting that we want to do. So anyway, basically one night I was staying in that camper and I heard what sounded to me like somebody that was totally drunk out of their gourd, trying to imitate a hoot owl. And it was just so, and there is a ton of them there. Like I said, that is all, I mean, they got the big pileated woodpeckers. They got all, I mean, it's really a gem of a little place, you know, and tons and tons of hoot owls too. But yeah, because I remember sitting there and I was laughing about it, and I was trying to hurry up and get my phone, you know, just
oh my god, there's too much going on. I can't pay attention.
I think some of the owls got in our cooler, you know. But yeah, no, but not that I know of other than that, you know, knowing now that I hear they're quite the mimickers, you know. Like I said, it was really, really odd. So
yeah, I'm convinced that they mimic. They can mimic just about anything. I've had too many reports, too many weird audio files sent to me. And I do think that they mimic, you know, and it's bizarre. Their mimic isn't perfect, but it's close. I think the one, Ron Moorhead said it perfect. He said, you know, what throws off their ability to mimic is the amount of amplitude that comes out, the volume that comes out when they mimic. You know, it's not an owl or something like that, you know.
I don't want this from any more damage.
Like I said, you know, now that I as I've gotten older, I'm really into history, ancient history. I've gotten into folklore, and I love the Native American stuff that they have to say about you know, Sasquatch and all the different names, and you know how some of them say, oh gosh, man, they're horrible people eaters, you know, and then the other ones say, oh well, they take our kids and give them herbal remedies and bring them back cured, you know. and stuff like that. I mean, it's just so odd. I mean, it's no wonder that us current modern people kind of have the same type stories. You know, that some people have really super bad experiences that traumatizes them. Man, I've heard some people on your show, man, and I felt for them. You know, I mean, you could just tell that, man, they may not ever be right again. So I've got a daughter that's an RN and lives in Deep South. So I don't get to see him but about once a year, her and the grandkids. And she's the one that pointed out to me that, you know, I was being very forgetful and stuff like that. And so that's kind of how all this came about. And she loves your show. And so she was telling me about it. And she was like, oh my God. She's like, are you kidding me? Who's got a story about Bigfoot coming and stealing their fish? And I was like, well, I guess maybe you're right. And she's like, no, you got to. She's like, people need to know this stuff. That way it's a chapter in the book and we can learn from it. We're learning more about what they really do and who they really are instead of just seeing one running across the road or something like that. You're learning a personality type thing, you know, you're learning something about that critter.
Yeah, you do learn a lot. You know, when people like yourself, Steve, come
Critter.
forward and share what happened to them, you learn a lot listening to encounters. You learn descriptions and behaviors, and there's a lot to take away. And shout out to your daughter for listening to the show. God bless her, you know, and her sending you my way.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I mean, I really had no plans of ever doing anything like this. Like I said, just my family knew, my very, very immediate family, and one of my hunting buddies. And like I said, he was the one that, you know, he was like, it's like I told him, I said, hey, you know, if I come up and I look you in the eye and I tell you something, you gonna believe me? He said, yes, I do, because I've known him 45 years, you know. And he said, I would absolutely believe you. Take it to the bank, you know. And I said, well, why don't you believe me about this? He said, man, I just got to see it. And I said, man, I get it. You know, I can totally get that, you know. He was the one with me when it had the little baby cry thing stuff going on, and that freaked him out. But he won't attribute. He tries to make excuses for it. I could have been a tree cracking and bending and making that weird little squeaking noise. I said, yes, it could have been. But I don't think so, because it didn't sound like no tree to me. It did it twice from the same spot, from a spot that I think they was trying to get us to. And that was not cool. That was not cool. I mean, you know.
Not
So
cool,
now
Big Feet.
I'm a little
Not
different
cool.
in the way I think, I guess, about some of them anyway.
Yeah, that encounter definitely sounded like an ambush. I mean, it sounded like it to me. You know, one question, I know you're kind of a new listener to the show, Steve, and one question I always like to ask everyone, and there's no wrong answer because no one knows, but what do you think that these creatures are?
Wow. Well, I think they are, as they say, flesh and blood. Like I said, because I had one stand in front of me with water dripping off of it. I think it's totally physical. I think if they was just some sort of a branch off a hominid or a hominid, you know, if they was just some kind of a simple ape or whatever, we would definitely
It's a monkey.
already have known about them and had them in captivity for years, just like we do every damn thing else. You know, I think so. I think they're much more than that. And like I said, what I seen, you know, I'm not even going to call. I don't even want to keep called a critter, but you know, what I seen is, you know, what I seen. It was very man-like. Who's to say?
Yeah, what he saw was very manly. It's very strong and tough and tall. It had, he could definitely tell it was a man. Had very big, thick buttocks and thighs and so muscular. Yeah, he seems to know for a fact. Kind of surprising that he has a daughter, because he seems to be very descriptive about how this very strong, tall, masculine creatures are like. I don't know. Oh, and he's also quite adept at describing the anatomy of a fetus. I don't know, guys. Maybe he's kind of like a Republican legislator. I don't know.
What they are, you know, everybody's like, well, one day we'll get one. We'll have this. Man, I'll tell you what. I think they've been I think the government have been experimenting on these things for years and years, you know, because you hear these stories about people hitting them. You hear these stories about them getting caught in forest fires, you know, and finding them and just all kinds of stuff like that. You know, oh, well, it disappeared. Well, maybe from you it disappeared, but it went somewhere, you know. And you know what? Maybe these things are so special in a way that we're not, that the government is scared to tell us that they exist because there's so
Oh, this guy, he knows the truth. He knows. It's like, you know how Fox Mulder and the X-Files, his father is also in the FBI or whatever? This guy, he figured it out. He figured out that his dad was trying to silence him and keep the truth from coming out. So that's why he didn't want him telling his friend and his friend's dad about that story when he was 10 years old, because his dad's also trying to conceal the truth from coming out. But he figured it out. He knows that the government's trying to hide it. It's a cover-up.
so much more than what we are, in a way. Like I said, what I seen just looked like a classic Neanderthal caveman. And you know, really, do we even know what one of them really looked like? Nope. We just rebuild the skeletons.
Has anyone ever been so far as to really know what do good look more like? Right? Spot on.
Forensically wise, and kind of get some kind of a guesstimate, you know. But I think that they've been here a very, very, very long time is what I think. And that's why I think there's no fossil record of them coming over from Asia. I think they've been here the whole time. I think if we're going to find any fossils, it's going to be around here. But, you know, fossils are overrated too, man. There's so many things that's got to be perfect for a fossil to even form. There could be hundreds of man-like creatures that's been on the earth and died out and stuff, and we'll never know because we'll never find their skeletons or anything. I mean, it's, you know, it's one of them things. Just what was it? I mean, like I'm trying to think of that daggone what was that movie that was about that gal that what was it called? Not Eve, Lucy. That movie called Lucy. You know, like.
Is this the one? Is that the? Is that stupid movie? We only use 10% of our brains. Is that movie? I think that's what it is, right? Let's go look it up. I'm pretty sure I remember having a Lucy movie. I think it is. Yeah, it's Scarlett Johansson. Morgan Freeman's in this. Where is 10 billion documentary about the brain? Brain. Oh, okay, that's right. That's the last sentence of the synopsis of the thingy. Film was released on 25th of July 2014 and became a massive box office success. What? I thought it wasn't looked upon very favorably. But I don't know. I never watched it. I don't keep up with movies or anything. Grossing over 463 million, more than 11 times the budget of 40 million. It received generally positive reviews. Generally positive, but also polarized critical reviews. Although praise was given for its themes, visuals, and what? What happened? Although praise was given for its themes, visual, and Johansson's performance, many critics found the plot nonsensical, especially its focus on the 10% of the brain myth and resulting abilities. Yeah, that's definitely what he's talking. Oh no, this guy's a Redditor. Oh no.
About that gal that what was it called? Not Eve, Lucy. That movie called Lucy. You know, like the more, you know, the more she got where she could use so much more of her brain from some kind of something going wrong with her. But anyway, it made her like super smart. You know, man. I mean, she had telekinesis.
Whoa, that's so cool. They had to make a movie about a woman being super smart. What the heck? Now that's pretty good fiction. I gotta admit, I gotta go watch that movie now. That'd be pretty cool. Imagine a smart woman. What the heck?
Telepathy. She could shut people down. She could make them sick. This all with her
Oh, she can suck people down, make them sick. What?
mind. So who's to say that these Bigfoot Sasquatch, maybe they use a part of their brain that we've forgotten how or never could?
Yeah, and I really appreciate your answer, Steve. So you think it's something more natural then?
He didn't like that answer. Yeah, I appreciate your answer. He didn't like that answer.
I think it's something very natural. But I just, like I said, I don't want to use supernatural or paranormal or anything like that because, you know, I think these things just know things about Earth's energy. I just think that they're just like way more in tune with things than what we are. Maybe it's a vibrational thing, you know, like a body.
Oh, so their interconnectedness with vibrators? Whoa, that's so cool.
Vibration thing. Maybe they can change the frequency, you know, of their body, and that's how it kind of looks like. Maybe they can cloak or some of the stuff like people are seeing. You know, maybe they can, you know, I mean, hell, who knows, right? Nobody. So, I mean, but yeah, man, that's my long-winded answer. But, you know, I want to think that there's something natural, and that's what I think, you know. I mean, could they have been peaked and tweaked genetically by somebody or something or whatever? Absolutely. But I just feel like they're very old. I feel like they're very ancient, you know. That's just what I feel like. I mean, they're kind of distributed all over the United States, and, you know, I think any place that will support them.
Yeah, it's a fair answer, Steve. I mean, no one really knows, and that's really why I love that question, because there really is no wrong answer, and you get a lot of very thought-provoking answers to that question.
You get a lot of really wacky, weird answers, like this guy talking about the movie Lucy for some reason. Very, very weird, wacky answers. Anyway, that's the end of that episode. Let's go find another one. Let's see if that single one is enough to bring more Big Feet's stories onto my recommended page. Big Feet. Big Feet. I don't see any. Well, I guess that was not. I need to watch like 2 or 3 more Big Feet's stories for them to start popping back up on my recommended. Let's see. The Abomination. I saw a monster. Let's watch that one.
Ah,
my
along with
ears!
his brothers and some of their
My ears is destroyed.
friends had a run, and then walk us into what happened.
Whereabouts is this?
Years ago, Darren to the show. Darren, thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that this encounter happened to you over 41 years ago. If you would, just kind of start from the very beginning, kind of tell us what you were doing, and then walk us into what happened.
So yes, this was in approximately 1980, maybe 1981. My brothers and I, we lived with our grandparents on and off for various reasons. And at this time, we happened to be staying with them. And they lived very much on the edge of the southern New Jersey Pine Barrens. I don't know if I'm sure some people are familiar with the Jersey Pine Barrens. It's a very... if you look at it on the map, it goes from the northern tip of New Jersey straight down pretty much straight down the center of New Jersey, all the way towards the southern, almost towards the southern tip of New Jersey.
Just lay right
In
here.
some, it is both beautiful and sometimes scary. It can be very, very dense, wooded areas that open up into open fields, but it's huge. I used to know some statistics about the Pine Barrens as far as like how much of the state it covers. It's a lot more than people think. It's massive. When we were younger in the area that we lived at, there wasn't a lot to do. But the one thing we did like to do is hike. And that's my brothers and my friends from, we'll call it the block that we lived on. It really isn't a block, but just a country street. So we did a lot of that. It was normally every weekend we were either out on our tree forts that were also in kind of the edge of the Pine Barrens, or we would take long hikes that would span the entire day for the most part. And we wouldn't be getting home until it was almost dark. There were times when we would do this, we would bring food with us, and we didn't really have to bring anything to drink because I think I might have mentioned to you before is that in this area of southern New Jersey, there are springs everywhere. And as kids, we knew this, we knew where they were. And so when you got thirsty, you knew that within, at least in the area that we had explored to that point, as far as we had been able to make it without, because we would go out and try and see how far we could go before we'd have to turn back to be home before it was late and we would get in trouble. And so we didn't really worry about that much because we knew we could stop at one of these springs. And we took pretty much the same kind of path when we would take these hikes pretty consistently. And part of the reason for that was exactly what I was just mentioning, the springs. Because we knew where certain springs were, and we knew we would be thirsty by the time we would get there. We would stop, take a rest, drink. One of the things that's interesting is that over time, and I have no idea who did this or when it was done. It could have been within years of us that taking at the age that we were taking these hikes. It could have been there for 40 years. I have no idea. But some of these springs would have these metal pipes driven down into them. So here in the middle of the Pine Barrens, where there is nothing, and you'd come across this metal pipe sticking out of the ground with pure crystal, very cold water just pouring out of the top of it. It's actually pretty smart that someone would do it. I assume hunters did that over the years, so you didn't have to be drinking out of a kind of a stream. But anyhow, that's what we would do on the weekends, and we would usually get up pretty early to do this because we wanted to maximize. Even at that age, to us this was fun to get away from the grown-ups and just us buddies, us friends, hiking through the woods, and kids at that age, between 11, 12, 13, just horsing around. We would leave between like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. Our grandparents, they knew where we were going. I know it was myself, my brother, who was, I'm the oldest of 3 boys. My youngest brother was too young at this time, so he was not with us. And so it was me, and the middle brother, and at least 3, maybe 4 of our friends. When we took these hikes, I would say there was anywhere between 5 to 8 of us. It just depended on who was around, who could go, and at that time, on that particular day, I want to say, because I remember the names of the 3 people that were with us. But and that's what leads me to believe at this particular time there was 5 of us, me and my brother and the other 3. We start on our hike. We head out there. We're about, I want to say maybe a mile or so into our hike, and we knew that we were coming up. It might have actually been a little longer than that. Now that I think about it, maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles possibly. I'm trying to remember this particular spring. We knew we were coming up on the very first spring, and it's the one that I was explaining earlier that had the metal pipe sticking out of it, very soon. And this particular spring happened to be very close to we were termed or called a fire cut. I have no idea who did this. I think I mentioned before, I'm assuming that the Forestry Service did this. I have no idea when they did it because they did look old, but they're basically trenches gouged out through the forest. And because there's so many springs in that area, they would fill up with spring water. And they were about 2.5 feet wide, maybe a foot to 2 feet deep. And I guess the idea with a fire cut is basically to try and prevent forest fires from spreading. I don't know if they actually work, but that's what we were told they were. So we knew we were coming up to this particular area because there was the fire cut and there was a spring. Now, I will say this, that on the beginning of the hike, most of what we were walking on was a trail, was an well-established trail through the forest. However, at some point, the trail kind of like narrows, and then we would veer off the trail to head towards where this spring was. It was not on an actual trail. I really don't know how far away I was when I first noticed that something looked different. Given that we used to take these hikes so routinely, you get used to seeing landmarks or not seeing landmarks. If there's an open area, you typically, there's something that all of a sudden pops up in there, you're going to kind of go, what is that? And that's kind of what went through my mind. I'm looking, I know where this spring is, the general direction, and something looks different about that area. As we get closer, it became evident that something was different because the area on the opposite side of the fire cut from where the spring was had been basically shaped into a hut. And when I say shaped, it wasn't that it wasn't like someone broke down limbs and then engineered a freestanding hut or something like that. Everything that had been there was almost like weaved into this. The limbs of the trees, the bushes, the whole, it was very dense back there. It had just been molded into this kind of dome shape. I always say, like, if you took a sphere, cut it in half, now you have a half a sphere, cut that in half again. So now you got this kind of half dome looking structure. That's what this was. Now, it wasn't perfectly shaped like a dome, but it sure was close. And you were seeing this as we're coming up on this area, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, who the heck did this? In my head, I'm thinking, how could this be done like this? And it was actually pretty impressive, but strange at the same time. As we're getting closer and we're able to see more details, I smell something that just smells rotten. I mean, it smells horrible. And sitting in this hut, this dome-shaped hut, was a deer. There was a dead deer lying in the hut. Now, again, we're not right up on this yet. We're on the other side of the fire cut. You'd have to get to the other side to where this dome-shaped structure was. You would have to, leap a good leap over this thing. And trust me, there were times where I'm sure we did this and we fell into it and had soaking wet feet. But you would have to jump over it. There was no going around the fire cut. It was that long. So we were coming right up towards the edge of the fire cut on the side that we were on and looking at this deer. And it was, if I'm facing towards it, its head was to the left of me and its rear was to the right of me. From about, I'd say, a good foot or so from the tail up the spine, all of the meat and skin was gone, completely gone. The rest of the deer looked pretty much intact. It was, if there was any decay, I don't know if this was decay or not, and you'll see what I mean by this in a little bit. When I remember I mentioned I smelled something, it was a putrid kind of smell. I'm thinking it's this deer, but the deer did not look like it was rotting. Now, I'm sure there was some decomposition going on because I have no idea how long it was there. It couldn't have been a long time because even though the back end of it had been stripped of all its flesh, all of its meat, and when I say stripped, I mean the bone looked like it had been almost bleached. There was very little, if any, flesh or sinew or anything on any of this bone, of this deer skeleton. just the back, its hips, and what remained of the legs. But the front end part was still intact. The head of the deer was, even though it was towards my left, I couldn't see it because it was tucked kind of under itself. Like the neck had been twisted and the deer's nose and face was facing like towards the ground. So initially I didn't really get a glimpse of the face, but we're just sitting there standing looking at this thing. And even though we're pretty young, being around hunting and people who hunted, we were no strangers to seeing deer, being strung up and butchered and things like that. That didn't bother us, and it was a pretty, not routine, but it was a normal thing in our lives. So I wasn't really concerned about what I was seeing. What I was concerned about was how it looked.
What? Wait.
You know what I mean? It didn't look normal.
What just happened?
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a normal kill at all.
I need to get a... He like teleport. He zoomed through the walls and instantly appeared behind me. Teleports behind you. What the heck? That's literally what he did. He just went boom. Go ahead and add a marker there. That's so weird. Okay, I'll check that one later. I got a couple other things I think I should have marked, but I didn't. So I'll have to go back, review those later. But that was so fucking bizarre. He was like down over here, this bottom part of the curve, and then he just it looked like he was zooming up this way, but he like zoomed through the wall. What? Like he's a cheater. He's wall hacking. He's trying to do the Kill Isaac speedrun.
I want to ask you now: are you guys across the fire cut at this point? Are you near the shelter, or kind of where are you at this point?
We're not inside the structure. We're still on the other side of the fire cut. So in between us and the deer is that 2.5 foot wide stream that is the fire cut. And the dome-shaped structure is nearly right to the edge of that side of the fire cut.
I got you.
Yeah, we were close. We were about 2.5 feet away from, maybe 3 feet away from the deer, but we were not in it. The dome structure itself, like I'm pretty tall. I'm 6'3", 6'3.5". Now at that time I wasn't this tall, but I was still pretty tall even at 13. This dome-shaped structure was big enough and tall enough for me at that time. And I'm going to guess and say maybe 5 feet or so. I could have stood and I wouldn't have hit the top. It was pretty big. And it was, I would say maybe 4 or 5 feet deep. And just laying right inside of it, right up close to where the fire cut was, is this deer. We were perplexed. We were just kind of trying to rationalize it, thinking if a hunter did this, why would he have left it here? Number one, why take all this time to weave this crazy dome structure out of all the plants and the trees like right here? It really didn't make a lot of sense. And I couldn't figure for the life of me how the bone could have been left like that. Why it looked the way it did. The actual part of the deer that still had flesh on it, it was dried for sure, but not to the point where I could still see glistening of the blood around, especially around like the spine area. You could still see it wasn't running, but there was a glisten. So that had not been there awfully long. I don't know how long, but not too long. I guess long enough for whatever took the meat off the back to do what it had to do. So we're sitting there just kind of horsing around and trying to figure out what we're seeing here. Of course, we're looking around now because we're thinking, I guess my initial thought process was, of course, this had to be somebody else, that did this. But just couldn't get my head wrapped around this scene I was looking at. Again, nothing looked normal or as I would expect it to be. And I remember grabbing a stick. We never crossed that fire cut. I'll say this. we never actually went to the other side and went into this structure. None of us did. I was trying to find a stick that was both long enough and strong enough that it wouldn't break or bend, because I wanted to try and get a look at the deer's face. Because, like I said, it was turned and facing towards the dirt. So I got this stick and I'm like reaching across the fire cut, and I was able to pop the deer's face around, not looking straight at us, but just to, looking left. And I could see that it all looked intact. Its tongue was sticking out, and its eyes were slightly hazy. You see a lot
He
of
was
times, like
drugged.
when animals die, that they get this kind of foggy look in their eyes over time, the longer they've been sitting there. There was for sure, but not much. And again, in my head, even though I was only 13, being around hunting and all that stuff, I'm thinking to myself, this definitely has not been here too long. At this point, I would say we were there about a minute or two. As I'm looking at this deer's face, we all hear a shuffling sound behind the structure, but it was and it was loud, but it was going towards the right. So it was kind of funny when I think about it now, but almost in unison, the entire group of us just shifted to the right of the dome, and that's that's when we saw what we saw. I
It's a
was
monster.
instantaneously stunned. I remember I actually got tunnel vision. Like, I don't know if I was going to pass out or what, but I literally got tunnel vision, because when we shifted to the right, and after we had just heard all this noise, about 30 to 40 feet behind to the right and behind that dome is now standing the scariest looking thing I've ever at that point and have ever seen in my life. And it was massive. It was tall. And when I say massive, I think I used the word when we talked before, gargantuan, because I don't know what else to say. I mean, it was every part of this thing's body, its shape was huge. And it had hair over its entire body, but it was matted like dreadlocks. Most of the, and I wouldn't say, like, when I say dreadlocks, and not the actual definitive, what most people think of dreadlocks, where they look like ropes of hair. It's the only way I could say it, because it was more matted. But the picture in my head is like dreadlocks. It was matted, dreadlocky type hair, like a reddish brown color, and it was everywhere. And it was hanging all down its face. We never actually got to see its actual face, because that hair was everywhere. To me, I don't even know how it could see. I mean, I'm sure it saw us, but there was so much hair and it was so matted. I have no idea what it saw through it or how it was seeing through that. And it was just standing there. And again, even at 53
It's
years
just like
old,
a
when I
Highland
think
kettle.
about this, it still shocks me. Like, in my head, I thought within that first few seconds that we were dead. I thought that was where I was going to die, right there. We were all so scared we couldn't move. There was no sound. Nobody, not a one of us, made a peep, and neither did this thing either. Not initially. Within about 15 to 30 seconds of us standing there, so we're on the other side of that fire cut. It's about 30 feet to 40 feet directly in front of us. It was so big, even at that distance, it was so big, I had to tilt my head up to look at the top of this thing. I'm going to say it was easily 8 feet tall. Easily. I'm sure I'm selling it short. I'm sure I am. It had, as even though it had hair all over it, like I could tell that it was muscular because of the form, and it made no sense, the proportions of this thing, no sense at all. And because I couldn't see its face, that in a way, I initially thought maybe that was even scarier, but I'm kind of glad in a way that I didn't see his face because we were already scared. I'm not sure what was behind that
He
hair,
would have been super
but
spooked.
I'm wondering. I wondered after the fact that maybe that was a good thing that I didn't actually get to see it because I don't know. I mean, you hear about people dropping dead of heart attacks. I don't know if that would have happened at 13, but I was close to that in my, rhetorically, I guess you could say. And within about 15 or I'm saying 15 or 30 seconds because I don't remember exactly how long before this thing actually made a noise, but it felt like forever. It felt like forever that we were standing there looking at this thing, and it was just looking. I mean, it was just straight, not moving.
Big
In
feet
fact,
stare.
when I first saw it, I'm thinking to myself, "Am I seeing what I'm seeing?" You know, it wasn't moving. I knew it could move because we heard the noise. That's why we shifted off to the right. And all of a sudden, it literally let out I say a scream because it wasn't like the closest thing I could say to the way this thing sounded was if you've ever been to a zoo and you hear if you're inside a inside enclosure where they have the lions and the tigers and they roar, it was like that. Now it wasn't a roar like a lion or a tiger, but the effect was similar. This thing let out a scream. It was a escalating sound. It started out as a low rumble and then just went up and up and up in tone. It almost, at some point, Russ, it almost sounded like there were multiple voices. I don't know why I'm saying that, but it's the only way I can get across how crazy this sound was. It was like hearing it in stereo or something like that, or not out of phase,
Wow,
but
they speak in
it's like there were
stereo.
multiple tones in it. So it was so loud and so scary. You could feel it through your whole body. Like my chest was vibrating,
So he does have
and
vibrators.
so when you compound seeing that, being 13 years old, seeing this scary thing in front of you, and now it's making this sound. I think that's actually when I really thought we were dead because like anything that can make a sound like this, it was the scariest thing ever. The scariest thing, Wes. I don't know what else to say other. And I was, I heard people now, again, being 53 now, and I've watched some of your shows, and I heard people talk about something called infrasound and all that stuff, and I know what that is. All I could say is that this thing, I felt this roar. I call it a roar. I felt this roar through my bone, into my bones. And then as it got at the very, like I'll call it the top of the roar, it leaped. It's like it fell forwards and then leaped straight at us. And I actually never saw when it leaped, when it lunged, when it came down, like it was coming down like if it was going to go on all fours. But I never saw it go on all fours because when it did that, as the top of its roar and it was coming down, it was obvious to me it was going to lunge towards us. So I grabbed my brother who was standing right to the right of me, and as I grab him and I turn around, I think we were probably a little late off the starting point. My friends were already in motion.
The starting gun.
They were just like I was. They were kind of stuck still as we were witnessing this thing. But when that thing screamed like it did, or roared like it did, and then came down as like taking off a start, like you never watch runners when they're sitting there and they got their foot up against the brace and the guy pulls the trigger and they take off.
Yeah,
that's what this looked like. That's what this reminds me of. Like it came down like to a starting, like if it was on a starting point and going to go on a race, and it just there was no doubt it was lunging at us. And I
Gonna start a race? What if Big Feet are actually just like the world's best racists? Whoa.
wasn't waiting. So I turn around, grab him. My friends take off. We're heading back the way we came. We're all going in the same general direction, but everybody kind of scattered, but going in the same direction. I knew when we started running, and now I got a hold of my brother. He would be like at least 2.5 2 years. Well, he was 2 years younger than me, so he was younger. And I kept hold of him, and we ran straight. And in that area of the Pine Barrens, there are there's tons and tons of different types of trees, of course, but then there are these bushes. Now, we used to call them deer bushes. I don't know what kind of bushes they were. They were a broad-leafed plant bush, a broadleaf bush, and deer used to sleep under them. We would find deer under them all the time, or evidence of where deer had curled up underneath of them and slept. I'm guessing because of the broad leaves on them, it would keep the rain off them and stuff like that. But one of the things about these bushes that was common is that they would get overgrown with thorns. These thickets and thorns would grow into them. Now, I knew that, but I was so scared, and I didn't want to deviate from the path I was taking. I just went right through them with my brother. I'm thinking, I don't give a darn about how cut up I get right now. I will deal with that later if I survive this event. And we went straight through them. Everybody did, because every one of us was cut up and scraped up when we got to the point where we actually stopped and were able to calm down and take a breath. Because, I don't, even though, you can do some amazing things when you're scared or under pressure, but there is a limit where you get to a point where there's just nothing left. I thought I was going to have a heart attack because I ran so far and so hard, dragging my brother, that when I came to a stop, and I'm sure others felt the same way, was breathing so heavily and my heart was pounding so hard, I thought I was going to die then. I just could not catch my breath. Obviously, I did, and we all did calm down. But I got to tell you, I mean, it was from the point of actually seeing this beast to the point where we got to there, where we were, because I never looked back, not once. When we took off running, I never once turned around to see if this thing was still following us, because I thought to myself, number one, if I turn around and look, I could trip and fall, and then it's over. I had no weapons on me. I didn't have a knife on me, which was kind of weird because one of us or more than one of us would typically have at least a pocket knife with us, but I had nothing on me. Of course, neither did my brother. But I thought, if I turn around and look at this thing running after me, what good is it going to do? But maybe I'll fall, trip, and then we're both dead. So I never, ever looked back until we finally got to that point where we were, God knows how long we ran for, because it was quite a distance. We were back on trail for sure before we stopped, and not too far from the end of the street where our homes were.
That is a terrifying account for sure. I wanted to ask you, I'm sure, at 13, your 13-year-old self, you probably assumed it was chasing you. But looking back now over 40 years ago, do you think the creature was actually chasing you guys?
Personally, I do not. I don't think so. Because here's why I say this. Because even though I was running pretty damn fast, I was just holding my brother. I had a hold of him the whole time. I had a hold of his jacket, like his wrist and his jacket. And because I kept thinking, well, number one, I love my brother. I love both my brothers, but I love my brother. And I thought to myself, even at that time, like, I would have rather it got me than him, And also, I guess a little selfishly, I'm thinking to myself, if anything happens to my brother, my parents are going to kill me, But I say no because as big as this thing was, and the roar that came out of it, I have to believe that if it wanted to catch us, it could have.
So you guys make it home, and this is your grandparents' home. Do you sit down with either your grandmother or your grandfather and tell them what you guys ended up seeing?
Now, before we came home, where we had stopped and realized this thing had not followed us,
and we got our breaths back. You know, we had to take a good 5 minutes or so before we could even start walking. I mean, we were all spent. Every one of us were spent, dripping sweat, cut
Oh,
up,
fuck, I forgot
dirty.
about that guy.
And I will say there were a few curse words going back and forth between us because we were just we as we were it's the discussion started at that point, but as we were going back, we talked about this. We talked about our experience. We didn't know what we saw. I I do not know, and I do not recall if the word Bigfoot ever came up because I just don't remember that coming up. I mean, we obviously knew this was some kind of animal, but it was something we had never seen before. We had never seen anything like this before. I couldn't even imagine something like this, you know? And I do recall we talked about number one, if we tell our parents or whatever, they probably aren't going to believe us, right? That's number one. Number two, if they did believe us, or maybe they didn't believe what we thought we saw, but they thought somebody maybe been doing something out there they shouldn't have been doing, like maybe poachers or something like that. We didn't want them going out there. I like if I told my grandfather, I think he probably would have went out there and investigated that. I did not want that to happen because I'm thinking if he goes out there, what if it is still there? It's going to get him. You know, we never told him. We kept this to ourselves. I have no idea if any of the other guys ever told anybody. I actually talked to my brother Clint. The first time I talked to somebody or talked about this event was about a year ago, and I talked to my brother Clint before that, and talked to him. I asked him if he had ever told anybody. He had told his first wife about this.
His first
He
wife.
told his current wife, and maybe one or two of his other very close friends.
Oh.
But outside of that, it wasn't
I
like
thought he was going to say one or two of his other wives.
he talked about this widely. I had not told anybody about this except to my wife. That was it. I had never told anybody else about this. My wife was the only exception.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from on it, Darren. I mean, how do you explain to, your grandfolks and what you just saw? The fear of having your grandfather go out there too as well. I get all of that. You know, a lot of eyewitnesses, they'll talk about these shelters, hunters that run into them, and I don't think I've ever talked to an eyewitness that has seen them make them, but it's obvious that most of us suspect that they do it. Why they do it, there's different theories on that. I wanted to ask you, so you're looking at this shelter, you guys hear this noise, and then you guys all kind of look to the right, and there it is. It doesn't come out of the shelter, it actually comes around the shelter. What do you think it was doing?
I suspect I've had time to think about this. I've had the time to talk about this in another venue, and I think what happened was we came up upon that structure, and again, an area we had been to many times before, and whatever this was behind that structure, a good 30 feet behind it, and maybe it was coming back, maybe it was going away from it. I don't know, but it was already there because we didn't hear any noises leading up to getting there, checking out this deer and stuff like that. It was quiet. It's quiet as normal out there, other than like the normal sounds you hear in the wilderness. The wind blowing the leaves, and I don't remember if we heard any other animals going on, squirrels and stuff like that. But I think it was already there, and it was probably like, what the F is going on at my food? You know what I mean? Like it knew we were there, and was either watching us to see if we were just going to go away. And when we didn't go away, it had enough, and it just started. It went.
Wow, so the big feet are allowed to steal the other guy's fishies? He can take our food, but we can't take his? What the heck? You're just some fucking kids who want some deer. They can get a little slice of venison? What the heck? This is an unfair arrangement.
When we heard the shuffling and we all stepped to the right, there was no movement going on at that time. In other words, it was standing out in the open amongst a bunch of trees, but there was not a single tree between us and it. There were trees all around us, but we had a clear line of sight right to it. To the left of it, where I presume it came from, it was it was thickets everywhere. From that structure leading all the way back towards where it was standing was a mess of thickets that I mean, a deer could probably navigate through it, but that sure as heck couldn't have without making noise. You know what I mean? So I think it really just was checking out to see if we were going to go away or what, and we didn't go away, and it finally just said that's enough. Just like I think to myself, like an animal protecting its food. One thing that's interesting is, remember I mentioned that this hut was big and that I could probably stand in it. It was not big enough if this thing was standing, because this thing was towering over it. But if it had been, when it lunged over and went down, yeah, it could have been inside that. It would have fit inside that hut. The hut was really wide. It was, I would say it would be at least twice the width as it was deep and high. That's what I would say, because it gave it that dome shape. So it was a pretty big deer to begin with, and there was still room. Like the deer was sitting in the middle of the hut, right up on the water, and there was still room inside this thing. I don't remember seeing any. I for the life of me, I try and remember what the ground looked like. You know, where the deer, like, was there anything different about the ground? And nothing jumps out at me. So at least I'm only going to believe that as far as the ground was, it was normal, just except for this deer laying there. And I'm wondering, I always wonder, like, did it make that shelter there? Number one, because it had the branches and everything were there to do it with. Plus, it was right on a stream. So here you got your food and you got your water. I'm assuming they drink. So, yeah, I think we ran up on it after it had been feeding, and then we disturbed it. Just like any animal that you know, especially any predator. I'll call it a predator. Any predator animal with its prey, if you mess with it, they're gonna get mad.
Yeah, the one thing I'm kind of curious about, Darren, I know you had grown up around hunters and you've been around guys cleaning deer, and you know it does stink. I mean, you're around blood and guts and that sort of thing, and so even by the age of 13, you knew that smell. When you were walking up on this hut and this deer, do you think that smell that you were smelling was the dead animal?
No, I don't. That's why I mentioned earlier that when I mentioned about the smell and that, you know, why I wanted to look at its eyes, that this will come into play later. I think it was this thing. I think the smell we were smelling was this thing, because when we got up on the deer, and we, again, on the other side of the fire cut, so we were still about 2.5 feet to maybe 3 feet away from being able to physically touch that deer. The smell we were smelling got stronger, but when I got up, there were no flies. There were no flies festering around this thing. Now, granted, it wasn't the middle of summer. I don't remember exactly what month it was or anything like that, but we were, let's say, fall. Okay, it hadn't snowed. It wasn't snowing. It was not cold enough where we would have to put jackets on, but you weren't going to be out in shorts for sure. So it was, you know, that might help preserve, you know, a carcass of a dead animal a bit. But it was not, there were no maggots, there were no flies, which I remember thinking when I was trying to when I was looking at this thing and trying to get the deer's head around.
What are you talking about? Because I was watching on Twitch and then it died.
Oh, rip. No. Yeah,
I don't know if it died on your end or just mine.
Yeah, it did. Bitrate dropped, and then it said OBS disconnected. So I killed the Twitch one and then restarted it a few seconds after.
Well, whenever you killed it, it was like 220 or 210 or like 150.
Yep.
I don't know when it was.
Been
It was
going
like close to 2 o'clock.
an hour and a half ago, basically.
When is that?
It is.
Yeah, like 150.
Rip.
I was gonna reconnect, but I was doing stuff, so I couldn't step away to connect. Oh, you said like, oh, I see what's going on. One of the, I think you had just talked about. You said something about the big feet the guy goes, it was the one guy who kept saying, so anyways.
I wasn't really paying attention to his mannerisms. He was talking about the
honestly,
kid.
it's because you say so anyways. I started blasting. So every time he said so anyways, I was just waiting for him to say I started blasting.
That's what the
he's
meme
one
is.
with the turtle who took the fish under the turtle into the hole.
Turtle into the hole.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, the turtle grabbed our pot of fish or a basket of fish or whatever."
Okay, so he's the.
Remember that? I think he's the same one who said.
It died right before he was.
The Men in Blacks. He said his dad or something
Yeah,
was
yeah,
in the
yeah.
Men in Blacks.
No, but is he the one where he heard the kids laughing in the woods?
I don't remember that.
Okay, I don't.
The last thing I remember hearing was his dad is Men in Blacks, but it must have been a little bit after that.
Okay, then I don't remember then. What exactly it was.
Around. Now, I didn't know what rigor mortis was then, as a 13-year-old, but I did know that when if a dead animal lays for a while, that it gets stiff. That I knew. And I think there's a point in time where it becomes stiff, and then after a period of time after that, active stiffness goes away. I could be wrong about that, but I believe that is the case. But this thing, the neck had just been twisted. It was not stiff. I was able to get it popped back around with that stick, so it was pliable, So I don't think the smell was the deer because I don't think it was it was not at the point of decomposition where you would typically get that much of a smell. This smell, I think.
What happened this time?
Huh?
What happened this time?
So the birds don't eat our things I put out there.
Oh.
I don't know if they're going.
You don't do it right now?
Huh?
You don't want to do it right now?
It's kind of dark out there.
So they're just gonna think it's a big feats.
Could go do it. I should, so I could just sleep.
Well, you don't want to stay up until 6 a.m.?
I don't want to. 7. How long are you gonna stay up?
I can sleep soon.
I'll say because if you're gonna stay up until the sun comes up, you just wake me up. But gotta stay up so I can go to the thrift store. Cause they got the sale on Wednesdays. Remember?
Oh my god!
The funny
squeal. I don't know if they would eat the cabbages, or do you think they just go for anything?
Yeah, all the little leaves.
Yeah, I guess last year they were already pretty big when we popped them outside, right?
I don't think they go for the big cabbages, but like the lettuces we put out there. That's what I'm thinking about.
Okay.
It should be okay. There's a lot of.
It was this thing, and it was gagging. It was like
the cartons.
Just the stuff that's already gone. The radishes, like this one or two.
Well, I mean, like, is there anything that we need to transplant out of egg cartons? That's what I'm asking.
No. There's nothing in egg cartons that is 100% viable. There's some stuff in egg cartons that's probably not going to recover. It's about that.
Like I remember I wanted to gag, and maybe even get sick. It was compounded seeing it. When I say that this thing looked
Did you transplant those ones too?
Yeah,
they were like super shriveled up.
I saved them toward the end when I just put all 3 of them into that one of the bigger ones.
I mean, it looked disgusting. In fact, I'll go as far as to say it might have been ill. It looked ill to me.
Yeah, what was it about?
Do you want the cabbages also on their side? Because I just put them. The lettuces were on this side.
So you get the lettuce and the cabbages.
Yeah, the lettuces on the left.
The lettuces and the radishes, I mean.
The lettuces had cabbages and radishes and
I wanted the cabbages to be with the other cabbages.
They'll be.
Because I was going to put more radishes next to those radishes.
There's a little bit of room.
Because cabbages are going to be there for a while. And I was going to use that section with the lettuce. It's going to be like the quick rotation, the radishes and the lettuces and stuff. Oh, I guess too late now, huh?
We could still transplant them again. No?
Yeah, there's still time. We'll just take up more stuff.
I think they're small enough we could get the troll. Anyway, get in there deep enough.
Let's scoop it up.
They won't even know. They won't know nothing.
I'll see what
Yeah,
later
see.
today. About the creature that makes you say, you thought it was ill.
The matted hair. The matted, again, we couldn't see, I could see skin under the hair, which was like it was like a grayish black, like a charcoal, I would say, color. But the hair was, again, reddish brown, and it was matted everywhere. Every part of this thing's body was matted, raggedy, disgusting looking hair, as if it hadn't bathed in a million years. I mean, it was horrible. It was like the scene out of it was just like a scene out of a horror movie, a monster movie. I mean, this was a monster to me.
Yeah, and what an amazing account to go through, especially being so young and seeing this thing. Was there anything else that really stands out to you regarding the creature? Its behavior is, I think their behavior in this situation is meant to terrify you. It's meant to scare you, that sort of thing. I think you and I agree, if it wanted to run you guys down, it would have.
Sure, yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. The shape of this animal is, I think the closest thing I know some people have said gorilla, we'll say it's gorilla-like but with human features or something like that. To me, as I got older, and actually even at that time, I don't know if I told you this, but when I was that age and younger, I thought I wanted to be when I grew up, I wanted to either be a veterinarian. That was the big one. I really loved animals, and I thought, because the other thing was was a marine biologist. That was the other, and again, something to do with animals, But I loved the wilderness, and I loved animals, and that was thought in my head. And I remember asking for Christmas one time. I don't know if you remember this, because I don't know how old you are. There was a company, I think it was Mutual of Omaha, had this thing where they would send you each month this like kit with all these cards in it. They were different animals and all about those animals, or we might even been National Geographic. I don't remember. And it came in a case, like a case with a hinge lid, and it was clear plastic on top. So it would have a thing in there about lions and tigers, every animal of the world, and I had those. What I saw, now I'm just going on the shape. The closest thing I could say that it looked like, but it's way bigger than it should have been, would be an orangutan. Now, granted, I didn't see the face, so I'm not talking about the face of the orangutan. I'm talking about its look. It had long, gangly, but massive arms, and the legs were very similar. And it had, even though most of the head, I could see the head to me was a mound of hair, but the word mound is important because it looked like a mound. It didn't look like a normal head. It didn't look like it had a neck and like a regular head, like human being head, or even a gorilla head. If you look at a gorilla, to me, gorillas have a very well-defined head and shoulder, neck and shoulder. You know what I mean? It might be a little bit less definitive as far as the neck is concerned, but I think it's mainly because of the musculature around them. But to me, like orangutans they have a head, but this thing looked like the head was right on its shoulders. Now, I could be wrong, and that underneath all that matted hair, there could have been a more defined neck, but not from what I could tell, that didn't exist. It was just this mound of hair.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I want to ask you, Darren, after over 40 years of this happening to you, you're recalling it like it happened yesterday, which is what every eyewitness does, because it really does stay with you. But how did this kind of affect you over the years?
Well, I will say this, that even though there's probably some ancillary things about the event that have faded over time, the core of the experience is like it happened yesterday. I will never forget this until the day I die. It made me realize it made me realize that that there's things out there that just are not mainstream. You know what I mean? Again, I didn't have a big like thought in my head that this was Bigfoot we ran into at the time. I mean, I had heard the word Bigfoot before, stuff like that, but that's not what I thought when I saw this. It wasn't until later in my life that I thought about that. Um, but I think it might have been brought up, but this was just an animal of unknown origin to me at the time, and it was definitely an animal. It wasn't like esoteric or paranormal or anything like that. It was a being, a real live animal standing in front of us, but I didn't think things could get that big. But the immediate thing it did to me, it took my love of the wilderness away for a very long time. Number one, I was never going into the woods again by myself ever, and that was something I did routinely.
Yeah, I think most people go through that. I think people who've had encounters, you know, you always hear of the hunter who he lives for hunting and he goes every year and it's, you know, it's tradition. And then they'll have an encounter and the hunter no longer hunts. And it's kind of a shame that fear grips us in that way. But it's definitely justified to have that fear grip you, you know. I could see you not wanting to go back out in the woods. I know you're in your 50s now, and this happened to you when you were 13. If someone were to ask you, what do you think Sasquatch is, what would you say to them?
Well, if Sasquatch is the thing I saw, which I'm pretty sure it probably was, it's an animal. It's an animal, and you
It's an
know,
animal.
I do believe that it is. You know, you know what? It's funny. I hear people say, in fact, I not too long ago, I heard someone bring this up. Um, well, they'll say something like, "How come we haven't found a big, you know, a Sasquatch body that's you know, one that's just died in the woods?" Well, how come we don't find dead bears everywhere? You don't hear people saying, "Oh, it's routine to find dead bears," or you know, because the ones that do die, the ecosystem takes care of itself. Other predator animals eat dead animals and stuff like that, or even the bones sometimes, you know, or the bones get scattered. So I don't buy all that stuff. It's like we don't have. I know that the scientific community in general won't believe in this stuff until they have one. It's going to take someone either shooting one and killing it or capturing it or something like that before they're ever going to.
What thingy?
Your the stream, because it was getting close to the bill due date for the internet, but it wasn't passed yet.
I don't know if that's.
So maybe they're getting angry there.
I don't think so. Just because it's getting close doesn't mean.
I can't think of any other.
No, it's just because I have to assume, based off the information that I have.
Because when I was streaming, I never had problems anyway.
Yeah, but I stream on 2 different platforms.
I guess. Yeah, you would always do that. That's like.
Yes. And when I stream on just one, I don't have that issue. So I'm using double, technically double the upload.
I can't think of anything like
Take this seriously. All I know is that what I saw was an animal, and it was definitely not a bear. It was definitely not. I mean, first off, size-wise alone, I don't even think that now, knowing what I do know now, that's you know which those bears that they say are like the largest grizzlies. Is it the Kodiak bear or something like that? That get these massive size. It was big. It was bigger than what they can get. I mean, now that I think back to it, it was huge. The proportions were huge. I think it's an animal. I think it's possible that it's an animal that maybe, you know, when you look like gorillas and chimpanzees and stuff. I mean, they've been able to teach I'm sorry, I'm saying it wrong. I think chimpanzees. They've been able to teach them sign language.
Chimpanzees, but
It's very possible that there's some other
He's been saying it.
branch of primate.
He's saying chimpanzees too much, so the word's losing meaning. He's forgetting how to say it.
I love that.
And that one says toothpaste or something like.
Sometimes I will just do that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Myself, like, what is the point of a word? And I keep repeating it.
That's not us. That's more intelligent, or just a different animal. And I think it's an animal. That's my thought.
Yeah, I like your answer, and I hope you're right, because you know no one really knows. But what an amazing account, and you know it's something to where it'll stay with you the rest of your life. It has most of your life, and it's just something that'll never go away. But when people come forward, you know we can gather so much information, you know, behavior and that sort of thing. I really enjoyed chatting with you, Darren. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Welcome. It was my pleasure as well. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about it.
Thanks again, Darren. And that's it for tonight, everyone. Remember, if you've had an encounter, shoot me an email. My email address is wes@sasquatchchronicles.com. If you get a chance, check out sasquatchchronicles.com. You can become a member and get additional shows. Until next time, everyone.
This was one of the most extraordinary accounts I've ever heard. What the heck, you wrote a novel?
You missed it. She did her little jiggle, and then she just leapt like, you know, when they do their little leap. Like she had all her paws out.
Should have been recording it.
Yeah, should have.
Okay, well, I think I'm just gonna end it here.
Oh, am I being too loud?
No, I've been streaming for like 7 hours.
Yeah. Well, you need to make it 10 hours.
No,
Have a full work.
I'll do one later when I have more energies. Didn't get to do Catholic hour, but I guess we'll do that next time. And also have the these education thingies, these education topics to go through. So I'll do that next time too. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm pretty sure there are like 2 or 3 different thingies. They're pretty cool. That I'm gonna have to go back to clip. So I will do that later. But thanks for watching. Have fun. Don't die. Don't be stupid. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.